Chapter 4307. Elsewhere in the Thousand Beast Sacred Realm, there was a crimson lake of lava. The moment the power of the moon and stars descended, the entire lake began to boil violently. Soon after, a vermilion bird that was over 50 kilometers long flew out of the lake. Scorching lava slowly dripped down the vermilion bird's feathers, and crimson flames that were several kilometers tall appeared around the vermilion bird. As soon as the vermilion bird soared into the sky, it spread its wings wide, covering an area of nearly 1,000 miles. At the same time, half a star mark appeared under each wing, shining brightly with the crimson flames. The vermilion bird's crimson flames filled up the starlight, making it look like a star again. Who is it? As the vermilion bird flapped its wings, its crimson flames devoured the power of the moon and stars for thousands of miles. At the same time, it let out a shrill cry. Who dares to become a great saint before Jianghu? Damn it! This saint will definitely not forgive him. However, the vermilion bird was the same as the profound armored dragon. Just as it began to fly, it stopped in midair and tilted its head to look at the Big Dipper in the sky. That's not right. In the entire Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, aside from Jianghu, who could possibly become a great saint within 100,000 years, who else could possibly enter the Great Saint Palace? This is too strange. That's not right. This doesn't seem to be a simple great saint. The vermilion bird suddenly seemed to realize something. Looking at the sky again, it cried out in shock. Why did the Big Dipper appear all of a sudden? Who has the guts to imprint all 7 stars into a demon body? Damn it, this saint had split one star into 2 and imprinted it into 2 wings. Does he not want to live anymore? While the vermilion bird was still in shock, the already bright Big Dipper lit up again, twice as bright as before. As expected, the vermilion bird's mouth fell open in shock. Looking at the Big Dipper again, it lit up continuously, each time brighter than the last. In the end, the Big Dipper was completely lit up, shining 7 times brighter than before. How is this possible? The crimson flame vermilion bird was completely dumbstruck. It didn't even care about the crimson flames in the surrounding space as it stared blankly at the Big Dipper. Beneath the South Sea, in the Dragon Palace that was completely covered by the boundless sea, the 7 Stars Palace had completely restored the void. After the demonic phoenix's phoenix body was on par with the many great sages of the demon clan, her phoenix body rose again. 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 3,000 feet. Finally, she rose to a height of more than 6,000 feet. Although it was only 6,000 feet tall, the phoenix body star gave off a feeling of tilting the heavens. Wan Shang of the demon clan, who had tried to stop Feng Wu from becoming a great saint, opened his eyes again. There was only shock, fear, and submission in his eyes. All of this was clearly seen by Xiao Hua's consciousness. Only now did Xiao Hua realize that the stars formed by the great sages of the demon clan were not completely on the same plane. Some were slightly higher, some were slightly lower, and there were also some that were more than 100 feet tall. However, an existence like him, who was 6,000 feet tall, hadn't noticed it yet. Caw! The demonic phoenix let out another long cry. Its powerful consciousness rushed into the nearby starry sky as if it was demonstrating its might. Wherever this consciousness swept past, the stars that had transformed into great sages of the demon race all closed their eyes. Their starlight slowly weakened, and they turned into ordinary stars. The void around these stars also began to blur. Boom! At the same time as the void blurred, another arched bridge of starlight broke through the void and landed right below the demonic phoenix. On the other side of the starlight, a huge, magnificent palace appeared in the void. Great Sage Palace? Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he saw it. He originally wanted to go to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. With the Great Sage Palace's star bridge, wouldn't it save him a lot of trouble? Unfortunately, just as Xiao Hua's joy was born, the demonic phoenix spread its wings and struck the star bridge with a bang, instantly turning it into dust. At the same time, the phantom of the Great Sacred Hall also disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jie! The demonic phoenix let out a long cry of disdain, and then its powerful consciousness retreated like the tide. The demonic phoenix left. Xiao Hua of the Heavenly Tao did not wait for Xiao Hua's consciousness to return. He also turned into nothingness and hid in space. Before Xiao Hua could say anything, a starry sky comprehension was transmitted into his mind. Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly ordered Feng Wu's consciousness to take over, while he concentrated on finishing up. The demonic phoenix's consciousness disappeared, and Feng Wu comprehended its own star imprints. Only Xiao Hua's consciousness returned. Just as Xiao Hua's mind returned to its original position, a kind of exhaustion after extreme excitement attacked him at the same time. Xiao Hua urged his monster body to flap his wings, and the power of the stars and moons slowly entered his body. The small dot engraved with the pattern of the Big Dipper also entered his body. 7 star patterns that were not much bigger than sesame seeds appeared on his back. If one did not look carefully, perhaps no one would be able to discover them, right? When Xiao Hua retracted his wings, the starlight in the void had already disappeared. Xiao Hua did not move at all, but his figure had already retreated from the void. The void was like a curtain, slowly closing behind him. Xiao Hua's body returned to its original state, still remaining in the Dragon Palace's dragon array. However, at this time, the 7 brilliant stars that formed Great God Shibai had completely dimmed. The white and blue magnetic force that had previously filled the 7 stars palace's space had also disappeared, leaving only 7 empty star shells floating powerlessly in the air. Fellow Taoist. At this time, Feng Wu's voice appeared in Xiao Hua's mind again. Has the star worship ended? It ended. Xiao Hua replied as if relieved of a heavy burden. After I took over the phoenix body, it ended. So fast. Feng Wu's voice was a little surprised, but it did not reveal any special shock. Xiao Hua stared blankly, then immediately understood and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist seems to have comprehended in the void for another 1,000 years, right? It's more than 1,000 years. Feng Wu smiled bitterly and sighed. Others have obtained the recognition of 1 star, but I got 7 at once. With so many star imprints, I don't know how many years of vicissitudes were recorded. Of course, fellow Taoist Tian Dao resisted in front of me, but if I became a true great saint, I would have to spend tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years to comprehend. How could I comprehend it? What? Hearing this, Xiao Hua was shocked. Just now it was only a moment, but fellow Taoist actually comprehended hundreds of thousands of years. Feng Wu Xiao Hua nodded and said, I don't know exactly how much, but it's more than hundreds of thousands of years, definitely not less. To a great saint of the demon race, time can only be a kind of flowing water. Then, fellow Taoist strength? Xiao Hua said in shock, isn't it more powerful than us? I'm still at the 9th level of origin energy. Feng Wu said with a smile, fellow Taoist, are you disappointed? Nonsense. Xiao Hua spat and said, we've narrowly escaped death, so how can we still be at the 9th level of origin energy? Actually, fellow Taoist already knows. So why are you joking with I? Feng Wu Xiao Hua smiled strangely, and did not answer. Xiao Hua sighed and said, I don't know, I just hope that there's a kind of luck. Unfortunately, I was still disappointed. Within the 3 continents, only 1 great saint is allowed to exist. Fellow Taoist may be much stronger than a great saint, but you're definitely not 7 times stronger than a great saint. Moreover, I also know that the title of great saint is actually the same as the Buddhist sect's Buddha fruit. It's just that you have more chances to shatter the void compared to other demons. In terms of strength, even if fellow Taoist is now a great saint and has comprehended for hundreds of thousands of years or even longer, you still have a long way to go to surpass the 9th level of origin energy. At this time, I miss the ruins and the primitive continent. If it were there would definitely not be such restrictions. But fellow Taoist's roots are here in the mortal realm, and not in the upper realm. Feng Wu said with a smile. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes, curled his lips and said, this poor Taoist's roots are not here. Forget it, there's no need to say any more, let's hurry and find the metal and wood elemental magnetism. Feng Wu knew what Xiao Hua wanted to say and urged, we've already delayed for long enough, and now we've even taken advantage of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. If that old Dragon King returns and goes back on his word, it'll be too late for regrets. Hee indeed. With such a huge commotion in the 7 Stars Palace, I'm sure the outside world must be in a mess. Let's hurry up and take action. Xiao Hua chuckled and rushed into the bottom of the nearly bottomless space. Xiao Hua flew to the bottom of the 7 Stars Palace, and the starry sky in the 1,000 Demons' sacred realm gradually disappeared. The clear sky appeared again, and the blazing sun also recovered its usual arrogance. However, after a short while, the scattered dark clouds filled the sky again. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a violent storm was about to arrive. A heavenly phenomenon flashed across the scarlet flame vermilion bird's eyes as it slowly regained its senses. It spread its wings and disappeared into the void. A shrill cry pierced through the sky, shattering the dark clouds hundreds of kilometers in size. There was clearly a meaningful smile in that cry, and a faint demonic language was left behind in that cry. Since a new great sage has appeared, the great sage hall will have to rearrange the rankings again. This unknown great sage is so powerful. This great sage does not dare to think about teaching him a lesson. However, this great sage may be fine, but how can that golden rock be willing to settle for second place? The mystic armored pentaceratops must be thinking about something again, right? Forget it, forget it. Let's go to the great sage hall and see who this new great sage is first. The Thousand Demons Sacred Realm originally had 6 great sages. The mystic armored pentaceratops and the scarlet flame vermilion bird were attracted by the phenomenon of Feng Wu becoming a great sage, and flew to the great sage hall of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. How could the other 4 great sages sit still? Naturally, they also went to the great sage hall from various places. Unfortunately, the heavenly phoenix did not care about the star bridge of the great sage hall, nor did it care about the great sage halls of the 3 continents. They would definitely miss it. P.S. Sorry, I was busy yesterday and made a mistake, and I missed chapter 3034. Now, I've adjusted the content from chapter 3034 to chapter 3036. Chapter 4308. Putting aside the fact that the distant Thousand Demons Sacred Realm was in a mess due to Feng Wu becoming a great saint, it was another situation outside the Seven Stars Palace. This was because the demon clan's Stars Surround Saint needed to draw upon the power of the stars. Xianxia happened to be in the South Sea Dragon Palace at this time. Not to mention how strong the dragon formation of the South Sea Dragon Palace was. Just the depth of the South Sea alone blocked the power of the stars outside the Dragon Palace. Feng Wu could only rely on the void to draw upon the power of the stars. Therefore, although the Stars Surround Saint caused a great commotion in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm in the void, it did not attract the attention of the Dragon Clan or the Sea Clan outside the Seven Stars Palace. No one knew that the most powerful great saint of the Demon Clan had been born in front of them. Even if they were ignorant, Ao Qian and the South Sea Great General's hearts clenched when they saw that the 7 tower-shaped palaces in the Seven Stars Palace had lost their brilliance and that endless rumbling sounds were suddenly heard from the Seven Stars Palace. When the entire bottom of the sea returned to normal, the brilliance of the Seven Stars Palace did not return to normal. The faces of the 2 Dragon Clan members were deathly pale. They looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. This was the most powerful matrix that the Southern Sea General could activate. Even this matrix could not kill Xiao Hua. The 2 of them were really helpless. Ao Qian. Ao Xian. What the hell is going on? Just as the 2 Dragon Clan members were at a loss, an old voice came from afar. Ao Huan, Ao Zhen, Ao Wu. Why did you follow that bullshit Dragon Master into the Seven Stars Palace? Before this voice fell, another different voice sounded. Ao Xian, you actually mobilized an army to surround the Seven Stars Palace? Are you out of your mind? If the Sea Clan takes the opportunity to attack the South Sea Dragon Palace, won't the defense of the South Sea Dragon Palace become a decoration? For great-grandfathers. At this point, Ao Qian no longer cared whether the 4 consecrators were his great-grandfathers or not. He seemed to have seen his last life-saving straw and urged his dragon body to pounce over. When he saw an old dragon emitting silver light, he immediately cried, "You're finally here. You must avenge my 3 poor brothers." What? Ao Huan, Ao Zhen, and Ao Wu are dead? How is that possible? An old dragon clad in copper armor flew behind the 2 old dragons. He cried out in disbelief, "Didn't I hear that Dragon Master was only at the 6th level of elemental energy? Tell me quickly. What's going on?" Before Ao Qian could say anything, a thunderous voice rang out, and several bolts of lightning appeared above the Seven Stars Palace. Although an old dragon with a purple body was flying at the back, it had already surpassed the other 3 dragons and appeared in the seawater above the Seven Stars Palace. Ao Qian didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly explained the cause of the matter in full detail. Then, he gave the Southern Sea Great General Ao Xian a look. Ao Xian also agreed and explained the situation of the Seven Stars Palace. Finally, he smiled bitterly and said, "For old consecrators, if this junior's guess is correct, that Dragon Master Xiaohua has ulterior motives. His target is the metal, wood, and magnetism below the Seven Stars Palace. This item is the core of the Seven Stars Palace's trial. Without this item, the Seven Stars Palace wouldn't exist." Presumably, the three crown princes saw through Xiaohua's sinister intentions and worked together to stop him. However, Xiaohua concealed his strength and killed the three crown princes. He also took the opportunity to charge through the trial's great array and attempted to approach the metal, wood, and magnetism. Although this junior activated the final killing array, I still couldn't kill him. I wonder if the four consecrators have any ideas? Hearing that Aoxin had already activated the killing array, the four old consecrators' expressions changed greatly. Finally, the purple old dragon shouted with a stern voice. "Are you sure that Ao Huan, Ao Zhan, and Ao Wu have already died in Xiaohua's hands? Otherwise, this killing array would have killed the three of them." "Boy can confirm." Ao Qian raised his dragon claw and the wound on his abdomen and said. Before Xiaohua entered the Seven Stars Palace, he casually injured Boy. Although the three elder brothers are stronger than Boy, they aren't that much stronger. Moreover, the Grade 8 Trial's Great Array was activated by Xiaohua. His strength should be around the middle of the 8th grade of Essence Energy. Even Big Brother isn't his match. Moreover, under the Trial's Great Array, I'm afraid Big Brother will also fall. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The purple old dragon's temper was more violent. After cursing 3 times, 3 lightning bolts appeared. Then, the dragon's body was about to pounce towards the Seven Stars Palace. "Aoliang!" The silver old dragon hurriedly shouted. "Don't be impatient. If we forcefully enter the Seven Stars Palace, not only will we be trapped by the trial's great array, we might even let the thief escape from the Seven Stars Palace. Then what do? Are we just going to watch?" The purple old dragon Aoliang was clearly the impulsive type of dragon. As he shouted loudly, his dragon body flashed with lightning bolts that wreaked havoc in the sea. The surrounding Seven Stars Palace was so frightened that they all retreated more than 1,000 zhang. The silver old dragon turned his head to look at the red old dragon and transmitted a message in a low voice. "Ao Xiao, currently in the Seven Stars Palace, the brilliance of the trial's great array has disappeared. The dragon's might and magnetic force produced when the great array was activated also didn't leak out. If I'm not wrong, that thief called Xiaohua should have already passed through the trial's great array." "Impossible." The red old dragon Ao Xiao shook his head with certainty. If the brilliance of the Seven Stars Palace had already disappeared before Aoxin activated the killing array, then Xiaohua could indeed have passed through the trial's great array. However, since he passed through the trial's great array, the Seven Stars Palace should have opened. The current situation is that the Seven Stars Palace hasn't opened yet. Aoxin has already activated the killing array. After the killing array, there's no movement in the Seven Stars Palace. The only possibility is Xiaohua has already used a Taoist spell to break the great array and is now directly entering the core of the Seven Stars Palace. That's what Aoshi said. He wants to snatch the metal and wood magnetic force. But there's something fishy about this. The silver old dragon smiled bitterly. If Xiaohua wants to snatch the metal and wood magnetic force, then so be it. But why did Ao Huan and the others also go in? This really makes us hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. Big Brother. The red old dragon Ao Xiao sneered. We don't know how Ao Huan, Ao Zhan, and Ao Wu went in, but they must have already died. As for the truth behind his death, it's not something we can guess. Moreover, AOG must have understood something. That's why he's standing there without saying a word. While speaking, Ao Xiao looked at the yellow old dragon opposite the Seven Stars Palace. That old dragon felt his gaze and looked over as well. He nodded slightly at Ao Xiao. AOG. The silver old dragon transmitted his voice. What should we do now? There's no need to know the details. That's the Dragon King's business. We just need to know the outcome. The yellow old dragon AOG answered without hesitation. Activate the dragon form array of the Seven Stars Palace and suppress everything inside. We'll wait for the Dragon King to return. Okay, this old man has the same plan. The silver old dragon nodded. Then he raised his head and roared. The sea water within 100 miles shook as if it was boiling.
Then the silver old dragon shouted, "General of the Southern Sea, listen to my order.
Set up the Overturn Oceans Array and surround the Seven Stars Palace." Yes, when the Southern Sea Great General heard the order, he raised his hand and took out a khaki-colored sea flag from the long bay.
He unfurled it in the sea, and tens of thousands of waves rippled out from the sea flag, covering an area of several thousand miles around the Seven Stars Palace.
Then, the Southern Sea Great General Aoxin said in a dignified voice, "Sea Clan, Dragon Generals, set up the Overturn Oceans formation." Woo-woo. The peaceful South Sea Dragon Palace was in an uproar again.
All kinds of sea clans and dragon generals followed the wave of the sea flags and moved towards their respective positions in a well-trained manner.
In less than 5 minutes, a solemn and powerful Overturn Oceans formation had been set up.
The formation was like a huge wave that converged from the outside to the inside, surrounding the Seven Stars Palace so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through.
"Let's activate the Dragon Form Array."
Seeing that the Southern Sea General had finished setting up the Overturn Oceans Array, the silver old dragon roared again and ordered,
"Great-grandfather." Aog was stunned when he heard that. He said in shock, "Aren't you going to enter the Seven Stars Palace and kill that damn Xiaohua? Perhaps. My 3 elder brothers still have a chance to survive." "That's right." The purple old dragon Aoliang was also puzzled. "Aou, us 4 dragons entering the Seven Stars Palace is still not enough to capture that Xiaohua? He's just a human with an 8th level essence power. I'd like to see how this bullshit human dares to call himself a dragon master." "Aoliang." The silver old dragon Aou replied indifferently. "We've already passed the age of fighting and killing. Why are you still as impulsive as Ao Qian? Don't you know what we're going to do now?" Hearing the silver old dragon say that he was impulsive, Aoliang couldn't help but want to jump up and refute. However, the yellow old dragon Aog said indifferently, "Aoliang, if you want to enter the Seven Stars Palace, then go ahead. We're about to activate the Dragon Form Array. We don't care about the lives of the Dragon Clan inside." Aoliang roared and created a few more thunderbolts in the seawater. Then, he waved his claw and took out an ancient crystal plate from the long bay. As he breathed out his dragon breath, the crystal plate turned into a dragon and pounced on the Seven Stars Palace. Seeing that Aoliang moved, Aog and the other 2 dragons also took out their crystal tokens and threw them into the Seven Stars Palace. Ao Qian's face was a little pale. He knew better than Aoliang that whether it was the silver old dragon Aou or the yellow old dragon Aog, their words had a double meaning. They clearly expressed their attitude. They didn't care about the truth of the matter. They only wanted to protect the stability of the Dragon Palace. All the details and decisions would be left to the Dragon King of the South Sea who hadn't appeared yet. Therefore, Ao Qian's wishful thinking of using the 4 consecrators to kill Xiaohua was not going to work. However, at this point, Ao Qian could no longer turn back. He could only clench his teeth and watch the crystal tokens fall on the 4 corridors of the Seven Stars Palace. Chapter 4309. The Seven Stars Palace originally had 7 pagoda-shaped halls as its core. However, at the place where the 4 crystal tablets landed, dragon scales suddenly appeared on the 4 long corridors. After the crystal tablets fused with the dragon scales, the 4 long corridors actually separated from the pagoda-shaped halls and formed 4 independent dragon shapes. However, these 4 dragon shapes slowly rotated in the center of the Seven Stars Palace. Roar! Aoliang's figure was the fastest. As soon as the 4 dragon figures came out of the palace, he immediately shrunk his dragon body and entered it. Just as Aoliang's dragon body entered the palace, the entire Seven Stars Palace shook once again. Of course, the shaking this time was not as intense as the previous Seven Stars Grand Formation. However, after this shaking, a powerful dragon aura rushed out of the Seven Stars Palace and directly entered the sea above the palace. A huge whirlpool gradually formed. This whirlpool was rather strange. It was huge just a moment ago, but after it formed, it shrunk again. In the end, it actually became like an ordinary python that stood upright above the Seven Stars Palace. Roar, roar, roar. Aou, Ao Xiao, and Aog, the 3 old dragons, also rushed into the dragon shapes. In just a short moment, 4 whirlpools appeared above the Seven Stars Palace. When the 4 whirlpools were formed, the 4 old dragons actually spun faster. The 4 whirlpools quickly mixed together and formed 4 overlapping layers.
Half of the whirlpool was hidden in the void and the other half was hidden in the sea.
It was like a hole that stood upright above the 7 Stars Palace. And at this time, all of the water element origin energy within 10,000 miles of the 7 Stars Palace condensed into thumb-sized crystal lights. Like fish swimming in water, they dove into the whirlpool. A power even greater than an ordinary tsunami was born within the whirlpool. When Ao Qian saw this terrifying power, his heart felt like it was dripping blood. Damn it, these 4 old dragons actually want to suppress Xiao Hua. If this array directly kills him, then even if Xiao Hua is a 9th grade essence force, he probably won't be able to survive. Sigh, this king still needs to think carefully about how to deal with father when he returns. If even these 4 old farts are suspicious, then it seems that royal father will be suspicious as well. There was a common saying, if you want to kill someone, you must first make them crazy. Although Ao Qian was from the dragon race, he really fell into this common saying of the human race. If one were to carefully ponder over the details of how he framed Xiao Hua, there was no lack of flaws in it. In fact, there were many places that were not even worth considering. Especially the matter of the 3 princes of the South Sea Dragon Palace chasing Xiao Hua into the 7 Stars Palace. However, Ao Qian had already been forced to this point. He no longer felt that there was anything wrong. He only wanted to make this lie as seamless as possible.
However, he did not know that the outcome had already been decided the moment he wanted to kill the 3 crown princes.
Just as Ao Shi was pondering over the flaws, a huge roar woke him up from his contemplation. Boom, boom, boom. The sea area within thousands of miles around the 7 Stars Palace trembled, as if the entire South Sea was sinking. The 4 vortexes fell one after another, and finally merged into one, which fell into the void of the 7 Stars Palace and disappeared. Along with the vortexes, the 4 old dragons disappeared. It was unknown whether they fell into the palace or the formation of the 7 Stars Palace. The rumbling sound grew deeper and deeper until it finally disappeared. The entire 7 Stars Palace gradually returned to normal.
Following that, the 100,000 members of the Sea Tribe who had besieged the 7 Stars Palace also returned to normal. Although the members of the Sea Tribe had already set up the Overturn Oceans formation, the moment the 4 vortexes rushed into the 7 Stars Palace, a vast force emerged from the palace and rushed into the Overturn Oceans formation. The formation formed by the 100,000 members of the Sea Tribe was directly flattened by the overflowing force. The members of the Sea Tribe understood the power of the dragon image formation that had completely rushed into the bottom of the sea.
Is it over? Ao Xin, the great general of the South Sea, looked at the 7 Stars Palace worriedly, and then looked in the direction of the Dragon Palace. He knew that even if the 4 old consecrators appeared, he would not dare to believe it. Only when the master of the South Sea Dragon Palace appeared would he be completely at ease. Sure enough, the silence only lasted for the time it took to eat a meal. Boom, boom, boom. Violent tremors came from the bottom of the sea. The 7 Stars Palace shook violently, and the tremors rushed out from the ground, causing the seawater to surge violently. As a member of the Sea Tribe, Ao Xin could not stand in the seawater. Ao Xion's face was ashen, and he could not help but look at Ao Qian. At this time, although Ao Qian's face was deathly pale, there was an indescribable expression in his eyes. This expression seemed to be understanding, ecstasy, and also helplessness. As for Xiao Hua, he had not yet seen the metal, wood, and magnetic elements, but he had already profited greatly. He unconsciously flew down into the space in high spirits. The space was different from before. The originally crystal-like seawater had disappeared, and there was not a single drop of water in the entire space. Moreover, the lower Xiao Hua flew, the more obvious the faint magnetic force became. Sensing the magnetic force that could kill people at will, Xiao Hua's heart was bursting with joy. Because he was afraid that there would be other dangers in the space, Xiao Hua did not dare to teleport, but his speed was still very fast. In just half the time it took to eat a meal, his divine sense had already sensed a layer of restriction that was as thick as the earth under the space. Moreover, this restriction did not prevent the metal and wood magnetic forces from passing through. Quite a bit of magnetic force entered the space in the darkness, flickering with silver-white and green-green colors. It seems that little bastard Ao Qian has some plans. Xiao Hua was a great formation master. Although his divine sense was confined in this great formation, when he scanned this great formation,
he saw that the magnetic force and the restriction had very tacitly merged together. He did not need to see the metal and wood magnetic forces in the light projection of the great god Shibai to immediately understand that the great formation he was in was definitely not a great formation that suppressed the metal and wood magnetic forces, but a great formation with the metal and wood magnetic forces as the core. If he thought of the great formation's might and the benefits that Fengwu obtained, Xiaohua knew that this great formation should be the location of the Dragon Clan's trial in the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. It might even be a sacred place to awaken the Dragon Clan's bloodline. Ao Qian deceived him to come here, so he must have some ulterior motives. However, as to what his ulterior motives were, Xiaohua already disdained to guess. All of his schemes and plots were like floating clouds in front of a money grubber, who was already at the 9th level of origin energy.
What is this?
Right when Xiaohua's figure descended and his divine sense swept through the grand formation in preparation to look for a flaw, he was suddenly stunned. Because right at the grand formation, the corpses of over 10 dragons were scattered on the metal and wood magnetic field. Dragon corpses were naturally treasures to the human race. Xiaohua did not hesitate at all. With a sweep of his divine sense, he was about to store these dragon corpses into the space. However, his divine sense merely swept past these corpses. When he saw that a few of the dragon corpses were still wearing crowns, Xiaohua smiled again. However, this smile was so cold. Xiaohua casually waved his hand and took one of the dragon heads with a purple gold crown in his hand. Looking at the eyes of the dragon head that died with remaining grievances, and then looking at the purple gold crown, he sneered and said, "Damn it, so that's how it is."
Ao Qian, this little bastard, had such an idea. He wants to make this Xiao a scapegoat?
This dragon head is probably the head of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace's crown prince. As the Southern Sea Dragon Palace's 4th crown prince, if Ao Qian wants to obtain the position of Dragon King, he must kill the crown prince, the 2nd crown prince, and the 3rd crown prince. The other 2 crown dragon heads should be the 2nd and 3rd crown princes. As for the other corpses, they should be the subordinates of the 3 crown princes. Like I said, how could there be dragon corpses in the trial array? The Southern Sea Dragon Palace would not let these dragon corpses explode like this. However, how could Ao Qian predict that this Xiao would come to the Southern Sea Dragon Palace today? Why would he need to predict? He probably already had this idea long ago. This Xiao just happened to be here at the right time. However, since you dare to have ideas about this Xiao, then don't blame this Xiao for being ruthless. I'll let you go for wool and come home shorn.
Thinking of this, Xiaohua's mind swept. He did not have the kind of scruples that Ao Qian thought he would have. He put all the dragon corpses into his space.
Then, his figure flew and looked at the great array. At this time, above Xiaohua's head, outside the 7 Stars Palace, the 4 old dragons of the Southern Sea fell into the dragon form great array. They used their own dragon might to stimulate the great array. The countless origin energy crystals turned into a vortex and fell into the void of the 7 Stars Palace. However, this vortex did not directly suppress Xiaohua like the 100,000 Sea Clan members thought. Instead, it first fell into the 3 dragon-shaped words inside the 7 Stars Palace. The 3 dragon shapes turned into dragons at this time. Carrying the might of the 4 vortexes and the power of the 4 old dragons, they rushed towards the bottom of the great array.
Xiaohua had just looked at the bottom of the great array.
Facing the great array that the Southern Sea Dragon Palace had set up for who knows how many years and how many times they had set it up, Xiaohua felt that it was a bit tricky. This restriction was like a hole and was as heavy as a mountain.
Where did it come from? Moreover, the restriction was mixed with metal and wood magnetic forces. Any restriction-breaking magic tool would be affected by this magnetic force. Ordinary restriction-breaking methods would not be effective. Just as Xiaohua was pondering about how to break the array, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the entire space. Along with this light, the 3 dragon-shaped characters that Xiaohua had seen when he entered the 7 Stars Palace seemed to have come to life. Roar! 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 3 dragon roars tore through the space. Every stroke that formed the 3 characters were entwined with dragon might and crystal light. These strokes stretched out like sleeping dragons, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards Xiaohua. As the 3 dragons swooped down, there was naturally a heaven-shattering, earth-shattering pressure.
Oh!
Xiaohua raised his head in surprise and looked at the 3 dragon forms pouncing towards him. Xiao Hua had previously seen the power of the Great Array destroying heaven and earth, exterminating Earth in the primitive continent. The power of these dragon forms was naturally far inferior to the Great Array set up by the happiness-absorbing heavenly devil. However, this kind of pressure was absolutely unstoppable in the space of the Seven Stars Palace's Great Array. This caused Xiao Hua to be a bit startled after being surprised. He hurriedly raised his hand and wanted to take out a magic treasure to resist. Chapter 43:10. At this moment, the three dragon forms underwent another change. After the first dragon form descended 1,000 feet, its entire body rapidly expanded. Streams of dragon breath mixed with multicolored light gushed out from the dragon patterns on its body. Within this multicolored light, the scenes of the Desolation Catalog that Xiao Hua had seen before flashed. The dragon's body instantly covered the entire space. A boundless aura was emitted from the dragon's body. That seemingly incomparably heavy pressure once again rushed out from this aura, and it was several times stronger than before. Looking at the second dragon form, at the same time as the first dragon form covered the entire space, it also gradually expanded. However, this dragon form did not emit multicolored light, nor did it emit any Desolation Catalog. Instead, it transformed into layers of turbid gas. This turbid gas fell into the void and quickly disappeared. Xiao Hua was naturally shocked. He quickly scanned with his divine sense, but he did not find any trace of the turbid gas. Just as Xiao Hua frowned, the turbid gas strangely appeared under his feet again. Like a thick layer of dust, it sprinkled onto the restriction that was previously as heavy as the earth. Not good. Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something, and he secretly cursed in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as the turbid energy descended onto the restriction actually started to condense into pieces, and then numerous enormous dragon scales appeared on it. In just a short moment, the entire restriction was like the body of an enormous dragon, and it even seemed like a thick and heavy piece of land. What shocked Xiao Hua the most was that this earth began to move towards the sky. A wave of pressure that was exactly the same as before was born at the same time. However, this time, the direction was completely different from before. Roar! The last dragon form's dragon roar was much louder than before. Moreover, as the dragon form pounced forward, the different dragon forms on the surface of the dragon form's body constantly changed. Every time they changed, the pressure and restrictive power would increase by a bit. When the dragon forms were clearly visible, the power of the heaven, earth, and dragon forms formation that the old silver dragon Aou spoke of was already several times stronger than before. Facing such a powerful formation, even a Dao sect cultivator like Xiao Hua, who was a 9th grade essence energy cultivator, had a change in expression. His hand that was about to take out a magic treasure from the space stopped on the spot. Xiao Hua understood in his heart that the best choice now was to flee and temporarily avoid the brunt of the attack. When the dragon image that represented the attack missed, he would then calmly deal with it. However, just as his figure was about to move, the entire space was strangely suffused with dragon patterns. These dragon patterns completely blocked the space, and the fluctuations within the dragon patterns even confined the space. Not to mention dodging, even flying a few feet became difficult for Xiao Hua. Damn it! Xiao Hua roared angrily. He rubbed his hands together, and thousands of lightning bolts were born from his hands. After destroying the dragon patterns near him, they turned into monstrous lightning and formed layers of lightning mist above his head. This lightning mist roared and attacked the dragon patterns, and even welcomed the descending dragon image. Whoa! The dragon shook its body slightly, and with a gust of wind, a small whirlpool appeared from the dragon's body. It spiraled toward the overflowing lightning mist. Speaking of which, it was quite strange. When the whirlpool descended, all the lightning mist suddenly stopped wreaking havoc and automatically flew towards the whirlpool. In fact, the small whirlpool even controlled all the lightning mist within the entire space. This dragon image actually has the power of a domain? Xiao Hua was truly stunned. At this moment, the dragon image seemed to have absorbed the lightning mist, and its aura increased greatly. Roar! A dragon roar that shook the space rang out again. The entire space was shaking, and Xiao Hua felt that his body could not stand stably within the space. Looking at the dragon image again, it suddenly accelerated its speed of descent. The sky formed by the dragon image in the sky and the earth formed by the dragon image under its feet were actually controlled by the dragon image. It pounced toward Xiao Hua with unparalleled power. It was as if the entire world was about to close in front of Xiao Hua. It was truly terrifying. Sensing that the space was becoming more and more sealed, and that his domain was being destroyed by the dragon image, Xiao Hua came to a realization. Damn it, this is trying to suppress this Xiao. It seems like Ao Qian wants to capture both the person and the stolen goods. However, at this point, not to mention the stolen goods, you can forget about even seeing the person. While speaking, Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the space. When the dragon image descended, countless dragon scales and dragon patterns had already surrounded the surroundings. In addition to the cage formed by the merging of heaven and earth, he coldly smiled, patted his own head, and said, "Where is the celestial? Evil dragon, don't be so rampant. I am coming." The celestial roared and flew out from Xiao Hua's body. Although the entire space was sealed by the dragon image formation, the celestial's body still flashed with a bronze brilliance. His body rapidly expanded, and in a short moment, he turned into a golden body that was thousands of feet tall. He waved his fist and smashed towards the dragon image that was pouncing toward him. The 4 old consecrators of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace activated the Heaven and Earth Dragon Great Array. Although their dragon bodies were guarding the top of the 7 Stars Palace and did not fall down, within the dragon image they formed, there were also their respective avatars. Seeing the celestial suddenly appear, the 4 consecrators within the dragon image were startled. Then, roar! The dragon image let out a provocative roar, waved its dragon claws, swung its dragon tail, and used the power of heaven and earth to fight the celestial. However, although the battle between the dragon image and the celestial tore the space into pieces, and there were continuous rumbles, the sealing of heaven and earth did not stop at all. It slowly pressed down on Xiao Hua. Humph. Xiao Hua coldly snorted again, patted his own head again and said, "Where is Wen Chu?" Boom. As Xiao Hua's voice fell, 5-colored qi rushed out, and Wen Chu's figure appeared from the qi with the 3-foot sword in his hand. As soon as Wen Chu appeared, he immediately perceived everything from Xiao Hua's mind. He slightly smiled, opened his mouth, and the Heaven and Earth Pagoda came out from his body. He said, "The Southern Sea Dragon Palace has the Heaven and Earth Dragon Great Array to suppress it, but I also have the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. Let's see if my human race's Heaven and Earth Pagoda can open this Heaven and Earth." The Heaven and Earth Pagoda fell into the sky, and when Chu opened his mouth again, the 5-colored qi turned into 5 clouds and rushed into the Heaven and Earth Pagoda. The Heaven and Earth Pagoda also let out a loud rumbling sound, and in the time it took to drink a cup of tea, it had turned into a giant pagoda. There is no noble qi in this space. How can this Confucian cultivator activate the imperial equipment? Aou's avatars in the dragon image whispered in surprise. The moment he was distracted, boom! The celestial punched the dragon image's abdomen. The dragon image trembled and was almost sent flying. Although the celestial was powerful, he could not resist the power of 4 dragon avatars and the dragon image. This first move gave him a chance to breathe under the suppression of the dragon image. Boom boom! The Heaven and Earth Pagoda and the Heaven and Earth Dragon Great Array finally came into contact, and the entire space let out 2 loud rumbling sounds. The seemingly unstoppable Heaven and Earth were stopped by the Heaven and Earth Pagoda just like that. How is this possible? Aou and the other 4 consecrators did not dare to disturb the avatars any longer. They all cried out in surprise from above the Great Array. Ao Liang's dragon body danced, and he clamored as he prepared to pounce down and kill Wen Chu. Damn it, where did this Confucian cultivator come from? How dare he go against the Southern Sea Dragon Palace? Let's see if I don't kill him. Ao Liang, shut up. Aou hurriedly stopped him. If you go, won't the Great Array collapse? Not to mention killing the Confucian cultivator, even Xiao Hua will escape. Damn it! Although Ao Liang had a bad temper, he knew the severity of the matter. He cursed angrily and then became obedient. Let's activate the Great Array. Aog sneered. Although the imperial equipment of this Confucian cultivator is powerful, that Confucian cultivator is also alone. We 4 dragons, plus the power of the Great Array, should definitely be able to defeat this imperial equipment. That's right, we only need to suppress it. There's no need to think about killing it. Aou echoed, and the 4 old dragons once again activated their dragon power. Creak creak. Although the Heaven and Earth Pagoda was powerful, Wen Chu alone was not comparable to 4 old dragons. In just a few breaths, the heaven and earth pagoda emitted an ear-piercing sound and began to shrink slowly. Wen Chu frowned and sent a sound transmission to Xiaohua below the heaven and earth pagoda. Fellow Immortal, I'm afraid I can't hold on for long. Fellow Immortal, I don't think you can hold on for long either. Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked at the ground thoughtfully. Hearing Wen Chu's reminder, he nodded and then looked up. Sure enough, the dragon image was abnormally fierce and had already entangled the celestial. Fellow Taoists, hold on for a while longer. Xiaohua seemed to already have a card up his sleeve. He raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror.
Under the urging of his spiritual power, a dazzling beam of light rushed out from the mirror and landed on the ground.
Boom!
Amidst the rumbling sound, the void that came into contact with the ground was forcibly opened by the Kunlun mirror.
Roaring dragon patterns and metal, wood, and magnetic forces swarmed out from inside. What is Xiaohua doing? Aog saw the void passage and was a little stunned. Is he trying to escape from the Great Array? But if he wants to escape, he should also go from another place. Oh no, this guy is going to attack the metal and wood magnetic forces. That's impossible. Aou was very puzzled. Xiaohua wants to get the metal and wood magnetic forces. It should be a lie made up by that little bastard Ao Qian. We dragons don't dare to get too close to the metal and wood magnetic forces. How can he, a human, do it? While the four old dragons were still in shock, Xiaohua's figure flashed, and he brought the Kunlun mirror with him into the tunnel in the void. Although the tunnel was filled with dragon patterns and metal and wood elemental magnetism, under Xiaohua's unparalleled lightning, they were all turned into ashes. Sure enough, this guy wants to escape. Ao Liang shouted. Let's do it quickly. He can't escape. Although Aog was a little puzzled, he still said confidently, the metal and wood magnetic forces space is also a part of the heaven and earth dragon image great array. Although we can't control the space there, if he can escape from the magnetic forces space, we can still suppress him. Besides, this old man doesn't believe he can escape from the metal and wood magnetic forces space. Chapter 43:11. Sure enough, as Aog said, in less than half a cup of tea's time, another beam of light strangely appeared in the void. Xiaohua's figure once again flew out of the beam of light, but he did not escape from the metal and wood magnetic space. However, looking at the slight smile on Xiaohua's face, Aog felt that he seemed to have miscalculated something and neglected something. He couldn't help but mutter, could it be? This guy is really thinking about the metal and wood magnetic space? Aog's guess ended here, because what happened next almost made his dragon jaw drop. How could he have time to think more? Xiaohua had just landed in the air when he raised his hand again. Buzz! A seal flew out from his hand. The seal was completely sealed in the space, but it still emitted a dazzling bronze brilliance. Although there was no Ing Luo, the coiling dragon on the seal, under the urging of the secret technique, rushed to the top of the space with the seal in its mouth. Before the seal got close, the force that wanted to break the dome of heaven had already scattered the dragon image on the other side of the sky. Boom! Then, Xiaohua threw out the Kunlun mirror again. Several fist-sized crystal lights fell on the mirror, and the whole Kunlun mirror produced a six-colored beam of light. This beam of light corresponded to the seal and rushed out from the other side of the heaven and earth pagoda. When it fell into the sky of the dragon image, it was like a solid pillar supporting the sky, firmly supporting the falling dome of heaven. This guy can actually control two magic treasures? Aog couldn't help but mutter. Xiaohua patted his head again. Boom! The power of the stars and moon gushed out, and Feng Wu appeared in the air with a faint smile on her face. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua bowed and said with a smile, to shoot a man, shoot the horse first, to capture the bandits, capture the leader first. Fellow Taoist Tian Dou's dragon image is the center of the formation. Please kill this dragon image first. Good. Feng Wu returned the salute and responded. She spread her wings, and the power of the stars and moon gushed out of her body. Feng Wu circled in the air and rushed toward the dragon image. Xiaohua himself, on the other hand, urged his spiritual power, and the heavenly law embodiment technique was displayed again. The whole golden body seemed to be splitting the sky and earth, and rapidly expanded in the space. Seeing Feng Wu attack, Aog was dumbfounded and shouted, How is this possible? The whole space has been sealed by the formation. Where did the power of the stars and moon come from? This demon race. Jie. Feng Wu spread his wings and swung down from the sky. Wherever the phoenix claw landed, the space within a radius of several kilometers was sealed by him. The dragon form sensed the extremely sharp wind and was unable to struggle free, and it let out a furious roar. The dragon claw rose from the shoulder of the celestial being that had already been torn to shreds and met Feng Wu's phoenix claw head-on. Boom! When the dragon claw and the phoenix claw collided, the space within a radius of several dozen miles shattered. Metal, wood, magnetism, and dragon runes gushed out, producing a loud explosive sound. Feng Wu's phoenix body was caught by the dragon claw and lost its balance, tumbling in midair. If Feng Wu, who had just become a great saint, was already in such a state, then how much better could Long Xiang be? The dragon form's body was also tumbling in the air, and its huge dragon tail swung in the air, trying to take advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack on Feng Wu. Pang! Another loud sound rang out, and the celestial being's fist struck the dragon tail. Jie. Feng Wu stabilized her body, opened her mouth, and spat out the power of the stars and moon. This power of the stars and moon ignored the distance and confinement of space, and blasted the dragon image's head with lightning speed. This attack was so sudden that the dragon image could not dodge in time, and its whole head was penetrated. The avatars of AOG and the other 3 old dragons were at the dragon's head. Feng Wu's attack defeated the avatars of the 4 old dragons, and AOG's whole body rolled in the 7 Stars Palace. He shouted in disbelief. How is this possible? Why is the power of the stars and moon of the demon race so powerful? The dragon image formation is in danger. Ao Liang shouted, let's urge the avatars. Yes, AOG, let's hurry. AOU was also shocked. If we don't urge the avatars and let the dragon image rely on its instinct, I'm afraid it will soon be defeated by this unknown demon race. AOG, of course, did not dare to be negligent. He hurriedly cooperated with the other 3 dragons and urged the dragon race's secret art to send the avatars into the dragon image again. But at this moment, the real fatal blow appeared. Xiao Hua, who was attacking the dragon image with all his strength, turned around very strangely. As he waved his hand, a golden light fell, and the soaring dragon scissors turned into a flood dragon. With a swing of the dragon's tail, the dragon image was neatly cut in half from head to tail. Seeing Xiao Hua's calculation, AOG sighed, alas, it's too late. It's too late. Ao Liang shouted, as long as our avatars descend, the dragon image can be restored in an instant. AOG did not answer Ao Liang's question, and AOU also said dejectedly, how can Xiao Hua give our avatars time to descend? Sure enough, before AOU's voice fell, a whirlwind rose in the space. The dragon image that had just been cut in half was swept up by the whirlwind, and half of it fell into Feng Wu's mouth. Seeing the huge dragon image being swallowed by Feng Wu, AOU couldn't help but feel an indescribable chill in his heart. He almost screamed in his heart. Ao Chen, this little bastard, what the hell is wrong with him? He actually dares to provoke a cultivator with such a background like Xiao Hua. The dragon image that was half swallowed by Feng Wu was obviously afraid of Feng Wu. It struggled to fly back to the formation, but at this time, how could the Celestials let it go? They blocked its escape with punches and kicks, waiting for Feng Wu to find time to devour the other half of the dragon image. We will guard the formation and not take the initiative to attack. AOU made a prompt decision. Don't ask for merit, just ask for no mistakes. Xiao Hua can't do anything to us. AOG watched Feng Wu and the Celestials work together to kill the dragon image, watched Wen Chu activate the Heaven and Earth Pagoda, and then watched Xiao Hua put away the soaring dragon shears with a smile. Finally, his gaze fell on the Kunlun mirror and the seal of turning the sea. And in his mind, the slightly panicked expression of Xiao Hua when the dragon image formation just appeared. At this time, he completely understood that Xiao Hua was not panicking at all. He was clearly showing weakness, probing the specific situation of the formation, and looking for the metal and wood magnetism space. Although AOG did not know what Xiao Hua did in the metal and wood magnetism space, AOG already knew that Xiao Hua must have done something, and he must have the confidence to take the metal and wood magnetism space from the dragon image formation. Moreover, AOG knew that what he saw was definitely just a glimpse of a leopard through a tube. It was definitely not all of Xiao Hua's methods. The defense that AOU mentioned might be a joke in Xiao Hua's eyes. Sure enough, just as Aou finished speaking, the 4 dragons once again activated their dragon power, wanting to strengthen the dragon image formation. Wen Chu, who had been controlling the heaven and earth pagoda without any movement, suddenly moved again. Clang! Wen Chu raised the 3-foot sword in his hand, and the flying sword let out a loud roar, and a cold light that made the 4 old dragons tremble with fear rushed out from the flying sword. As Wen Chu raised his hand and the sword fell, the sword light that could split open the sky split the void, and slashed towards the dragon image formation. Not good. Quickly. Seeing the sword light fall on the formation, the sky formed by the dragon image melted like snow. Aou was shocked and was about to tell Ao Liang and the others to be careful. Kacha! Another thunderous sound rang out, and Ao Liang's surprised voice sounded, This guy, this guy. Ao Liang said, this guy for a moment, and didn't say anything else. Obviously, he was shocked to death. Ao's dragon chin finally fell, because Xiao Hua, who was comparable to a celestial being, was waving his hands at this time, and a huge thunder light like a thunder sword slashed into the dragon image in the sky. The thunder was more powerful than Wen Chu's flying sword, and the sky within 1,000 miles was smashed into pieces, revealing the 7 Stars Palace outside the dragon image formation. Can't let them escape! Aou shouted, and the dragon chi around him surged, still wanting to rely on the power of the formation to stop Xiao Hua. Although Aou didn't refute Aou, he had already quietly spat out 4 words in his heart, wishful thinking. Sure enough, Xiao Hua didn't let Aou down. He pointed at the Kunlun mirror in the distance. Boom! The Kunlun mirror rushed out of the light beam again, and landed at the place where the flaw was hit by Xiao Hua just now. Under the light beam, the dragon chi couldn't repair it no matter how hard it tried. Xiao Hua made a move, and Feng Wu was not willing to fall behind. She opened her mouth again. Clang! Another sword chi pierced into the tip of the heaven and earth pagoda like lightning, and the heaven and earth pagoda made a roaring sound, pulled out of the restriction, and rushed to the dragon image in the sky. There's still me. The celestial being kicked the remaining half of the dragon image to Feng Wu's mouth, and with a roar, he punched the dragon image in the sky above his head. Seeing this, Xiao Hua also laughed and said, Good, 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 I will compete with you to see who is stronger. With that, Xiao Hua's Transcendence golden body also raised its fists and hit the edge of the Kunlun mirror's light beam as if it was burning the sky. Boom! The 4 old dragons could no longer hold on under the huge impact, and the dragon image in the sky instantly collapsed, revealing the entire space of the 7 Stars Palace in front of Xiao Hua again. Xiao Hua looked at the 7 tower-shaped halls that had already lost their luster, and then looked at the 3 large word 7 Stars Hall, that similarly did not have any dragon aura. He sneered and said, Since it's like this, we might as well go all the way. Haha, very good. At this time, Feng Wu had already swallowed the entire dragon image. She spread her wings and took the lead to fly out of the dragon image formation, and when she heard Xiao Hua's words, she spread her wings and rushed to the top of the 7 Stars Palace with the power of the stars and moon. Little Shang will also lend you a hand. Wen Chu put away the heaven and earth pagoda, and the noble chi around his body surged, and a huge sub-body came out of his body. Boom, boom. As the sub-body waved its fists, a pillar of noble chi came out of the void and crazily fell on the top of the 7 Stars Palace. Breaking bricks and removing tiles is my strong suit. The celestial being rushed out while stepping on clouds, and shouted loudly. His whole body curled up into a ball and rushed toward the 7 Stars Palace. Chapter 43:12. Boom! The entire 7 Stars Palace was shaking, and the entire seabed was shaking. The roof of the 7 Stars Palace suddenly rose up and down. The 4 old dragons that were originally hidden in the palace were no longer able to control the formation and their dragon bodies. Just as the 4 dragon-shaped corridors were revealed, their dragon bodies were also lifted up by the impact. Whether it was Ao Qian, Ao Xin, or even the 100,000 members of the sea race were all dumbfounded. They stared dumbfoundedly at the 4 consecrated dragon bodies floating in the sea like broken ribbons. As the 7 Stars Palace shook, the nearby Dragon Palace was also affected. We'll hold on. Aou's hysterical voice sounded. Although his voice was old, it was filled with dignity. Now, in the ears of the members of the sea race, it was filled with dejection and powerlessness. Although Aou said, hold on,
Everyone knew that the four old dragons would not be able to hold on any longer. Boom! In front of the 100,000 members of the sea race, the roof of the Seven Stars Palace blossomed with light. The seven tower-shaped palaces really flew up like the seven stars of the Big Dipper. They landed in the blue water that had already been turned into countless whirlpools by the tyrannical force. Although they were still in the shape of seven stars, they no longer had their previous might. Under the dispirited Seven Stars Palace, there were four even more dispirited old dragons. In the eyes of the 100,000 members of the sea race, the four old consecrated experts of the South Sea were almost invincible. Although they struggled to maintain their dignity, how could the four old dragons whose draconic force was almost exhausted compare to the attacks of Xianxia, the Celestial, and Wenchu? Their dragon bodies were like venomous snakes that had died in the winter, powerlessly curling up in the countless whirlpools. The South Sea Great General was truly shocked. The confidence he had in the four old consecrated experts instantly withered. His dragon claw was already tightly holding the Great General's command flag, but there was an indescribable sweat in his dragon claw. This was truly strange in the eyes of the dragons. Who is so bold? Who dares to cause trouble in my South Sea Dragon Palace? At this moment, a dignified voice came from the sea. This voice was very strange. It did not come from a single direction, but from every drop of water within 1,000 li of the Seven Stars Palace. It was as if countless voices were speaking at the same time. Then, a wave of aura swept over from the direction of the Dragon Palace like a stormy sea, instantly covering all the members of the sea race. Royal Father. Ao Qian was like a student who had studied hard for more than 10 years and was about to take the imperial examination. He had been scheming for so long, and now it was time to test it. As long as he passed this stage, the position of the Crown Prince of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace would be his. Of course, at the same time, there was also an indescribable bitterness in his mouth. He was very clear that if the South Sea Dragon King had returned a moment later, Xiaohua would have rushed out of the Seven Stars Palace and he would have fanned the flames at the side. Xiaohua might have flung his sleeves and left. That kind of situation might have been more advantageous to him. Unfortunately, the South Sea Dragon King had already arrived. He could only think about what he should say in his heart to deal with this unprecedented opportunity. The South Sea tribe was very familiar with the South Sea Dragon King's aura. Hearing that the Dragon King had returned, the courage that was previously defeated by Xiaohua was instantly reborn. Although they didn't dare to panic because they were facing a powerful enemy, the Sea tribe still roared, "Welcome back to the palace, Dragon King!" That resounding voice covered the sea within 1,000 miles. A fierce aura was born from the overturned ocean's great formation. Under this fierce aura, the chaotic sea currents above the Seven Stars Palace seemed to have calmed down a little. Following the cheers of the Sea tribe, clouds abruptly appeared from the source of the voice. These clouds were like light and shadow, like water vapor. In just a few breaths' time, they passed through the surging sea water that was struck by Xiaohua's strength and landed on the heads of the Sea tribe. The cloud swayed several times, and a dragon body wearing a bright yellow robe appeared from these clouds. However, this dragon body was rather fragmented. Some of the dragon's head was on a cloud, while some of the dragon's tail was on another cloud. When the dragon's head was on a cloud, a simple dragon crown was revealed. The golden light on the dragon crown scattered, and all the clouds gathered together. A complete South Sea Dragon King stood on a cloud once again. As soon as the South Sea Dragon King appeared, all the might from before was quickly withdrawn and gathered on the South Sea Dragon King's body. An imposing aura that made tens of thousands of people prostrate themselves was once again emitted from his dragon body that was only a few hundred feet long. Father! Grief appeared on Ao Qian's face. He hurriedly rushed over and shouted, "You're finally back. That's Xiao." Before he could finish speaking, the South Sea Dragon King's face that was covered by the golden light of the dragon crown flashed with a cold light. The dragon claw that was hidden under the Dragon King's robe flicked slightly, and Ao Qian was immediately imprisoned within 1,000 feet of him. Then the Dragon King waved his dragon claw in the sea, and a huge yellow shadow appeared out of thin air and landed on the Seven Stars Palace. It immediately suppressed the multicolored light that rushed out. Then, thousands of dragon patterns crazily surged out from the shadow. Buzz! The sea water in the Seven Stars Palace immediately condensed. Woo! The sea water within a few hundred miles turned into a dragon claw and smashed towards the Seven Stars Palace. The South Sea Dragon King sneered and said, "Since you dare to cause trouble in my South Sea Dragon Palace, why don't you dare to report your name?" Ao Qian was instantly restrained by the South Sea Dragon King, and he was so scared that his liver and guts were torn apart. When he heard the Dragon King's question, his heart immediately relaxed. He thought to himself, "Damn it, so father was afraid that Xiaohua would take out the name of the Dragon Master, so he didn't let me speak." At this moment, Xiaohua originally wanted to rush out of the Seven Stars Palace. When he heard the dragon races roar and saw the seawater condensing into a huge force and smashing down, how could he not know that the South Sea Dragon King, Ao Tsongda, had returned? His figure slightly stagnated, and his eyes turned a few times. He raised his hand and patted the top of his head. Ka-cha-cha! Lightning spurted out from the top of Xiaohua's head. This lightning condensed into the shape of a palm that was several hundred miles in size and grabbed towards the dragon claw. Rumble! Another sound like the collapse of a mountain, and the earth resounded. The 100,000 members of the sea race were already numb to this sound. They only stared blankly as the lightning clashed with the dragon claw and were annihilated at the same time. Within the several thousand miles of sea area, countless cracks appeared in the void. Not only did the seawater fall in, but there were also void fluctuations rushing into the seawater, causing even more explosions. "How dare you, human!" Ao Tsongda's face was filled with astonishment. However, he still didn't let Xiaohua speak. The dragon claw stretched forward and became 1,000 feet long, slapping towards the Seven Stars Palace. This claw was different from the previous one. A mysterious spatial force was born from the dragon claw. Not only did it penetrate the water, it also triggered the earth dragon form that Xiaohua didn't break. In an instant, the magic power around Xiaohua's body froze. The nascent soul in his lower dantian gave birth to a feeling of suffocation. It was as if all the divine abilities related to Taoist spells were sealed. Strange. Xiaohua was somewhat stunned. He thought to himself, "Is this old Dragon King retarded? Why is he acting like the 4 old consecrators? He wants to show off his power as soon as he comes up. Could it be that they don't want to know the truth?" Whoosh! While Xiaohua was puzzled, a sword light soared into the sky from the Seven Stars Palace. It was like the rising sun, and no darkness could block its dazzling brilliance. Ao Tsongda's sealing force was suddenly split in half by this sword light. The sword light even broke through the imprisonment of the dragon claw and fell on top of Ao Tsongda's dragon claw. Clang! A golden sound resounded. The dragon claw slightly trembled and immediately retracted. From the Seven Stars Palace, Wen Chu flew out along with the sword light. "Damn old dragon!" The celestial scolded and also flew out. His bronze fist struck the sea. With a loud bang, the sea that was not completely shattered before was once again shattered into pieces. Countless tiny whirlpools swarmed out. Jie! But with a phoenix cry, the power of the stars and the moon carried the phoenix parasol out. The phoenix parasol's phoenix eyes were like lightning, sweeping across the South Sea Dragon King Ao Tsongda. That sharp gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the golden light of the dragon crown, causing Ao Tsongda's dragon eyes to slightly shrink. The sea race within 1,000 li were still fine, but the group of dragons all trembled. An unspeakable fear involuntarily arose in their hearts, as if this phoenix was the natural enemy of the dragon race. Ao Tsongda. After the phoenix parasol, Xiaohua walked out of the Seven Stars Palace step by step. Like there was a huge staircase in the sea, Xiaohua's golden body had already slowly converged, turning into an ordinary human form. He said, "Look, who am I?" Seeing Xiaohua walk out, the South Sea Dragon King Ao Tsongda had no choice but to stop his attack. His gaze swept across Xiaohua's surroundings, the 4 old consecrators who had already returned to normal, and he said, "You look like a human cultivator. However, in this king's impression, it seems that I have never seen an expert with such profound cultivation like you who doesn't know the rules." Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed. Looking at the extremely eye-catching reddish-yellow dragon horn on top of the South Sea Dragon King's head, and then looking at the face covered by the golden light of the dragon crown, he sneered in his heart. He had just understood that Ao Tsongda didn't allow him to speak, not because he didn't want to know the truth. It was because he wanted to understand the truth too much. He wanted to take the initiative in this matter in his own hands. With the title of Dragon Master, how could he ask? Only by taking him down without waiting for him to speak. Could Ao Tsongda be at ease to find out the truth of the matter? Unfortunately, how could Xiao Hua put his own life in the hands of a dragon? Even if he was the Lord of the South Sea. I am Dao Sex Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't take the meaning of Ao Tsongda's words to heart, and only proudly replied, 200 years ago, in the Dragon Island's Dragon Palace Hall, I was favored by 11 elders and was bestowed with the title of Dragon Master. I don't know if His Majesty the Dragon King has any impression of it? See. Ao Tsongda sucked in a breath of cold air and said in surprise, Dragon Master? You are Xiao Hua, Dragon Master Xiao. Ao Tsongda's tone was so surprised that it made Xiao Hua's heart startled. He nodded slightly and said, Yes, I am Xiao Hua.
Chapter 43:13.
Well, back then, Dragon Island told the entire dragon race, including my South Sea Dragon Palace, that there was a dragon master in my dragon race. And there was also a video, but it has been more than 200 years, this king doesn't have a deep impression of it. Ao Tsongshu didn't deny it and said, Today, when you mentioned it, this king just remembered. Moreover, you look exactly the same as in the video. It doesn't seem wrong. Well. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and didn't say anything, waiting for Ao Tsongshu's, but. Sure enough, Ao Tsongshu changed the topic and said with some puzzlement. But, Dragon Master Xiao has never come to my South Sea, this king has never seen Dragon Master Zhao's original appearance. Moreover, this king heard that the magic of Taoism is profound. It's not difficult for a person to transform into another person. This king is not a human. It's not easy to distinguish whether you are the real Dragon Master Xiao or not. Oh, isn't there a saying in the human race, words have no proof? Does Dragon Master Xiao have any proof? Damn it. Xiao Hua couldn't help but curse. He already knew that the dragon race was cunning, and now that he saw the leader of a group of cunning dragon kings, he was naturally prepared. But after listening to Ao Tsongshu's reasonable quibble, he was helpless in his heart. That day in the Dragon Palace, Ao Jia clearly said that the title of Dragon Master was an empty title. It was set up for the stability of Dragon Island and even the dragon race. Where did he get the proof? Besides, even if Dragon Island gave him proof after the announcement, he was already forced into the heavenly prison at that time. How could he get the proof? Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, Ao Tsongshu smiled and waved his dragon claw. Since you can't prove that you are Dragon Master Xiao, then don't blame this king. Before Ao Concrete could finish his words, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. The great elder of Dragon Island, Ao Jia, did not give him the Dragon Master certificate in front of the second elder, Ao Yi, and the others. However, when Xiao Hua transferred a drop of dragon cleansing liquid to him through Ao Shang, he specifically asked Ao Shang to give him a dragon shell. There was nothing else in the dragon shell except for the heavenly dragon language technique. Xiao Hua did not believe that a great elder who commanded all the cunning dragons would not do anything to the dragon shell. So without waiting for Ao Concrete to finish speaking, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out the long bay. The dragon shell was in Xiao Hua's hand. At first, there wasn't any strange phenomenon. It was exactly the same as when Xiao Hua looked inside Bay 1. However, in just a few breaths of time, a dragon pattern suddenly appeared on the simple dragon crown on Ao Tsongda's head. That dragon pattern rushed into the dragon shell in Xiao Hua's hand like a moth to a flame. Ew! A dragon's roar came from the dragon shell. Following the dragon's roar, the dragon shell flew out from Xiao Hua's hand. Woo-woo! The entire dragon palace was filled with the sound of wind and clouds. Strands of dragon chi flew out from the dragon palace and landed on the dragon shell. In an instant, a dragon crown emitting crimson light appeared from the dragon shell. Crimson. Crimson dragon crown? Ao Tsong was stunned. He stretched out his dragon claw a few times, but did not dare to do so. A pair of dragon eyes looked at the crimson dragon crown on Xiao Hua's head with a responsible expression. Swish! The crimson dragon crown fell. An indescribable dragon chi washed over all the sea race and dragon clan like water. Ao Tsongda's face, which was originally covered by the golden light of the dragon crown, was also revealed. Even a feeling of prostration and reverence was born from the bottom of all the dragon clan's hearts. Damn Dragon Island! Ao Tsongda cursed. He tried his best to urge his dragon chi to resist the power of the dragon master from the crimson dragon crown. Seeing the brilliance of the dragon crown on Ao Tsongda's head disappear,
Xiaohua asked indifferently. Ao Tsongda, do you have any other questions? No special expression could be seen on Ao Tsongda's ferocious dragon face. However, after a moment, Ao Tsongda lifted his dragon claw and brushed it at his waist. A palm-sized dragon seal appeared. That dragon seal had just appeared. Boom boom. The surrounding seawater exploded. Countless vast chi pillars fell from the void and frantically collided with the dragon seal. Immediately after, countless inscription carvings flew out from the dragon seal. These inscription carvings flew in an extremely rhythmic manner in the seawater. In a few breaths, they transformed into an earthy yellow dragon avatar that coiled on the dragon seal. Traces of clouds gushed out from the inscription carvings on the dragon avatar's body. In this misty cloud, a myriad of immortal palaces faintly appeared. Ah! Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He looked at the dragon seal in Ao Tsongda's hand with a stupefied expression. The immortal palaces on the dragon seal were on par with the scarlet dragon crown on his head. Not only could it allow Ao Tsongda to face him directly, even the 100,000 sea race and dragon generals that besieged the Seven Stars Palace had lost their reverence for him. Ao Tsongda proudly looked at the dragon seal in his hand. The dragon avatar on the dragon seal slowly swam. He looked at Xiaohua and said, Xiaohua, my dragon palace is not the dragon island's guardian general. It is impossible for us to not dare to act rashly just because of Dragon Master Zhao's title. Didn't the human race often say that the general is outside and the monarch's orders cannot be obeyed? Dragon Master Xiao bullied my southern sea dragon palace like this. This king wants an explanation from Dragon Master Xiao. Damn it! Xiaohua looked at the dragon seal in Ao Tsongda's hand. At first he was astonished, but then he understood. He still fell into the scheme of Ao Jia, that old fox that was even more cunning than a 10,000 years old fox. This Dragon Master Zhao's title was not just a title. It was even more real than the title of Dragon King of the Four Seas. This so-called Scarlet Dragon Crown was probably used to suppress the Dragon Crown of the Four Seas. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to appear in front of the Dragon King's Dragon Crown. Moreover, Xiaohua also faintly felt that the Dragon Island probably already knew that the Dragon Palace had been stationed outside for many years. They held their own troops and refused to obey the orders of the Dragon Island. Perhaps they colluded with the Immortal Palace. But the Dragon Island did not have a suitable excuse and evidence, so they used his Dragon Master Zhao's title to probe. However, he was coincidentally forced into the heavenly prison. This Scarlet Dragon Crown did not appear for 200 years. On the contrary, 200 years later, he accidentally came to the Southern Sea Dragon Palace and also accidentally encountered Ao Qian's disobedience. Only then did the Scarlet Dragon Crown's true face was revealed. And Ao Tsongda should have already known the meaning of Dragon Master Zhao's title. This was precisely the place where he caused trouble. Sigh. Xiaohua thought so much. He looked at the distant Ao Qian again and said inwardly, like father like son, huh? Immediately, Xiaohua made an action that puzzled Ao Tsongda. He raised his hand and took off the Scarlet Dragon Crown from his head. He said with a bitter smile, Immortal friend Ao, this Xiao really did not expect that there were so many schemes behind this Dragon Master Xiao. If this Xiao had known earlier, this Xiao would never have accepted this title. Although the Scarlet Dragon Crown was now in Xiaohua's hand, it did not transform into a dragon shell. It was still a Scarlet Dragon Crown that was flashing with red light and overflowing with dragon qi. Ao Tsongda narrowed his eyes and watched Xiaohua put away the Scarlet Dragon Crown. Then, he pondered a little and also put away the dragon seal. However, the dragon crown on top of Ao Tsongda's head no longer emitted golden light to cover Ao Tsongda's face. Ao Tsongda glanced at the damaged Seven Stars Palace and asked indifferently, Since your excellency does not put on airs as Dragon Master, this king is also willing to have a good chat with your excellency. However, before that, can your excellency tell this king why your excellency destroyed the trial array of my Southern Sea Dragon Palace? Why did you injure 4 of my Southern Sea Dragon Palace's consecrators? Why did you push down my Seven Stars Palace? Xiaohua touched his nose and looked at Ao Tsongda with interest. He said with a smile, What did Ao Qian say in the message to His Majesty? What he said is not important. Ao Tsongda simply opened the window and spoke frankly. He did not deny the fact that he already knew Xiaohua's identity as Dragon Master. He said, This king wants to hear your excellency's explanation. All right. Xiao Hua sighed, his head hurt.
He did not like to fight, but every time he seemed to be forced to the edge of a fight, he had no choice but to fight. Then Xiao Hua explained the ins and outs of the matter, and finally asked meaningfully, "This Xiao has finished, I don't know if your majesty believes it?"
Ao Tsongda narrowed his eyes and seemed to be listening to Xiao Hua's explanation. He also seemed to be sizing up Feng Wu, Tian Ren, and Wen Chu behind Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua asked, he shook his head slightly and said, "You escaped into the metal and wood magnetic space to take a look. You knew that you might have been schemed against by Ao Qian, so you came out. Then, you saw the dragon suppressing you, so you fought back? Do you think this king can believe this?" "If it was me, I'm afraid I can't believe it either." Xiao Hua touched his nose again.
Other than the corpses of the dragons and the blood essence he dripped into the metal and wood magnetic field, he did not hide anything.
But even if it was the truth, Xiao Hua himself did not believe it. So how could he make Ao Tsongda believe it? Xiao Hua said helplessly, "You might as well ask Ao Qian again. After all, this Xiao also does not know why he led this Xiao into this 7 stars palace. This Xiao does not think that he will hate this Xiao because of the experience in the stacking jade legacy realm." Ao Qian. What the hell is going on? Ao Tsongda opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. The dragon chi that imprisoned Ao Qian immediately disappeared. Ao Qian immediately cried and threw himself at Ao Tsongda, shouting, "Father, you are going to take revenge for 3 brothers." Ao Tsongda's expression did not change. He slightly raised his dragon claw and helped Ao Qian up. At the same time, he stopped him from approaching and asked, "Don't worry, whoever killed my dragon palace's prince, this king will make him pay with blood. No matter if he is an elder of the Dragon Island or an immortal official of the Immortal Palace." Although Ao Tsongda's tone was indifferent, the hatred in his words was almost monstrous. A feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on him was born from the bottom of Ao Qian's heart. Ao Qian's heart trembled. He repeated what he had said to the South Sea's great general Ao Xian. At the same time, he added more details. Finally, he raised his dragon claw and said, "Father, this boy only knows this. This thief who pretended to be a dragon master injured the boy and rushed into the 7 stars palace to snatch the metal and wood magnetic field. In order to take revenge for the boy and prevent this thief from snatching the metal and wood magnetic field, my 3 brothers hugged the training ground of my South Sea Dragon Palace's descendant and rushed into the 7 stars palace, and were killed by this thief." "Ao Qian, are you telling the truth?" Ao Tsongda's tone was as cold as ice. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Ao Qian's heart. Chapter 43:14. Facing the incomparable pressure, Ao Qian clenched his teeth and replied, "Boy, every word is true. Boy is willing to swear to the dragon ancestor that if boy..." "No need." Ao Tsongshu stopped Ao Qian and looked at Xiao Hua, asking, "Where are my 3 poor boy?" Xiao Hua shrugged with an innocent face and said curiously, "Didn't this Xiao say it clearly just now? This Xiao entered the 7 stars palace alone and no dragons chased after me. Moreover, this Xiao doesn't know the 3 princes of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace and doesn't know what they look like." "Thief, you're lying." Ao Qian scolded. "My 3 brothers chased you into the 7 stars palace, how could you not know?" "Do you have any evidence?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. Ao Qian said exasperatedly, "What evidence do you need? My Southern Sea Dragon Palace's dragon generals all saw you. You came out in my big brother's carriage. If my big brother didn't agree, who could use his carriage? I don't know whose carriage I sat in. I only know that you gave me a token and invited me into the 7 stars palace." Xiao Hua took out the token as he spoke. "That's because you stole my token," Ao Qian said anxiously. "Moreover, you must have killed my 3 poor brothers and their subordinates in the 7 stars palace and destroyed their corpses. Amen, even if you didn't destroy their corpses, you still put their corpses into your Chengkuan bag. If you have no ulterior motives, do you dare to take out your Chengkuan bag for my royal father to check?" "Humph, with this old man's status, how can I let you search my body?" Xiao Hua sneered. "Moreover, if this old man wanted to kill a 7th grade essence power dragon, why would I need to destroy their corpses?" "So you're saying that you're not going to take out any evidence?"
Ao Tsongshu withdrew the dragon might that was pressuring Ao Qian and looked at Xiao Hua, asking coldly. If you don't have any evidence, I'm afraid that you won't be able to clear your name. Don't blame this king for being impolite. Seeing the heavy pressure on his body suddenly disappear, Ao Qian was overjoyed. He knew that his royal father already believed him and was ready to attack Xiao Hua with all his might. However, he still looked at Xiao Hua with anger and grief on his face. Impolite? Xiao Hua looked around and laughed loudly. Just based on your motley crew of 100,000? With just 4 old dragons like you? Do you think I can't walk out of your South Sea Dragon Palace without the Scarlet Dragon Crown? Ha ha! Ao Tsongshu raised his dragon claw slightly, and the 100,000 members of the sea tribe slowly retreated. At the same time, in the sea water around the Dragon Palace, the water shimmered, and countless members of the sea tribe appeared from the light and shadow. Layers of matrices were activated, and waves of water overflowed with Dharma power extended into the distance. Millions of murderous weapons appeared around the 7 Stars Hall. Hiss! Xiao Hua's complexion changed, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. Ao Tsongda retracted his smile and said indifferently, although you have 3 9th-grade elemental energy friends, my Dragon Palace has 4 9th-grade elemental energy old consecrators. When this king activates the South Sea Order, all the 9th-grade dragons in the South Sea Dragon Palace will appear. Also, do you think the 4 of you can escape from my South Sea Dragon Palace's Overturn Oceans formation? Speaking up to here, Ao Tsongda paused for a moment and said, you also said it clearly just now. When you came in, you were alone, but now you have 3 friends helping you. Presumably, the Long Bei or Chenkuan bracelet in your hands also has the corpses of other humans, or my dragon clan. If you can return the corpses of my 3 boy, maybe this king will consider giving you a dignified death. If today's matter is not spread out. Damn it! Xiao Hua said angrily, Ao Tsongda, what does this have to do with this Xiao? This is just a dispute between the princes of your dragon palace fighting for the dragon throne. This Xiao just happened to be there. This Xiao did see a few corpses in the 7 Stars Hall, but these corpses are definitely not this Xiao's doing. If you don't believe me, you can use the soul-searching technique on Ao Qian. With the soul-searching technique, everything will be clear. Saying that, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and more than 10 dragon corpses fell into the sea. Among them, there were a few crowns on the heads of the dragons. When he heard Xiao Hua suggest that his father search the soul, Ao Qian was shocked again. Then when he saw Xiao Hua give out more than 10 familiar corpses, Ao Qian was happy again. As long as the corpses were taken out by Xiao Hua would not be able to defend himself. However, when Ao Qian saw these corpses clearly, he was slightly stunned. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly laughed sinisterly. His large hand scooped up the sea, and a huge domain power turned into the shape of a palm, imprisoning Ao Qian out of thin air. That cold and incomparably bewitching voice sounded in Ao Qian's ears. Ao Tsongda, since you are unwilling, then let this Xiao use the soul-searching technique? I will definitely give you the truth. Feeling Xiao Hua's unparalleled magic power, Ao Qian's heart turned cold again. He shouted desperately, Father, quickly save the boy. Everything Xiao Hua said is fake. These corpses are also deceiving Father. Nonsense. Xiao Hua's voice sounded like a god. This is what this Xiao encountered in the 7 Stars Palace. How could it be fake? Father. Ao Qian shouted hysterically. Big Brother and the others were split in half by Xiao Hua using a magic tool. Their heads fell off, and these corpses were all connected together. Just as he said this, Ao Qian suddenly woke up. His face was incomparably pale as he looked at Xiao Hua, and his entire dragon body was trembling. Hee, that's right. Xiao Hua withdrew his soul technique and magic, and said with a smile. The 3 princes and many dragon generals were all beheaded by this Xiao using a magic tool. You didn't enter the 7 Stars Palace. So how did you know? My throat was almost cut by your magic tool, and my abdomen was injured when I tried my best to dodge. Naturally, I thought you. Ao Qian said until here, and was unable to continue. His nervous heart finally collapsed, and his entire dragon body collapsed in the sea, as if his dragon bones and dragon tendons were taken away by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua smiled faintly, looked at Ao Gueshan, and said, Ao Gueshan, do you understand? However, when Xiao Hua's voice came out, he immediately sensed something strange. He scanned with his divine sense, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. This was because all of the oceanic species and dragon generals were glaring at him with fury in their eyes.
Not a single one of them was looking at Ao Qian.
Through his divine sense, Xiao Hua had already sensed a profound restriction enveloping the surrounding space. With Xiao Hua's divine sense, he didn't know when it was set up. Sure enough, he heard Ao Guashan coldly reply. Thief, this king naturally saw it. It was you who killed the 3 princes of my southern sea dragon palace, and more than 10 of their subordinates. You also threatened the 4th prince of my southern sea dragon palace, and wanted to kill him as well. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua looked at the corpses in front of him, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he put them into the space and laughed loudly. Ao Guashan, so you already had a plan in your heart.
In the end, you just wanted to save your southern sea dragon palace's face, and pushed this matter to this Xiao. Previously, this Xiao was still sighing, like father like son, but now it seems that this is indeed the case. You have to think carefully. I hope you won't regret today's decision in the future.
Xiao Hua. Ao Guashan was not moved, and said indifferently, as the Dragon Master, you relied on Dragon Island as your backing, and ignored my Dragon Palace of the 4 seas. Today, you even used the excuse of stealing metal and wood to kill the 3 princes of my southern sea dragon palace, leaving my southern sea dragon palace without a suitable descendant to take over the dragon throne.
What intentions do you have? Who instructed you to do this?
If you honestly confess, my Dragon Palace of the 4 seas will give you a chance to redeem yourself, otherwise. Don't blame my Dragon Palace of the 4 seas for being ruthless and capturing you to the Immortal Palace.
See.
Hearing this, Xiao Hua's teeth hurt. For Dragon Palace of the 4 seas. In an instant, Xiao Hua understood a lot more.
He smiled bitterly.
Ao Guashan didn't just know the truth of the matter. This guy already knew what had happened when he received Ao Qian's message.
Why didn't he rush back from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace earlier? He was probably using this time to discuss with the other 3 Dragon Kings.
Ao Qian's brother-killing scheme was fully used by them, using his identity as the Dragon Master to frame him to the end. Not only did they want to frame him for killing the 3 princes of the Southern Sea, Zhen Sheng also wanted to use him to negotiate with Dragon Island, and use him to provoke a fight between Dragon Island and the Immortal Palace, so that the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas could obtain the greatest benefits.
As for Ao Qian, he was just a clown. After he was captured, he would definitely be killed.
Of course, Ao Qian's ending was a great life, a glorious death, and he would probably go down in infamy for thousands of years. Xiao Hua was so angry that he laughed. He looked around and said with a smile, Ao Guashan, no wonder you don't regret it. So this Overturn Oceans formation is no longer the Overturn Oceans formation. It has already turned into the 4 seas formation.
3 Dragon Kings?
Quickly show yourself. Let me see which 4 dragons are thick-skinned enough to be the master of the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas.
How dare you?
From the eastern position, a silver-white dragon aura rushed into the sea region. Within the silver-colored radiance, a majestic old dragon wearing dragon armor and a dragon crown appeared. The silver-white dragon horn on top of this old dragon's head looked very eye-catching. The moment that old dragon revealed himself, he immediately berated, Scoundrel, as the Dragon Master of my Dragon Island, why don't you use your dragon power to do dragon affairs? You actually wanted to kill the descendant of my dragon race and snatch my Dragon Palace's dragon throne? If I don't capture you and bring you to the Dragon Palace, how can I see your filthy thoughts? How can I cut off the black hand that has infiltrated my Dragon Palace? Xiao Hua smiled slightly, looked at the old dragon and asked abruptly, You are the master of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Ao Qian, right? I thought you would say, Thief, you actually dared to disguise yourself as Dragon Master Xiao and come to the Southern Sea Dragon Palace to stir up trouble. But I didn't expect you to immediately recognize me as Dragon Master Xiao.
You really disappoint me. Chapter 43:15.
Ao Qian stood there with a majestic aura. The silver-white dragon chi spread rapidly in the sea. The dragon race in the east prostrated themselves before the dragon chi, and the several 100,000 sea tribe members prostrated themselves in worship. Ao Qian turned a deaf ear to Xiao Hua's question, and a cold expression appeared in his eyes as he looked down at Xiao Hua.
Shameless thief!
On the west side of Ao Qian, a fiery voice boomed like thunder. It was the West Sea Lord Ao Hong who had appeared after Xiao Hua had released the Grand Mist Ancestor from the sea eye. He was also clad in scarlet battle armor as he stood above the sea tribe. Ao Hong looked at Xiao Hua and scolded, "When this king heard that you risked your life to kill Long Sea on the Dragon Island and saved my Four Seas dragon race, I praised you and thought you were a chivalrous person. Although you were conferred the title of Dragon Master, many of the West Seas dragon race were dissatisfied and wanted to find trouble with you. This king persuaded them and said good words for you. But I didn't expect you to be such a heartless person, coveting the Four Seas Dragon Palace so much. Everything that happened before was just a show between you and Ao Shang, right? You're really sorry for the trust this king had in you that day." Ao Qian's figure appeared, and his scarlet dragon horns dyed the sea red. The dragon chi that was as brilliant as the sunset was especially beautiful, and it enveloped the west side. However, this scarlet dragon chi was the same as the silver-white dragon chi. When it was about 1,000 zhang in front of Xiao Hua, it stopped and surrounded Xiao Hua. Whether it was the scarlet dragon chi or the silver-white dragon chi, there were countless dragon runes inside. Each dragon rune was like a small flood dragon, full of power. Xiao Hua smiled and turned to look at Ao Hong. He asked, "Ao Hong, this Xiao risked his life to save the Four Seas Dragon Palace's dragon race in the stacked jadeite relic realm, and it's just a few words of trust in your mouth? If you're willing to abandon this trust because of a few words of suspicion, I think this kind of trust this Xiao doesn't care, this kind of trust is not worth anything." Damn it! The West Seas Dragon King, Ao Hong, who had been at the top for a long time, roared, and scarlet flames rushed out from his body, burning the sea within 100 li. "Second brother, don't worry." In the north opposite Ao Tsongda, an emerald green dragon chi gushed out, and a cold voice came from the dragon chi. Then, he looked at the area where the dragon aura had spread for hundreds of kilometers. First, there were tiny popping sounds. Then, strange seeds the size of a thumb began to sprout. Every sprout was in the shape of a dragon. It seemed that every sprout was the source of the sound. When Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the center of these green sprouts, a simple and unadorned dragon crown was revealed. A pair of emerald green dragon horns exuded the majesty of the dragon race. The green sprouts gathered towards the dragon horns. In the blink of an eye, the North Sea Dragon King Aogo's figure, clad in an emerald green dragon robe, emerged from the green sprouts. Aogo roared. "The North Sea Dragon Palace is absolutely irreconcilable with Xiao Hua. If you want to fight, let me do it first. If I don't grind his bones to dust, I won't be able to quench the hatred in my heart." Another ungrateful bastard. Xiao Hua looked at Aogo. Though he'd never seen the North Sea Dragon King before, when he thought of what he'd encountered in Feather Spirit Bay, Yuan Ya's encounter in the arena, and what he'd seen on the dragon boat, he couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust. A cold light flashed through his eyes as he unceremoniously rebuked, "I saved a descendant of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas in the stacked emerald relic realm of Dragon Island. Even Dragon Island was grateful. So why should the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas be grateful to me? Ao Zhang and the other dragon generals of the North Sea Dragon Palace weren't killed by me. What kind of irreconcilable hatred do I have for the North Sea Dragon Palace? Didn't I ruin Ao Jing's wishful thinking and take away Jianghu of the Heavenly Abode River? The dragons of the Three Rivers and Four Seas were born from the same root. You all killed your own bloodline and committed despicable acts. How can you still have the face to slander me?" Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua looked at the South Sea Dragon King Ao Shueguang again. He raised his hand and pointed at Ao Qian, who was paralyzed on the ground. He said, "Don't blame Ao Qian for killing his three brothers. The dragons of your dragon palace have always been so cruel and against the laws of nature. You all have no right to blame Ao Qian. I want you to quickly wash your ass clean and give him the throne of the South Sea Dragon Palace. He's already surpassed his master." Immediately after, Xiao Hua chanted righteousness. His imposing manner was like a rainbow. His voice was like a heavenly sound that rippled through the sea for thousands of li. "I am the master of the dragons. You all didn't respect me and instead worshipped me. What is the reason for this? Even if you all turned to the Immortal Palace and got close to the Confucian cultivators, this kind of disregard for the great Tao of Scripture and goes against the laws of nature, isn't that what the Confucian cultivators despise? In the past, Dragon Island didn't punish you because of your bloodline. Today, I, as the master of the dragons, represent the will of the heavens and punish you. Exterminate you."
Gotcha! Following Xiao Hua's voice, the 5 Qi righteous thunder appeared out of thin air and enveloped the surrounding sea. Not only did it scare the dragon kings of the 4 seas to the point that they slightly shrank their heads, even the thousands of sea race were scared witless. Their previous spirit was instantly extinguished by 30%. Ha ha ha! Ao Chen laughed loudly. He raised his eyes and saw that the dragon Qi of the dragon kings of the 4 seas had already trapped Xiao Hua. That silvery white, scarlet red, earthy yellow, and emerald green multicolored light clearly surged together. Outside the multicolored light, the millions of sea race and dragon generals arranged themselves into a formation and shouted loudly. Xiao Hua, the so-called master of the dragons, is nothing more than a false name of Dragon Island. What qualifications do those old undying dragons of Dragon Island have to confer you the title of Master of the Dragons on our behalf? This Master of the Dragons is nothing more than a joke. Did you really take it seriously? Besides, regardless of whether you are a Master of the Dragons or not, today you ambushed and killed the 3 princes of the South Sea Dragon Palace. You just shifted the blame of killing the princes to Ao Chen. This kind of crime deserves to be punished. This king will consider that you have the title of Master of the Dragons. As long as you surrender, we will definitely not take your life. We will only capture you and bring you to Dragon Island. All the crimes will be judged by those old undying dragons of Dragon Island. We will not interfere with your life or death. Ao Chen, you are really sick. Xiao Hua sighed and shook his head. This is the sharp-tongued sword technique of our human race's Confucian cultivators. You are from the dragon race and have just settled down in the Immortal Palace not long ago. You have only learned a little bit of it. I'm afraid that you don't have the ability to subdue people without fighting. You actually dare to show off in front of this Xiao? Damn it! Xiao Hua's words were really cursing dragons without spitting out vulgarities. It made Ao Chen's dragon face turn red. His entire dragon body suddenly swelled up. That silvery white dragon Qi mixed with dragon might surged towards Xiao Hua. He shouted fiercely. Since you want to die, then, this king will fulfill your wish. Kill! Seeing the Dragon King of the East Sea make a move, the other 3 Dragon Kings also roared and urged their Dragon Qi to pounce towards Xiao Hua. The 4-colored Draconic Qi had already sealed off the sea region within a radius of 1,000 li long ago, only leaving a space of about 1,000 zhang around Xiao Hua. At this moment, the 4 Dragon Kings were enraged. The Draconic Qi surged violently like a huge wave, revealing mountains, rivers, trees, and other kinds of strange phenomena. These strange phenomena mixed with the Draconic might fell, instantly squeezing the space of 1,000 zhang into a pillar. Wang! A huge rumbling sound came from this pillar of Qi. Immediately after, countless draconic marks crazily swam around the edge of the pillar of Qi, forming one after another powerful whirlpool. This whirlpool swept up wind blades, rushing towards Xiao Hua, Wen Chu, Sky Being, and Feng Wu. Xiao Hua sneered. He simply disdained to make a move. Wen Chu opened his mouth. Wu! A mouthful of sword Qi spurted out. It transformed into countless small swords and flocked towards these wind blades. Boom boom boom. A series of rumbling sound came again. The sword Qi collided with the wind blades and gave rise to fist-sized Qi explosion. As soon as this Qi explosion appeared, the dragon patterns beside the whirlpool immediately drilled into this Qi explosion. Ta-ta-ta. Another sound like wind and rain filling the entire building. All the Qi explosion instantly transformed into broken light shadows. These light shadows swayed rapidly in the midst of the violent storm and collided with each other. Every time they collided, these light shadows would stick together and form a new light shadow. In just a few breaths' time, the interior of the pillar of Qi where Xiao Hua was at was actually completely covered by these light shadows. Just at this moment, 4 beautiful radiances blossomed from the dragon horns of the 4 dragon kings of the East Sea. Wherever the radiances fell, the 4-colored dragon Qi began to fuse. And when the radiances poured into the surroundings of Xiao Hua and the others, bursts of lightning were unexpectedly born from the light shadows. All the light shadows flickered and unexpectedly transformed into a surging sea. And the space around Xiao Hua was also drawn into it. Oh! Xiao Hua was a little surprised because he already had some understanding. He felt that this so-called 4 Seas Great Formation might be the same as the 7 Stars Great Formation from before. It might be a space independent of the sea,
And it might even be a place controlled by the domain of the 4 dragon kings of the East Sea. Therefore, he had long been on guard and transmitted a message to Wen Chu, Tianran, and Feng Wu, preparing to give a fatal blow when the Great Formation was first formed. However, when the light shadows were born, there were no fluctuations of magic power near Xiaohua at all. Nor were there any tyrannical forces that wanted to pull in.
Everything was completed within the light shadows.
Even when the space around Xiaohua was drawn into the sea, there were no abnormalities. It was as if the sun was easily shining. Xiaohua and the others were almost involuntarily trapped within the 4 seas Great Formation. However, when Xiaohua saw this kind of light shadows change, he only urged his divine ability to protect his body. Although the 4 dragon kings of the East Sea were powerful, they were only at the 9th grade of essence energy. Xiaohua didn't believe that they could be more powerful than a 9th grade Dao transformation cultivator of the ruins, and more difficult to deal with than a devil emperor of the devil race. When the 4 seas Great Formation was first formed, Xiaohua looked around. Sure enough, it was a huge space above the sea. But he saw that at the top of the space was a 4-colored sky. When his divine sense swept past, he couldn't see the end. Among the 4 colors of the sky, there were countless dragon shadows and dragon roars appearing. Looking at the surface of the sea, the surging waves were filled with the shadows of the 4 dragon kings of the East Sea. There were so many overlapping shadows that it was impossible to distinguish which one was the real dragon king. Under the surface of the sea, his divine sense couldn't penetrate, and he couldn't see what exactly was there.
Chapter 43:16.
Humph.
Xiaohua narrowed his eyes.
Although he let out a cold snort, he was alarmed. After all, the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas were the supreme dragon clan in the 3 continents. They had been famous for a long time, and Xiaohua could not compare with them in terms of cultivation age. Before Xiaohua entered the heavenly prison, he was a severed divinity cultivator. In terms of combat strength, he was almost at the 6th tier of Yuan Qi. However, after entering the middle of 8th level of essence energy, the gap between the upper, middle, and lower levels would become extremely large. Every level would require tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation to fill in the gap. Right now, Xiaohua's realm was at the lower of 9th level of essence energy. His combat strength was only between middle and upper of 9th level of essence energy. He had not truly reached the supreme upper of 9th level of essence energy. Therefore, when facing the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas, Xiaohua appeared to have a card up his sleeve, but in his heart, he still did not dare to underestimate them in the slightest.
Ha ha! Ao Tsongshu's wild laughter echoed throughout the entire space. You are indeed a dragon who used the dragon cleansing liquid in the folded Emerald Legacy Land. You are so arrogant. You didn't even blink when you saw me and my brothers constructing the 4 seas formation. Do you not put the formation of the Dragon Palace of the 4 seas in your eyes? Did the elders of the Dragon Island give you some divine ability that is beyond our Dragon Palace? Even if he is a dragon who used the dragon cleansing liquid, he has only condensed his body for 200 years. How powerful can he be? I don't believe he is my match. Aogo, the Dragon King of the North Sea, shouted. Ha 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 ha. Xiaohua laughed so hard that he almost rocked back and forth. A moment later, he straightened his back, pointed his finger at the ocean surface and said, So, all of you are just putting on a show with me? You are actually trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and your real target is Reverend Yun. Reverend Yun? Yes, the 11th clan of the Dragon Island that has been missing for a long time. Ao Qian, who had been silent all this time, said faintly. That's a good name. Reverend Yun, are you still not going to show yourself? Xiaohua looked at the surface of the 4 seas great array with interest. The surface of the sea was still Lihan Heaven in the forgotten realm of stacked emerald. However, it was clear that there was no water in Lihan Heaven. The interior of the 4 seas great array was completely condensed from the sea crystals of the sea. The waves on the surface of the sea rippled. Every drop of water contained terrifying power. Reverend Yun. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't say anything, Feng Wu, Tianran, and Wen Chu also didn't say anything, Ao Qian laughed and said, It doesn't matter if you admit it or not. Since you have transformed into Xiaohua's appearance, everything that you have done in the South Sea Dragon Palace will soon reach the Dragon Palace, and my Dragon Palace of the 4 seas will definitely escort you to the Dragon Island. Of course, All of these crimes are Xiao Hua's and have nothing to do with you. If you are interested, why don't the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas make a deal with you? Damn it! Xiao Hua smiled bitterly, touched his nose helplessly and asked, Ao Qian, why are you so sure that I'm Reverend Yun? Why am I not Xiao Hua? Could it be another human cultivator? What's so strange about that? Others may not know, but how could the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas not know? Before Ao Qian could answer, Ao Go, the Dragon King of North Sea, spoke first. The two biggest secrets of the trial on the Dragon Island are the appearance of Dragon Sea and the body forming of Reverend Yun. All the dragons in the 3 rivers and 4 seas were eagerly waiting for the appearance of Reverend Yun. But, after the trial, apart from Xiao Hua's whereabouts, he had appeared everywhere on the hidden Immortal continent, and even reached the sacred realm of 1,000 demons. But, Reverend Yun had never shown himself before anyone. So, what is Reverend Yun doing now? Of course, he is in a secluded meditation to form his body. It has been 200 years since then. I suppose Reverend Yun has succeeded in forming his body, and is now thinking of taking action after staying still for so long? What you said is true. I really didn't think so much about it. Xiao Hua nodded. He had understood that the Xiao Hua mentioned by the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas was none other than the little white dragon who had transformed into his appearance. Of course, the little white dragon had made it clear that his soul was similar to his own. Even the revered Vairocana could not tell them apart, so how could these dragons do it? Besides, Ao Jia did not mention anything about the little white dragon's body forming, so none of the elders of the Dragon Island knew about it. What was more, the little white dragon was hiding in the shadow of Reverend Yun. Even if Ao Sheng knew about it, he would never have guessed it. As he had not shown himself in the heavenly prison for over 200 years, the little white dragon must have shown himself and been recognized as him by others. As a result, when he suddenly appeared in the Dragon Palace of South Sea, Ao Qian and the other Dragon Kings immediately understood that he was Reverend Yun, who had been missing for a long time. Therefore, sometimes, there was no story without coincidences, and it did make sense. Immediately after, the Dragon King's voice once again reverberated within the Great Formation. What's more, Xiao Hua is merely a Taoist cultivator. 200 years ago, it was true that he was already outstanding amongst the 4th or 5th grade of origin energy, but do you think that the real Xiao Hua would have your current strength? Ao Tsong smiled and said, First, you went through the 9th tier trial in the Dragon Palace of South Sea, then you destroyed the 7 Stars Formation, and finally, you destroyed the Dragon Image Formation formed by 4 old sinecures. Reverend Yun now has the overall strength of a 9th tier cultivator. Apart from the dragon cleansing liquid of our Dragon Island, is there any other miracle in the 3 continents? Xiao Hua smiled wryly. Looking at these self-righteous Dragon Kings, he asked curiously, Since you already know that I am Reverend Yun, and are ready to use me as Xiao Hua, why do you still take out the dragon seal of the Immortal Palace? I get it now. Suddenly, Xiao Hua was enlightened. He looked at the surface of the ocean smilingly and said, Is this the deal mentioned by the Dragon King of East Sea? Ha, that's right. When Ao Qian saw that Xiao Hua was enlightened, he laughed and said, Since Reverend Yun has understood it, we don't have to hide it from you anymore. Using you as Xiao Hua is an open matter, but we still want to make a private deal with you. Not only did the 9 elders of the Dragon Island do nothing, and never cared about the grudges between the 3 rivers and the 4 seas, they also meddled in the affairs of the Dragon Palace of 4 seas. How can such a dragon palace still be the supreme dragon palace in the hearts of the dragons? If Reverend Yun has the intention, we, the Dragon Palace of 4 seas. At this point, Ao Chen gave Feng Wu and the others a look and did not continue. However, he had made his meaning very clear. Xiao Hua found it rather funny that Ao Chen was showing off the idioms of the human race, such as do nothing. But he did not show it on his face. Instead, he looked at Feng Wu and the others and said, Ao Chen, do you mean that if I have the intention to be an elder of the Dragon Palace, you, the Dragon Palace of 4 seas and the Immortal Palace can help me? An elder of the Dragon Palace. Reverend Yun, do you care? If I'm not mistaken, Ao Jia must have promised you the position of the 10th elder of the Dragon Palace that day. You didn't agree to it at that time, so do you care about the position of an ordinary elder now? Ao Qian did not answer Xiao Hua's question, but asked him a question instead. Xiao Hua smiled and said,
So, Dragon King of East Sea means you can help me become the Great Elder?
I didn't say that. This is just your guess. Ao Chen was not fooled.
He answered indifferently. Of course, if you have such an intention, I can certainly consider. At this point, Xiao Hua had come to the point where the dagger was revealed. After pondering for a while, he looked at the surface of the ocean where no Dragon King had shown up, then said, I think the name Reverend Yun is quite good, and I don't want to change it to Ao Jia for the time being.
Damn it!
Ao Hong's voice rang out.
Didn't I tell you?
A dragon who has condensed his body with dragon cleansing liquid is definitely arrogant. If we don't beat him to a pulp, he will never know his own shallowness.
Don't worry, second brother. Reverend Yun and I are all dragons.
It's best if we don't start a war, so we don't have to embarrass ourselves. But, if we do, who knows what accidents will happen.
Elder brother, there's no need to talk so much with him.
Ao Go was somewhat impatient as well.
Reverend Yun has been hiding for 200 years without being discovered by the Dragon Palace. He must have been hidden by the Dragon Island. I'm afraid he is of the same mind as Ao Jia of the Dragon Palace. Let's suppress this and use his dragon body.
Hi, all right.
Ao Chen seemed to be in a difficult position as well.
He said to Xiao Hua, Reverend Yun, you've heard it.
I've tried my best to be on good terms with you, so I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But, you just don't agree, which puts me in a difficult position. I think you also know that your body, which is condensed with dragon cleansing liquid, is a supreme treasure to the dragons. Now, you've delivered it to the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas. If you still don't agree, don't blame the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas for killing you.
There's no need for that. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, I'll never agree.
Just do it. Suppress him. Without hesitation, Ao Chen gave a furious roar.
A loud dragon roar rang out as a dragon body, over 100,000 feet long, rushed out of the ocean, and all the dragon forms of the Dragon King of East Sea were gathered in it. As Ao Chen's dragon body was revealed, the whole space began to tremble, and a suffocating sealing force rolled towards Xiao Hua and the others.
Let me see what the Dragon King of East Sea is capable of. Xiao Hua smiled coldly. A rumbling sound came from his body as he exercised the reflection of heaven and earth cultivation technique.
A strange light burst out of his body and cracked the spatial force of the 4 Seas formation.
Humph. As Ao Chen's dragon body took shape, the eastern position of the 4 Seas formation was filled with silver-white dragon power. The dragon power transformed into sharp spears, which moved up and down with Ao Chen's movements.
Roar!
Almost at the same time, Ao Hong, Ao Concrete, and Ao Go revealed themselves in the west, south, and north respectively.
The power of their domains grew several times stronger, suppressing Feng Wu and the others.
Haha, the 4 Seas formation is indeed interesting. After receiving Xiao Hua's order, the Celestial snorted, took out the Bone Dragon demonic spear, and pointed it at Ao Go. But, it's really wishful thinking for you to suppress me with your strength. Little dragon, let me teach you a lesson. Chapter 43:17. As he spoke, the celestial being stepped on a cloud of light. The devil chi on the bone spear overflowed as he pounced on Ao Go. Ao Go was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter. He opened his mouth, and seemingly endless emerald dragon chi gushed out. He said, You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you use the devil race's cultivation method in my dragon palace? Don't tell me you don't know? The dragon chi of my dragon race is brighter than the righteous chi of Confucian cultivators? And the devil chi's nemesis? Wen Chu didn't know why Xiao Hua wanted him to deal with the Dragon King of the South Sea, Ao Go, but in his eyes, the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas were the same. Seeing the celestial being move, he also raised his hand and waved. A sword light soared into the sky. His figure stepped on a 7-colored cloud and flew toward Ao Go.
Wen Chu shouted, I, Wen Chu, am here to fight under orders.
Wen Chu?
Seeing Wen Chu's extremely pure genuine chi of Confucian cultivators and the sword light of martial cultivators, Ao Go was a little puzzled. However, he only pondered for a moment. A dragon claw stretched out toward Wen Chu, and a light shadow of dozens of miles in size appeared. The light shadow crossed the sky and formed a substantial yellow dragon claw,
sealing the space around Wenchu. Aogo's dragon tail swayed under the sea and quietly smashed toward Wenchu's back. Seeing that Xiao Hua and the others had opponents, Feng Wu looked at Ao Hong, the Dragon King of the West Sea, whose body was surging with flames. He couldn't help but laugh. He finally understood Xiao Hua's plan. Feng Wu spread his wings, and the power of the 7 stars and the moon surged around him. An indescribable primitive aura was activated. Feng Wu raised his head and let out a long cry. "Little Loach, let Grandpa teach you a lesson. I'll let you know that it's not easy to be the Dragon King of the West Sea." Feng Wu's words made Ao Hong so angry that his nose was crooked. He really wanted to swallow Feng Wu in one gulp, but when he saw the power of the stars and moon coiling around Feng Wu's body, the wind and lightning between its wings, and the numerous illusory images that appeared as its claws descended, his heart couldn't help but be shocked, and a bad feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. He didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. He also raised his head and let out a dragon's roar. The space shook, and the west was immediately dyed in flames. Even the surface of the sea had turned into a sea of fire. Pillars of fire shot up into the sky and attacked Feng Wu's body. Buzz! The phoenix parasol flapped its wings. The power of the stars and moon transformed into 7 illusory figures that descended like thunder. Cracks immediately appeared in the space that the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas had sealed. Not only did the illusory figure destroy the seal, but it also extinguished the fire pillars. When the thousands of fire pillars turned into fireflies, the illusory figure's momentum did not decrease as it slammed into the surface of the sea. Boom! There was no wind or waves on the surface of the sea. Instead, thin cracks appeared and rapidly spread in all directions. Damn it! Ao Qian was enraged. With a furious roar, a crimson pillar of fire shot out from his dragon mouth. Crimson threads that looked like hair grew from his dragon horns and entered the pillar of fire. Wherever the pillar of fire went, the sealed space melted. Drops of dark green liquid dripped down, and within the liquid, there seemed to be the sorrowful cries of 10,000 dragons. Feng Wu was not afraid at all. She opened her mouth as well. Woo-woo! A waterfall of innate heavy water rushed towards the crimson fire pillar. Feng Wu's phoenix claws still crossed the space and grabbed at Ao Hong's chest. Boom, boom, boom. Water and fire had always been mortal enemies. Although Ao Hong and Feng Wu were the last to attack, they did the least probing. The explosion of water and fire was especially violent. Ao Hong's fire pillar seemed to be no match for the innate true water, but the innate true fire crystals bursting out from his dragon horns were a few times stronger than the innate heavy water. The tremendous explosion generated an unimaginable force that tore apart the space within a few thousand miles. Countless dragon carvings rushed in from the countless cracks in the void. While the dragon carvings repaired the cracks in the void, they also fell into the ocean beneath the void. Amidst the sound of water and fire, Feng Wu's phoenix claws fell again and collided with Ao Hong's dragon claws. Zzzz. First, there was a loud boom. Ao Hong's dragon claw actually dimmed. Feng Wu's phoenix claw suddenly solidified and broke Ao Hong's dragon claw in an instant. How is this possible? Ao Hong turned pale with fright. A trace of panic flashed through his dragon eyes as he looked at Feng Wu in disbelief. He really didn't understand when there was another demon in the 1,000 Demons sacred realm who could injure him. However, Ao Hong's panic only lasted for a moment. Pang! Ao Hong's dragon tail had already reached out from the void and landed solidly on Feng Wu's back. Ao Hong's panic turned into mockery. The brilliance on his dragon claws shone brightly again. Ao Qian shouted, "You are indeed very strong. However, you still fell into this king's trap. Within this 4 seas grand formation, this king is omnipotent." Jie. Feng Wu seemed to be in pain. His body was tumbling in mid-air, and he had no time to care about Ao Hong's mockery. Ha ha ha, go to hell. Ao Hong laughed maniacally. The dragon crown on his dragon head flashed, and a light shadow appeared. The dragon horn emitted a strange fluctuation, and the light shadow transformed into a real dragon head that pounced on Feng Wu's tumbling body. However, before the dragon head could land on Feng Wu's body, Feng Wu, who was in a sorry state, suddenly waved her left wing. Several beams of starlight shot out and shattered the dragon head. At the same time,
Her right wing stretched out again with lightning speed and actually transformed into a huge fist that smashed onto Ao Hong's dragon head. Ao Hong was stunned. This time, he really shook his head in disbelief and looked at Feng Wu's back. He really could not believe that Feng Wu was unharmed after being hit by his dragon tail. However, to his disappointment, 7 layers of starlight and moon power appeared on Feng Wu's back. It turned into a net under the feathers and protected Feng Wu firmly. How can there be so much starlight and moon power in the Four Seas formation? Ao Hong was puzzled. He opened his mouth again and was about to activate the obscure dragon language when he suddenly became alert. His dragon tail hurriedly swayed and his dragon body hurriedly dodged. Rip! Feng Wu's claws strangely appeared on Ao Hong's abdomen. It scratched the dragon scales on his abdomen and revealed a wound that was dozens of feet long. Ah! Ao Hong screamed and was shocked. Ao Qian, Ao Concrete, and Ao Go all looked at Ao Hong in surprise. They also did not expect that Ao Hong would be injured in just a short time. What shocked them even more was that Ao Hong screamed and raised his dragon claws. Swoosh! He grabbed Feng Wu's claws. Boom! A huge roar sounded again. Ao Hong moved his dragon body and pounced on Feng Wu. His dragon head opened his mouth and bit at Feng Wu's neck. Without waiting for Ao Hong to fall, Feng Wu's right wing swung again. Woo! Feng Wu's dragon head was smashed into nothingness. This dragon head was actually Ao Hong's feint. Feng Wu then looked at Feng Wu. Jie! With a long cry, the power of the stars and moon spewed out from her beak and landed on a nearby space. Boom! The void was torn apart by the power of the stars and moon. Ao Qian's dragon head was exposed awkwardly and the power of the stars and moon accurately hit Ao Hong's dragon horn. Ping! Ao Hong let out a sorrowful cry as his vision blurred. At this moment, Feng Wu's beak suddenly pecked at Ao Hong's forehead, and a faint strand of dragon essence was actually swallowed by Feng Wu. Damn it! Ao Hong roared in pain and twisted his dragon body. A great force came from the space and Feng Wu's claws loosened. Ao Hong took advantage of this and disappeared strangely from Feng Wu's sight. Ao Go saw the celestial rushing over with the bone dragon demonic spear and could not help laughing. The righteous chi of a Confucian cultivator was the nemesis of demonic chi. Although dragon chi was not the destiny of a Confucian cultivator, the destiny of the human race was that of a dragon. Therefore, dragon chi was also the nemesis of demonic chi. Ao Go felt that he had gained a great advantage. He opened his mouth and countless pure emerald dragon chi roared and pounced on the celestial. Sure enough, the demonic chi rushing out of the bone dragon demonic spear was destroyed by these small dragons. The demonic light of the spear was somewhat dim. Ha ha! Ao Go laughed again. The emerald green on his dragon body shone brightly, covering nearly 1,000 miles. Almost countless dragon patterns rushed out from the space. Above the sea, huge vines flashed with multicolored light and wrapped around the celestial. Seeing Ao Go's attack, the celestial was helpless. He was different from Xiao Hua's other doppelgangers. The celestial was formed from Xiao Hua's bones and was the doppelganger that cultivated the light escape. This doppelganger had no special ability except for tempering his origin energy and cultivating various bone tempering techniques. Moreover, because the celestial was born with the body of a primitive celestial, not to mention the 3 continents and Dawn Rain continent, even the ruins and primitive continent did not have a suitable ability for him to cultivate. Therefore, usually, the celestial would go into battle bare-chested except for brandishing his spear and staff. Now that the wishful staff was too light, it was not suitable for the celestial to use. The celestial had no choice but to fall into an awkward situation. Previously, in the 7-star Great Array, he did not play a special role. However, the celestial had another ability that others did not have, and that was the celestial bone. Now, no one could control the celestial bone except the celestial. If Xiao Hua used the bone now, not to mention 1 Ao Go, even 2 Ao Go would be defeated by the celestial. However, the celestial bone was not the celestial's own bone. When the celestial activated the bone, he would inevitably be affected by the terrifying consciousness. For safety reasons, Xiao Hua could only let the celestial temporarily use the bone dragon demonic spear to fight the enemy. However, this demonic spear was difficult for the celestial. After all, the celestial did not cultivate any demonic arts and could not activate the demonic flames of the demonic spear.
He could only use the demonic spear as an ordinary demonic tool. Aogo's dragon chi fell. Seeing that many of the demons on the demonic spear were killed by the dragon chi, the celestial could not do anything. Chapter 43:18. Roar. The celestial let out a roar and his arms shook. The bone spear let out a thunderous roar and the bone dragon floated up from the spear. Although there were no fluctuations or dragon tattoos on the dragon's horn, the natural dragons might still spread out. Especially the sharpness of the dragon's horns, they instantly pierced through the emerald green dragon chi. An indescribable feeling of fear stabbed into Aogo's dragon body like an invisible flying sword. Damn it! Feeling this fear and the destructive dragon's might from the bone spear, Aogo cursed angrily. He didn't dare to face the bone spear head-on. His dragon body flickered, and he immediately moved hundreds of miles away, dodging the bone spear. The celestial didn't chase after him. The bone spear danced in his hand. Shwa shwa shwa. The bone spear danced in the air. Numerous black dragon heads appeared in the air. These dragon heads were formed from tiny demon heads. The dragon heads howled as they pounced on the dragon patterns and dragon chi in the air. They even rushed out of the sea's surface. Boom! It was very strange. When the dragon chi and dragon veins came in contact with the devil chi of the bone spear, they immediately turned gray and were swallowed by the devil head of the bone spear. As for the rattan, it easily collapsed under the attack of the bone spear and was destroyed by it. Ha ha! At this time, the celestial finally understood Xiao Hua's arrangement. The embarrassment in his heart disappeared, and he also laughed. The bone spear in his hand was like a shadow as it casually stabbed at the space sealed by Aogo. Damn it! Aogo didn't know how many times he cursed in his heart. He could see the celestial's weakness, but the bone spear in the celestial's hand was not only sharp, but it was also refined from a dragon corpse that was much higher in grade than him. Although the celestial didn't know how to control the dragon corpse, the innate dragon's might was enough to completely suppress Aogo. Aogo raised his hand, and a golden light flashed through the sky. Within the golden light, the same spear shadow shot through the sky like lightning towards the celestial. Seeing Aogo take out his golden spear, the Deva let out an excited roar in midair. He no longer cared about the draconic aura, and instead, began to fight Aogo. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Aogo suddenly raised his hand and lifted the long spear into the air. The dragon's mouth spat out a dragon breath, and the whole spear turned into a dragon. Not only that, but Aogo's dragon horn also released thousands of waves. A dragon shadow appeared from the waves and fell into the long spear. Roar! The dragon image's dragon might flourished, almost suppressing the power of the bone spear. It streaked across the sky like lightning, pouncing towards the celestial's forehead. Another spell! The celestial was furious. He hurriedly raised his bone spear to block. However, under the power of the dragon spear, the demonic aura of the bone spear was almost completely dissipated. It seemed that the bone spear couldn't resist at all. Even the dragon horn on the bone spear dimmed. Damn it, I don't believe it. The celestial being was fighting fiercely and was unwilling to retreat. He raised his head and roared. At this time, his heart suddenly moved again because he had activated the celestial being White Bones. Although he had never cultivated the great desolate divine ability, he still had the feeling of the celestial being White Bones activating the great desolate chi. Seeing that the golden spear was about to pierce his forehead, he also shook his arms and opened his mouth to spit out a brilliance. Unfortunately, although the celestial opened his mouth, no light spurted out. However, what surprised the celestial was that the primitive chi in his arms surged into the bone spear, which was more powerful than any true chi. The bone spear immediately came to life after receiving the primitive chi. Roar! The horse dragon roar revealed the majesty of the bone dragon when it was alive, and with the dragon's roar, the demonic aura on the bone spear suddenly flourished. The demonic fire and demonic flame were even more rampant than when the devil spirit Xiao Hua and Xiao Hua's body were activated before, crazily rolling towards the dragon image's ferocious golden spear. Haha, I understand now. The celestial shouted. The so-called 10,000 arts return to the origin is like this. Whether it's time, true chi, true essence, noble chi, or even devil chi, in the end, they will all return to the primitive world. I am the last day's venerable.
Of course, Aogo didn't understand what the celestial was saying, but when he saw how powerful the devil's spear was, how the devil flame flickered and the devil head roared and swallowed the dragon chi and dragon might on the golden spear, he didn't dare to be careless. He braced himself and used his divine ability to fight the celestial. Putting aside the fact that the celestial being and Aogo were evenly matched, when Chu was fighting against Aogo, Aogo's dragon claw slammed down like a mountain, creating a gust of wind that covered 1,000 miles. When Chu smiled faintly and threw the sword in his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword buzzed and instantly split into 9 flying swords. Each flying sword had a different sword radiance, and each sword radiated a different sword intent. These sword intents were imbued with a mighty aura, and they shot toward the dragon claw faster than meteors. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A faint chill like the autumn rain emerged from the seal. Ao Tsongda's dragon claws were sliced off by the swordlight in the autumn. The battle intent that was suppressing Wen Chu was also shattered by the ferocious power of the 9 stars transit. Which cultivation family of the hidden immortal continent do you belong to? Wen Chu? Ao Tsongxu was surprised and asked tentatively, how come this king has never heard of it? I was born from the noble spirit, and my real name is Wuxia. How can the human clan of the hidden immortal continent tolerate my benevolence? Wen Chu replied with a faint smile. How could Ao Concrete believe Wen Chu's words? He narrowed his eyes and said, the dragon palace of the 4 seas is now favored by the immortal emperor. You are a Confucian cultivator, so if you give up today and persuade Reverend Yun to reconcile with the dragon palace, I can recommend you to the immortal palace. With your cultivation base, you are more than qualified to be an immortal official. When the time comes, you will be welcomed by the heaven gate. How can a lackey be free and unfettered like himself? Wen Chu's tone was still indifferent. Plucking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely looking at the southern mountain, not suffering for the mortal world, and not envying the power of the immortal emperor. While speaking, Wen Chu opened his mouth again. Woo! A mouthful of 5-colored energy sprayed out, transforming into a winter chrysanthemum and falling on the surface of the ocean. Boom! Ao Tsongxu's sneaky dragon tail suddenly lashed out from the void, hitting right on the winter chrysanthemum. Amidst a loud boom, the 5-colored energy was annihilated, and the dragon tail was forced back. How can a filthy dragon like you understand what I'm thinking? Wen Chu sighed lightly, as if he was not stained by the smoke and dust. He looked at Ao Tsongxu with a pitiful look, which was very similar to that of Buddha Bodhi. Ao Tsongxu was a bit embarrassed, but he instantly tore apart his gentleness. He simply roared, and his dragon body transformed into the image of heaven and earth. His entire voice resounded in Wen Chu's ears. It was very ferocious. I don't care if I'm one saint or one star, I don't care if you're an immortal official or an elder of a clan. Anyone who enters my 4 seas grand formation is an ant. Since you don't listen to my kind words, then I'll let you have a taste of my power. While speaking, Ao Tsongxu's mouth chanted a strange heavenly dragon technique. The entire horizon began to surge with a dense dragon aura. Countless primordial energies of heaven and earth gathered from an unknown place. Numerous mountains, layers of earth, and even stars appeared in the light of this primordial energy. The power of the mountains, the gravity of the earth, and the majesty and vastness of the stars all rushed towards Wen Chu amidst this strange phenomenon. Seeing such a celestial phenomenon, as if the blue dome of heaven was about to heavily press down, Wen Chu did not panic. He slightly smiled, raised his hand, and patted his head. The 5-colored energy rushed out, turning into a light that first protected him. Then, he opened his mouth and chanted, building a hut in the mortal realm, without the noise of carriages and horses. What can a gentleman do? His heart is far from his own. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely looking at the southern mountain. The mountain's aura is fine in the sun and the evening. The birds return to each other. There is true meaning in this, but I've forgotten to explain it. As Wen Chu's voice fell, large inscriptions appeared one after another. Each inscription carried a kind of arrogance, and each inscription carried a sense of loneliness. And when these inscriptions formed a sentence in the air, boom, 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 a subtle noble spirit rushed out from the void. Humph. Ao Tsongxu sneered. The heavenly draconic technique didn't stop. After all, everything was sealed within the 4 seas array.
The void was filled with dragon marks, and the mighty chi pillar couldn't break through. Just as Ao Tsongshu sneered, "Buzz buzz!" Wen Chu's body began to vibrate. The space within 1,000 miles began to surge like boiling water. Waves of noble spirit gushed out from Wen Chu's body. Not only did it cover 1,000 miles of space, but it also surged towards the Four Seas Grand Formation. Wen Xing! You really are a Wen Xing! Ao Tsongshu was surprised. The so-called Wen Xing he spoke of before was just flattering Wen Chu. He did not think that a Wen Xing would appear among the Confucian cultivators of the 3 continents. As the master of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, he would not be unaware of it. The noble spirit continued to appear, and the arrogant words began to shine with a light. Although there weren't many words, they were like the backbone of the human race, supporting the space within thousands of miles.
The majestic southern mountain and the chrysanthemums fluttering in the wind under the southern mountain blocked the so-called mountains, the earth, and the stars from appearing indifferent.
What is indifference? If there is no power in this world, no disputes, how can there be any excitement? Ao Tsongshu was also proficient in the essence of Confucian cultivation.
Seeing Wen Chu in such a state, he sneered and once again chanted the heavenly dragon technique with a tight rhythm.
Roar, roar, roar. The stars, earth and mountains that were blocked by the noble spirit changed again, turning into yellow dragons that fell like rain. In just a moment, the indifferent noble spirit was washed to a dangerous level. Ha ha! At this point, how could Wen Chu not know Xiao Hua's arrangement? Although his armor inscription was not as good as Taoist Witch's green seal inscription, his strength was recognized by Wen Chu after all, surpassing Taoist Witch. Using the Confucian armor inscription to deal with the Dragon Clan's heavenly dragon technique was complementary.
Wen Chu laughed and proudly chanted, "Lying in a lonely village, I do not mourn for myself, I still think of guarding the wheel platform for the country. Lying in bed at night, listening to the wind and rain, I dream of iron horses and ice rivers."
Chapter 43:19. As soon as Wen Chu finished speaking, even more inscriptions rushed into the air. At this moment, the space to the left of Wen Chu was filled with a grand aura. This space had already become independent of the Four Seas formation. As soon as the inscriptions came out, the sound of wind and rain came out, and the ice began to invade the Four Seas' great array, blowing toward Ao Tsongshu. At the same time, under the light of the inscriptions on the armor, more noble spirit turned into armored warriors riding on horses. These warriors held long spears in their hands, and the realm of golden spears and armored horses was born instantly. Teams of armored warriors stepped on the ice river and rushed into the air. The place where the long spears fell was exactly the same as the flood dragons. The sound of horses and dragons roaring was endless. See! Ao Tsongshu saw this and unconsciously took a breath of cold air again, and Wen Chu narrowed his eyes, watching the Aoran Chi and Dragon Chi compete, and a kind of pride was born from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Hua had been refining the innate Chi in his chest since he was young, and even practiced this innate Chi to the extreme of the 18th layer. Later on, Xiao Hua's middle dantian was sealed. This true Chi had been brewing inside his middle dantian. When the seal was broken, Xiao Hua focused his true Chi on Confucian cultivation. Therefore, Xiao Hua's realm of Confucian cultivation was the highest. However, the original meaning of Confucian cultivation was not to fight, to kill, and not to show off, but to cultivate the innate vitality. After Xiao Hua comprehended this essence, he rarely used the means of Confucian cultivation to fight against the enemy. Of course, the means of Confucian cultivation were not as fierce as the means of Taoism. Wen Chu also rarely used the Aoran Chi, and mostly used the Jiuzhou Cauldron and the innate Chi. Now Wen Chu tried to use the insignificant inscriptions to deal with the Dragon Clan's heavenly dragon technique, and it was actually on par with the Dragon Clan, which really made Wen Chu feel gratified. Xiao Hua's 4 doppelgangers showed off their power, and fought against the 3 Sea Dragon Kings. How could Xiao Hua be worse than them? Xiao Hua activated his golden body, and his Dharma form was born.
With a wave of his arms, he cracked the restriction of the Four Seas formation.
Ao Qian watched as Xiao Hua activated his golden body, and the silver-white spear floating in the sky seemed to be breathing. Then he sneered and said, "You didn't take the Dragon Clan's path to heaven, but you didn't take the narrow door of the human clan. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my dragon ancestor. You traitor!"
After he finished speaking, the long spear that soared into the sky was like a mountain flood, covering the sky and the earth as it fell, covering the space where Xiaohua was. The sharpness of that spear had already pierced through the space before it even landed. Even the brilliance of Xiaohua's golden body had become riddled with holes. Ha ha!
Xiaohua smiled faintly. He knew that in this space, the divine abilities of the dragon kings of the four seas were magnified greatly, especially some of the dermas. Therefore, Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. He urged his magic power, and the power of his domain also rushed out like a mountain torrent. First, it covered nearly 1,000 miles around him, and then he grabbed with both hands. Kacha!
Amidst the sound of thunder, a myriad of lightning waves rushed out even more ferociously than the spears.
In just a few breaths of time, the silver spears formed from dragon chi were scattered. That violent lightning was like the anger in Xiaohua's heart.
He had been framed for no reason at all.
Every strand of lightning destroyed the draconic chi, but at the same time, it also tore apart the seal of the four seas' great array. Seeing the large area of draconic chi being annihilated in an instant, Ao Qian couldn't help but be shocked again. On the contrary, Xiaohua's expression didn't change at all as he watched the draconic chi being annihilated. He understood in his heart that although the dragon kings of the four seas were stronger than the four consecrators of the southern sea dragon palace, and this four seas great array was fiercer than the seven stars great array, the seven stars great array was, after all, strengthened by generations of southern sea dragon palace masters. The power inside would definitely surpass this hastily formed four seas great array. Moreover, after these years of fighting, Xiaohua understood even more clearly that fighting wasn't about the process, but about the outcome. No matter how fancy a magic technique was, in the end, it was still about power. Back then, Xiaohua used the divine power in his arms to make up for his lack of magic power. Later, the growth of his divine power couldn't catch up with the growth of his magic power, so he had no choice but to pursue the power of his magic power. Now that he had already controlled the power of lightning, lightning naturally represented the punishment of heaven and earth. Even the Immortal Palace had to be afraid of it. Therefore, Xiaohua simply didn't use any other magic techniques. He only used simple and crude lightning to destroy Ao Qian's draconic chi. However, when the draconic chi was completely annihilated, a bright moon rose from the sea behind Xiaohua. The bright moonlight ignored the distance between them and appeared on Xiaohua's back in the blink of an eye. In the moonlight, a several zhong large pearl was revealed. Inside the pearl, there seemed to be an underwater world. The deep blue sea water filled the entire pearl. Countless sea race members swam freely in this sea water. Some corals and reefs also cast shadows on them. When the moonlight fell on Xiaohua's back, the enormous power of a minor thousand worlds suppressed Xiaohua to the point that he almost couldn't breathe. Especially the brilliance on the pearl. In the four seas great array, it gave birth to the shape of a flood dragon and crazily tore at the brilliance on Xiaohua's golden body. Damn it! Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He waved his hand and used the heaven and earth in the sleeve technique. In an instant, it enveloped the pearl and Xiaohua's consciousness was about to take the pearl away. However, when Xiaohua's consciousness fell, the pearl spun and released boundless vitality. Its brilliance rushed out like a bright moon and pierced Xiaohua's mind like a sharp sword. How could Xiaohua take this treasure? Moreover, the pearl's impact was so great that Xiaohua's heaven and earth in the sleeve technique was actually shattered by it. Humph! Xiaohua coldly snorted and quickly retreated. He stretched out his hand again. He didn't believe that a Mahayana cultivator couldn't take this pearl. Unfortunately, Xiaohua was still wrong. Although Xiaohua's hand had sealed the space within 100 miles, the power of the pearl to kill him had not decreased in the slightest. When it broke through the seal, it even tore the space apart. Not to mention Xiaohua trying to collect the pearl. He didn't even know if his hand would be fine after touching the pearl. What kind of treasure is this? Xiaohua was even more shocked. He waved his hand and sent out the overturn the sea seal. The overturn the sea seal's shadow crazily fell, barely stopping the pearl's momentum for the time being. Roar! However, just as the pearl stopped in the air for a moment, a dragon's roar came from the pearl again. The pearl's brilliance turned into a flood dragon again. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced at the seal. Not only did it break through the layers of shadow, but it also made the light of the coiling dragon below the seal dim. So arrogant? Xiao Hua was shocked. His eyes lit up again. He hurriedly rubbed his hands and countless bolts of lightning rushed towards the pearl. The dragon formed by the pearl seemed to understand Xiao Hua's thoughts and charged into the void. Although the void was sealed by Xiao Hua, a crack appeared where the light landed. When the dragon formed by the pearl charged into the spatial crack, it suddenly turned its head. The dragon had a mocking expression on its face. "Ao Qian, you're just courting death." Xiao Hua was furious. He raised his hand and waved it. An inconspicuous yellow light flew out from his hand, and when it landed in the air, it was an inconspicuous copper coin. Ha ha! Ao Qian's mocking face became even more hysterical. The pearl, which was supposed to fall into the spatial rift, paused for a brief moment, as if he was showing off and showing off. His wild laughter echoed throughout the entire East Sea, even stirring up waves on the surface of the ocean. "Reverend Yun, if you have no money, feel free to come to my East Sea Dragon Palace. I can even give you any ocean crystal you want, not to mention how precious time is. Why should I give you a copper coin?" This copper coin was naturally the copper coin of Treasurefall that Xiao Hua had bestowed upon Lu Yi. Xiao Hua had originally not planned to use it, but Ao Qian had truly made him angry. His mind entered the space and forcefully took out the copper coin of Treasurefall from Lu Yi's Chengkuan bag. When the copper coin of Treasurefall was an extraordinary prehistoric treasure, it did not cause any ripples when it first appeared. But when it came close to the pearl, a powerful ripple immediately emanated from it and enveloped the pearl. After that, the dragon aura on the pearl completely disappeared, and its light was extinguished as well. It quickly transformed into a fist-sized ocean pearl and fell from the crack in space. Ah! Ao Qian's mocking expression froze on his face as he cried out in surprise. Embarrassment filled his eyes as he said, "Reverend Yun, you." When the ocean pearl fell, the copper coin of Treasurefall immediately shone with a yellow light. Like the tongue of a golden toad, it landed on the ocean pearl. Following the light, the ocean pearl flew to the side of the coin. After that, Xiao Hua raised his hand and was about to take the coin. Roar! Ao Qian let out a furious roar. "Reverend Yun, how dare you take my Four Seas pearl?" With Ao Qian's angry roar, Ao Qian's dragon body appeared in the sky. His dragon aura soared into the sky and flew towards Xiao Hua. His silver-white dragon horn was filled with murderous fluctuations, causing the entire space to become chaotic. What was special was that the space around the copper coin of Treasurefall was also shining with a dazzling silver-white light. Obviously, Ao Qian was going to snatch the Four Seas pearl. Boom! Xiao Hua waved his sleeve, causing the space within 100 miles to tremble. All the spatial anomalies were suppressed. He raised his eyes and gave Ao Qian a contemptuous look. Then, he performed the Chengkuan in the sleeve technique again, and easily took the Four Seas pearl and the copper coin of Treasurefall. Only then did he say coldly, "Not only will I take your Four Seas pearl, but I'll also take your life." As soon as his voice fell, Xiao Hua raised his hand and took out the wishful steel staff. Beth! The wishful steel staff buzzed and turned into a sky-high staff that crossed the sky and hit Ao Qian's dragon body. Unfortunately, although the wishful steel staff streaked across the sky and broke the space of the Four Seas array, it still could not stop Ao Qian's dragon aura. A loud roar burst out, but it still could not stop Ao Qian. The wishful steel staff was bounced back by Ao Qian's attack. The wishful steel staff of 5 elements. No, this is the sky-leveling staff. Ao Qian was also slightly surprised. He did not expect Xiao Hua's inconspicuous weapon to be so powerful. A moment later, Ao Qian came to his senses and cried out, "I finally understand why you came to the South Sea Dragon Palace." Chapter 43:20. Seeing that the wishful steel staff had been knocked back, Xiao Hua did not panic. After putting away the wishful steel staff, he raised his hand and patted the top of his head. Kacha! The sound of thunder sounded again. The 9 heavens divine thunder, the 5 chi thunder, the Yin thunder of 3 corpses, and the Xianming thunder rushed out at the same time, turning into a big 4-colored hand above Xiao Hua's head. Above this big hand, the different thunderbolts gave birth to strange fluctuations. These fluctuations were sometimes annihilated and sometimes reborn. Moreover, when the big hand moved in the sky, there were countless spatial anomalies from time to time, either infinite vitality or sudden appearance of death. The unspeakable way of life and death actually showed a trace of power in this big hand. Although it was only a trace of power, Ao Qian's dragon aura was wiped out wherever the huge hand fell. The dragon's power was like the lament of an old woman in the face of death, resentful and powerless. Boom! The towering dragon aura was crushed into powder. Even Ao Qian's dragon body was imprisoned by the huge hand, and he could not easily break free from it even though he was waving his dragon tail. Ao Qian turned pale with fright. Suddenly, he swept his dragon tail toward the sea. The seawater, which was several times larger than a mountain, flew up with his dragon tail and smashed toward Xiao Hua's huge hand. Hee hee. Xiao Hua faintly smiled. He raised his hand and grabbed at the waves. Boom! All of the waves were grabbed and turned into pure sea crystals. These sea crystals instantly exploded, but it was also at this moment that Ao Qian's figure flickered and his afterimages appeared one after another. He actually managed to escape from Xiao Hua's hand. Ah! At this moment, a scream came from where Ao Qian was. Ao Qian, who had just escaped, was startled and hurriedly looked in that direction. He saw dragon blood flowing out of Ao Hong's abdomen, and Feng Wu proudly flapping his wings. The pride of a victor was self-evident. Damn it! Ao Qian cursed angrily. His ferocious dragon head suddenly turned and roared at Xiao Hua. Reverend Yun, don't think that you and your friend have a very high cultivation base. The Four Seas formation of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas is definitely not something you can resist. The reason I haven't activated the real Four Seas formation is to let you know the difficulty and retreat, so that you can cooperate with me. And you don't understand this king's painstaking efforts. You actually tried to kill me, the Dragon King of the Four Seas. Since that's the case, don't blame this king for not giving face to the dragon ancestor and giving you a way out. Actually, Xiao Hua was also a little surprised in his heart. This Four Seas great array looked very powerful. All of the space was sealed by the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. Even if a 9th grade essence energy cultivator fell in, they would still be restrained by the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. If he didn't have any special abilities, it would be very difficult for him to gain the upper hand. However, in less than 5 minutes, Wen Chu had clearly gained the upper hand. The three of them were on par with the 3 Sea Dragon Kings. They even vaguely had the upper hand. The Four Seas Grand Array was not as powerful as Ao Qian had described. Of course, Xiao Hua also had some hope in his heart. He thought that the Four Seas Grand Array was only at this level. After all, the 4 of them were 9th grade essence energy cultivators. On the hidden Immortal continent, it was rare for 4 9th grade essence energy cultivators to work together to break the Four Seas Grand Array. Hearing Ao Qian's angry threat, Xiao Hua was shocked. He immediately ordered Feng Wu, don't hesitate. Quickly kill the Dragon King of the West Sea. Yes, Feng Wu replied in her heart. Her beak immediately pecked at Ao Hong's forehead. Ao Hong couldn't dodge in time. Part of the dragon essence was swallowed by Feng Wu. How could Ao Hong dare to hesitate? He screamed and immediately disappeared into the void. Wu! Feng Wu flapped her wings. Several moonlight pillars shot into the void. However, under the void, other than the dragon patterns, Ao Hong's figure was nowhere to be seen. Ao. Seeing Ao Hong escape, Ao Qian, Ao Concrete, and Ao Go all raised their heads and roared. The 3 Dragon Kings also disappeared into the void. Fellow Taoists, be careful. Seeing the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas escape at the same time, Xiao Hua didn't dare to force them. He shouted, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas want to activate the real Four Seas Grand Array. Not waiting for Xiao Hua's voice to land. Boom 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 boom. 4 thunderous sounds, like the roars of 10,000 dragons, came from all directions of the sea surface. Then, 4 golden dragons suddenly rushed out from the source of these sounds, skyrocketing for 90,000 miles, piercing straight into the blue dome of heaven. 4 wills that resembled heaven and earth emerged from the dragon avatar and surged towards the surface of the sea from all 4 directions. Under the supreme wills, not a single ripple appeared on the surface of the sea. Even the dragon runes that were wreaking havoc earlier had stopped moving in the void. Xiao Hua and the other 3 stood in the air. The will instantly annihilated them.
Within his will, an irresistible feeling, a feeling that made people bend their knees, a feeling that made people prostrate themselves before him, was born.
This is. Xiao Hua was aghast. This feeling was very familiar to him. Back then when he fought against the state preceptor of the Bronze Pillar State in the Black Wind Mountain Range, the state preceptor Xianxia used the 5-dragon jade seal to suppress Xiao Hua. This feeling came from the 5-dragon jade seal. Moreover, when Xiao Hua went to the Jade Pavilion meeting to seize the lot of the state preceptor, he also met the monarch of the state preceptor. The mountain and river seal wanted to suppress Xiao Hua, and the same feeling came from the mountain and river seal.
However, compared to the 4 wills in front of him, those 2 feelings were just the light of a firefly.
The 4 wills in front of him were so terrifying and so vast. In the will, Xiao Hua, Wen Chu, and Feng Wu's figures shrank rapidly. They were like ants in the world, unable to compete with the will of the world. On the contrary, the celestial being with the lowest cultivation level looked at this overwhelming aura in a daze. He didn't know what was going on. Rise! Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly took out the mountain and river seal. However, just as the mountain and river seal flew out of the space, it immediately let out a mournful cry. Its brilliance disappeared, and it fell from the air. It couldn't even fly up. Fellow Taoists. Xiao Hua put away the mountain and river seal and exclaimed, I have some methods to resist, but I don't want to use them now. What about you? If you can't resist, I will ask fellow Taoist Ji to come out.
Unexpectedly, although Wen Chu's figure was forced to shrink, the corners of his mouth revealed a slight smile. He replied, Don't worry, we haven't reached the end of the line yet. If we ask fellow Taoist Ji to come out now, wouldn't we lose face? Is that so? Xiao Hua was slightly surprised. He looked at Wen Chu and Feng Wu in disbelief and asked curiously, You actually have a magical ability that I don't know? We're nothing. Wen Chu chuckled. Look at fellow Taoist Heavenly Tao. He doesn't seem to have sensed this incomparably powerful intent at all. With him here, what do we have to be afraid of? All right. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked in the direction where Ao Qian disappeared. Since his 3 clones still had methods that they hadn't revealed yet, he naturally wanted to see just how powerful the true 4 Seas formation was. Buzz 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 buzz. The entire space collapsed rapidly, and the dragon statues that were originally soaring into the sky fell down with a loud rumble. At the place where the dragon statues fell, 4 golden dragon thrones slowly rose from the sea surface of the 4 Seas Great Array. The golden light was more dazzling than the sun, and the dragon thrones were more dazzling than the rising sun. On the dragon thrones, the dragon kings of the 4 Seas sat calmly with dragon crowns on their heads and dragon robes on their bodies. Incomparably majestic auras that were filled with the authority of heaven and earth seeped out from their scales, dragon horns, dragon whiskers, and other parts. This aura surged from all directions and firmly suppressed Xiao Hua and the others. Dragon thrones. Dragon thrones. Dragon thrones. Xiao Hua struggled to straighten his back and shouted unyieldingly, I understand now. These 4 dragon thrones that are filled with the intent of the dragon clan are the foundation of the 4 Seas formation that you set up. At the same time, they are where the authority of the 4 Seas formation lies. That's right. Ao Qian coiled on the dragon thrones. The golden light from the dragon crown merged with the dragon thrones, and his voice was like that of a god. It actually had the power to make people submit without hesitation. All under the 4 Seas are my water, and all the clans of the 4 Seas are my people. Not to mention that you're a member of the dragon clan. Even if you're not, you'll still have to crawl before the dragon thrones. Taoist Min, this is your last chance. If you still don't submit, I'll suppress you on behalf of the dragon clan. I understand. Xiao Hua sighed. Ao Jia is truly cunning. How is the title of Dragon Master false? It can't be any more real. I originally didn't plan to use this dragon crown anymore, but you're forcing me. I can only choose to resist. Ha ha. Ao Qian laughed loudly. Confucian cultivators have said that humans are the 5 elements: heaven, earth, king, family, and teacher. You, a dragon master, can only be ranked at the bottom. How can you contend against the will of heaven and earth of this king? Sigh. Xiao Hua took out the dragon crown.
Sure enough, when the dragon crown rushed out, its elegant aura immediately blocked most of that irresistible will. Xiaohua wore the dragon crown and sighed. You're only the king of the dragon clan. How can you know the righteousness of the dragon clan? How can the will of heaven and earth be represented by you? Your dragon thrones are only imperial authority, and imperial authority is only the will of the monarch. It's your will as a king. It's far from being comparable to heaven and earth. At this point, Xiaohua came back to his senses and shook his head. This poor Taoist was wrong. This is not the real 4 Seas Grand Formation. The previous Grand Formation was the real 4 Seas Grand Formation. The current 4 Seas Grand Formation is only an improvement you obtain from the Immortal Palace's throne and the Immortal Emperor's authority after you joined the Immortal Palace. Unfortunately, Ao Qian didn't answer. He just smiled and asked, Taoist Min, it's useless to say more. Have you thought it through? Ha ha ha. Xiaohua threw his head back and laughed loudly. In the midst of his laughter he answered sonorously, even if you're the ruler of the dragon thrones, even if you're using imperial authority to force me, you're still not heaven and earth. You're still not justice. I am not afraid. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ao Qian was furious. Since you want to die, then this king will fulfill your wish. Don't think that what Dragon Island gave you is a protective talisman. Chapter 43:21. With that, Ao Qian opened his mouth and spat out the dragon seal he obtained from the Immortal Palace. At the same time, Ao Tsong, Ao Go, and Ao Hong also opened their mouths. Identical dragon seals fell into the air and landed on the dragon throne. Swoosh! The dragon throne, which already represented the will of the dragon clan, gained a supreme imperial aura. The destiny of the human clan from the Immortal Palace made the will of the dragon clan even more powerful, and its will spread throughout the entire space. Boom! With a loud bang, Xiaohua's dragon crown once again fell from the sky. Faced with this kind of heaven and earth order, Xiaohua was helpless. He could only open his mouth. Pooh! Sword light rushed out, and his entire golden body flashed with sword light. His body transformed into a heart-shaped sword intent, and he chanted, The wrath of the Son of Heaven, 1,000,000 corpses float, 1,000 miles of blood flow. The wrath of the commoner, 5 steps of blood flow, a world of mourning. Since I am unyielding, I will use my sword to travel 1,000 miles. Just as Xiaohua was feeling helpless, the Celestial shouted, Fellow Taoist, don't worry, I will help you. Following the Celestial's voice, he actually stepped onto a cloud and flew towards Xiaohua with a demonic weapon. Damn it, this Celestial has a primitive body. At the beginning of the primitive era, there was no imperial power. This bastard is indomitable, completely ignoring the so-called imperial power and the will of the dragon clan. Seeing the Celestial ignore the 4 Seas Great Formation, Xiaohua bitterly smiled. He sighed in his heart and hurriedly ordered, Fellow Celestial, you don't need to worry about me. Although I can't kill the Dragon King with my sword, I can still protect myself. You just need to kill Ao Go. The Celestial stared blankly for a moment, then responded. He turned his head and urged the bone dragon spear to rush towards Ao Go, who was sitting on the dragon throne. Seeing that the Celestial was not afraid of the dragon throne, Ao Go's face turned bitter. He hurriedly patted the dragon throne, causing the surface of the 4 Seas Great Formation to ripple as he prepared to meet the enemy. On the other side, Wen Chu smiled and said, Fellow cultivator, don't panic. Watch my methods. Following Wen Chu's voice, he clapped his hands. With a rumbling sound, the 5-colored genuine qi rushed out and turned into endless auspicious clouds in the air. In the south where Wen Chu was, on the dragon throne where the Dragon King of the South Sea Ao Tsongda sat, the entire sky was covered by endless auspicious clouds and multicolored light. Within the auspicious clouds and multicolored light, all kinds of auspicious dragons and phoenixes, abundant grains, and picturesque territories were born. An indescribable aura shrouded the Dragon King of the South Sea. Not good. Ao Concrete seemed to have thought of something. He screamed and slapped the dragon seal with his hand. The imperial power of the Immortal Palace soared into the sky, trying to disperse the vision. Unfortunately, the aura didn't reach more than 10,000 feet. Whoa! At the top of Wen Chu's head, another strange whistling sound was heard. The whistling sound was mixed with the sound of chanting and wind and rain. It was truly a rhythm of wind, rain, and reading that entered one's ears. This is... Ao Tsongda's eyes were filled with fear. Sure enough, with this sound, thousands of scrolls flew out and condensed into a brilliant Wen Chu star. The majestic starlight above the literati star instantly enveloped the southern part of the Four Seas formation. The dragon chi and imperial power that Ao Tsongha had activated met the starlight and the power of the saints in midair. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds rang out one after another. The dragon image immediately collapsed and fell toward the dragon throne that Ao Tsongha was on. The starlight from the literati star swept past the dragon throne. Kocha kocha, sounds of cracking suddenly rang out. Whether it was the dragon throne, the dragon seal, or even the dragon crown on Ao Tsongha's head, they were all unable to bear the heavy burden and cracked. Fellow Taoist, Wen Chu's methods are only so. Seeing Wen Chu use the Wen Chu star to fight, the Feng Wu proudly smiled. She looked at Xiao Hua and shouted, "Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. I will also help you." As the phoenix parasol let out a cry, it flapped its wings. Boom, 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 boom. 7 powerful booms soared into the sky. 7 pillars of starlight shot into the clouds above the Four Seas grand array. These starlights were even more dazzling than the literate star. They even pierced 7 huge holes in the clouds. You. Ao Chu was injured by the Feng Wu's attack, so when he saw the 7 pillars of starlight, he almost jumped up from his dragon throne. He looked at the Feng Wu in disbelief and shouted at the pillars of starlight. Wang! Wang! Even more powerful explosions came from the pillars of starlight. To the north of the Feng Wu, the entire space was shaking. Countless rays of light shot out from the Feng Wu's back, and wherever the starlight went, space collapsed. The so-called true Four Seas grand formation that Ao Chu spoke of was actually torn to pieces by the light. Not only that, but under the starlight, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper slowly rose. Each star looked like the Feng Wu. Each of the 7 stars was several times more majestic and crazier than the Wen Chu star, especially the power of the stars and the moon, which rushed toward the dragon throne in the north. Ao Hong couldn't compare to Ao Shuetong at all. Whether it was his draconic aura, imperial power, or the dragon throne, they all decayed under the power of the 7 stars of heaven and earth. Even the throne and the dragon crown on Ao Hong's forehead cracked and almost split in half. Ah! The people of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas were scared out of their wits. Ao Chu didn't even have the thought of using the dragon throne to attack Xiao Hua. He screamed, and his voice echoed in the entire space. You're actually a great saint of the demon clan? How is this possible? Ao Go shouted as he dodged the attacks of the Celestials. When did a great saint appear in the 1,000 demons sacred realm? How come we didn't know? At this time, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas felt like they had smashed their own feet with a rock. Although the Four Seas grand formation wasn't good, it was still able to trap Xiao Hua and the other 3. Even the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas were only at a slight disadvantage. But when they used the Four Seas grand formation that they had been planning for a long time, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. It wasn't that the Four Seas grand formation wasn't strong, but they really met a hard nail. They never thought that, not to mention the fact that the Celestials were of the Great Desolate era and weren't restricted by imperial power, the Wen Chu star was actually a genuine Wen Chu star. The Feng Wu was also a genuine new great saint of the demon clan. Moreover, this great saint of the demon clan was a 7 stars great saint. With these 3 clones, there was no need for Xiao Hua to transform into a sword. The Four Seas grand formation that used imperial power and draconic might as its foundation had already collapsed. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. You are really shallow. Heaven, earth, king, family, and teacher. The so-called imperial power and the authority of the Dragon Clan are nothing but nothingness under the power of heaven and earth. Jie. Just behind Xiao Hua's laughter, the Feng Wu once again let out a phoenix cry that shook heaven and earth. The Feng Wu's voice sounded in Ao Hong's ears. How can a Dragon King without the fire dragon soul still be called a Dragon King? You're not even as good as a little loach. Boom. The moment the Feng Wu's voice fell, she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of demonic chi that landed on the 7 stars star pillar. The huge power of the stars and moon directly crashed into Ao Hong's dragon body. Ka ka ka. The brilliance of the dragon throne couldn't block the power of the stars and moon at all. Ao Hong's huge dragon body let out a cracking sound. The cracks were like dry earth, strangely appearing. Pieces of dragon scales fell from the surface of his body, and streams of dragon blood spurted out from the cracks like fountains. Ao! Ao Hong screamed. His dragon body rapidly shrank and fell from the dragon throne. Humph! Seeing Ao Hong fall from the dragon throne, Xiaohua coldly snorted. This was his plan. The strength of the dragon kings of the four seas was around the middle of the 9th grade of essence energy. They borrowed the power of the four seas great array. Xiaohua and his 3 clones might not be their match. If there was any chance in this great array, Ao Hong would be their biggest weakness. Because Xiaohua was very clear in his heart that the West Sea Dragon Palace's nature was fire. Xiaohua had obtained the fire dragon soul in the West Sea Eye. If there were no surprises, it must be the West Sea Dragon Palaces. Now that the fire dragon soul was obtained by the little white dragon, Ao Hong definitely didn't have the fire dragon soul. Therefore, Ao Hong was the weakest of the dragon kings of the four seas. Therefore, Xiaohua ordered the strongest of the 4, the Feng Wu, to deal with Ao Hong. Who would have thought that the dragon kings of the four seas would actually use the power of imperial power? In this way, the Feng Wu with the Big Dipper star mark was the natural nemesis of the dragon kings of the four seas. And it was really easy for him to deal with the weakest Ao Hong. The western side of the four seas great array was lost, and a flaw immediately appeared in the entire four seas great array. There was no need for Xiaohua to give any more instructions. The Feng Wu spread his wings again, and a huge Big Dipper starlight pillar immediately fell around the dragon throne, separating the western side from the four seas great array. Haha, many thanks, fellow Taoist. Xiaohua understood. He released his mind and was about to put the dragon throne into his space. However, when the dragon throne fell into his mind, the dragon throne was actually as heavy as 10,000 catties. Xiaohua's mind was unable to move it at all. Damn it! Xiaohua immediately understood and cursed in his heart. He was not a dragon. Although there was some dragon chi in his body, if he wanted to control this dragon throne that was said to represent the will of the dragon race, it was impossible. Roar! Ao Qian was shocked and hurriedly urged the dragon throne, wanting to take back the dragon king of the West Sea's dragon throne. But how could the Feng Wu let him succeed? The power of the stars and moon surged, blocking the dragon throne. The dragon king of the West Sea fell from the dragon throne, and a flaw appeared in the four seas great array. And when the Feng Wu separated the dragon throne from the four seas great array, the entire four seas great array was broken, and it no longer had the ability to stop Xiaohua. Swoosh! Like a heavy rain, endless blue water fell from the sky, and the space of the four seas great array collapsed. Boom! Wen Chu smiled. The Wen Chu star turned into a book and fell into his body. The sword light around Xiaohua's body disappeared, revealing a Taoist cultivator who had a card up his sleeve. As for the Feng Wu, his wings protected the dragon throne, and the Big Dipper star mark was also hidden on his back. Chapter 43-22. Outside the Four Seas formation, there were still over 1 million members of the sea race. At this moment, these members of the sea race had surrounded Xiaohua and the others. Behind the sea race, the entire South Sea Dragon Palace had changed under the control of the South Sea Great General. Within the tens of thousands of li of the Dragon Palace, all the palaces were emitting light. All the seawater was also faintly fluctuating. Nearly endless water elemental energy of heaven and earth surged over from 100,000 li to 1,000,000 li of the sea and poured into the Dragon Palace. The entire Dragon Palace and all the members of the sea race had formed another great formation. A true overturn oceans formation. When the Four Seas formation collapsed, the entire overturn oceans formation immediately appeared in front of the South Sea Dragon King Ao Tsongda. Ao Tsongda laughed nastily. This was what he had instructed Ao Xian to do before he laid down the Four Seas formation. He activated the Dragon Emperor without hesitation. Once the Dragon Emperor entered the Overturn Oceans formation, she became the formation eye of the entire Overturn Oceans formation. The South Sea Dragon King Dragon Emperor, who originally ruled the South Sea,
immediately borrowed the power of the overturn oceans formation to create a huge pressure that pressed down on Xianxia from 1,000,000 li of the sea.
Good.
Facing the power of such a great formation, even Ao Qian could not help but praise. This kind of power of the sea, the power of 1,000,000 members of the sea race, was not something that a few ninth-grade essence energy cultivators could resist. Even if there was a literary star and a great sage among them, Ao Qian could almost see the scene of Xianxia and the others escaping in a sorry state.
Damn it!
Everyone could see the anger in Ao Tsongda's eyes. He had truly suffered under Wen Chu's hands. Only then did he fiercely shout, "So what if you are a literary star?
So what if you can activate Wen Chu to become a star?
Can the will of the many sages resist the will of the people?" Facing such a heavy pressure, Wen Chu, Tianran, and Feng Wu's expressions changed. They could easily escape without any effort, but if they resisted, not only would they be injured, how many of the 1,000,000 members of the sea race would be able to survive? Although Buddha Bodhi had already attained the Maitreya Buddha fruit, Xiaohua's several clones also had a compassionate heart. They didn't want to fight to the death with these innocent dragon race and sea race.
Ha ha ha.
Only Xiaohua's expression didn't change. Looking at the entire southern sea dragon palace turning into an incomparably large array, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. His tone was filled with pride. This Xiao doesn't know if anyone from the 3 continents has already caused havoc in the dragon palace. However, from today onwards, when someone causes havoc in the dragon palace again, it won't be unprecedented. Because at this moment, I will destroy the South Sea Dragon Palace. While speaking, Xiaohua raised his hand and took out the Kunlun mirror. He called out, "Fellow Taoist Kuang, it's time for you to show yourself. Your descendants really miss you, forcing I again and again."
Roar.
As the Kunlun mirror's light pillar pretended to penetrate, a powerful dragon roar rushed out from the light pillar. A dragon aura that was not inferior to the Dragon Emperor of the 4 seas rushed out in all directions with a dragon roar.
Reverend Yun.
Ao Qian cried out in disbelief once again. He had always thought that Xiaohua was Reverend Yun, but it never occurred to him that Reverend Yun was actually someone else. What the hell is going on here? Ao Qian felt a headache coming on, as if he was drawing water with a bamboo basket. But at this moment, he had no time to feel the bitterness of having nothing, as he exerted all his strength to drive the Dragon Emperor to resist the oppressive aura of Reverend Yun from the Dragon Realm. When Reverend Yun's dragon body appeared in the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, an aura of a king returning to the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Palace of the 3 Seas pressed down forcefully. However, even Reverend Yun felt that he could not withstand the entire Dragon Palace's array alone. Nevertheless, Reverend Yun was not in a hurry. He threw his head back and roared as he reached out his dragon claw and raised the ancient Pangu axe high into the air. The broken Pangu axe was just a shadow on the primitive continent, but when it appeared here, countless powers of laws poured down crazily. As the light and shadow twisted, the space collapsed once again. Strange black and white ripples rushed into the shadow of the axe, and in just a flash, an axe that looked ordinary to the naked eye or divine will revealed its true form. As Yun's dragon claw waved the handle of the axe, the Pangu axe began to move gently in the dragon palace. A soft swoosh rang out, softer than the sound of a flying sword cutting through silk, and gentler than a breeze caressing one's face. Just like that, a crack appeared on the surface of the Pangu axe. The broken 4 Seas formation was cut in half, the 7 Stars Palace was cut in half, the tens of thousands of oceanic clans were cut in half, the entire Dragon Palace was cut in half, and even the ocean region of 1,000,000 miles was cut in half. All the dragons, all the oceanic clans, and even Xiaohua were stunned.
Boom!
In the end, a huge rumbling sound came from the bottom of the sea. 1,000,000 miles long, 100 miles wide, and 1,000 miles deep trench appeared in the Dragon Palace that had been split into 2 halves. Only then did all the sea race awaken.
Roar!
Reverend Yun gave a furious roar as a golden light burst out from his body, and the Pangu axe disappeared into his dragon body.
Who dares to attack me again? I'll kill him.
Reverend Yun's weak voice rang out as he descended towards the mirror of Kunlun.
Fellow Taoist.
Xiaohua hurriedly stopped him and transmitted his voice to him. The dragon throne of the Dragon King of the Western Ocean?
Reverend Yun nodded.
The dragon claw had covered Ao Hong's dragon throne, and as the dragon claw raised, Reverend Yun easily grabbed it.
Xiaohua was overjoyed. He shook the mirror of Kunlun and pulled Reverend Yun into his space. Ao Qian, Ao Concrete, and Ao Go were all struck dumb. If Ao Hong had not fainted, he would have been struck dumb as well. All the oceanic clans stared blankly at the Dragon Palace, which had been split in half, and at Xiao Hua, who was standing proudly in the ocean. The Dragon Palace of the Southern Ocean had never been so quiet. Not even a fish dared to swim in the palace, and the entire ocean was rocked by towering waves. But the bottom of the ocean was so quiet that not even a ripple could be seen. After the time it took to finish a pot of tea, Xiao Hua cleared his throat and said, "Dragon King of the Southern Ocean, you may withdraw your subordinates now." Ao Concrete recovered from his shock and looked at Ao Qian.
Both of them exchanged a glance, then Ao Concrete said coldly, "The Dragon Palace of the Southern Ocean is not at the end of the line yet.
We still have the strength to fight again." The strength to fight again? A sarcastic smile emerged on the corner of Xiao Hua's mouth. He pointed a finger into the distance and said, "You can't even protect your fourth prince. How can you talk about the strength to protect yourself?" Ao Concrete was slightly startled, and he hurriedly turned to where Xiao Hua was pointing. Sure enough, there were a few dragon generals guarding there. Although their faces were filled with panic, they were still on high alert. Behind them, the fourth prince, Ao Qian's dragon body was covered in large spots. The edges of the spots had long festered, and the dragon blood that gushed out had turned pitch black. Meanwhile, strange dragon blood was gushing out of Ao Qian's head, eyes, mouth, and other parts of his body. It seemed that he had died there long ago. Ao Concrete's body stiffened, and he immediately said, "Ao Qian plotted to kill his own brother, and he has violated the law of the four seas. This king will not let him live for another day. Now that he has repented, he took his own life first. At least he knows how to behave." "Hee, you're so stubborn." Xiao Hua chuckled. The Kunlun mirror vibrated, and a beam of light shot out. Wang wang. Another thunderous rumble sounded as two enormous lightning boats appeared in front of the Sea Tribe's experts. On the lightning boats, other than Dragon Lady Jiang Hong, there was also Lu Yi. Under their command, the Lu family's descendants, Shenhua Continent's Dragon Clan's members, and even several 100,000 Fortune Gates disciples appeared. Grotto River Dragon Clan? Ao Concrete's eyes narrowed, and he exclaimed in surprise. He was the master of the Dragon Palace. How could he not see the purity of the Dragon Clan's bloodline? How could he not see the strength of the Dragon Clan's descendants? After the two thunderboats and hundreds of thousands of descendants of the Dragon Clan flew out, the courage that Ao Tsong had mustered disappeared again. The Dragon Clan of the Shenhua continent could not compare to the Dragon Clan of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, and the Dragon Clan's descendants could not compare to the Dragon Clan of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. However, the Dragon Clan's descendants were much stronger than the Dragon Clan of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. The origin energy of the Shenhua continent was different from that of the Three Rivers and Four Seas. Although the Dragon Clan's descendants only had a few thousand years of cultivation, their strength was not much weaker than the Dragon Clan of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. It was difficult for the Dragon Clan to reproduce in the Three Rivers and Four Seas, but it was easy on the Shenhua continent. The Dragon Clan's population was not much less than the Dragon Clan of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace. Although Xiao Hua did not release all of the Dragon Clan's descendants, anyone would have made a decision after seeing the endless stream of Dragon Clan's descendants flying out. "Dragon Master Xiao," Ao Qian hurriedly asked, "what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing," Xiao Hua replied indifferently. "I don't like being threatened. Today, either the fish dies or the net breaks." "All right." Ao Shuachin gritted his teeth and raised his dragon claw. "In that case, let's fight again." Ao Qian originally wanted to bargain with Xiao Hua, but seeing that Xiao Hua had so many trump cards, he could not deal with him at all. He could only shout, "Third brother, don't be anxious." "Humph." Ao Shuachin snorted coldly, but in reality, he was already relieved. Ao Qian continued, "Dragon Island has already issued an order. The Dongtian River has already been removed from the Four Seas Dragon Clan's list of targets. Now, they are also a member of the Dragon Clan. If we rashly start a war, not only will we go against Dragon Island's order, but we will also cause discord among the Dragon Clan's descendants. Damn it, they are really selling dog meat under false pretenses." Xiao Hua snorted and thought to himself, they just wanted to betray Dragon Island, and now they are using Dragon Island's order as an excuse. This face is thicker than the South Sea. Even Panga's axe cannot cut it open. Since the Dongtian River's dragon clan has appeared, how can the dragon clan of the South Sea retreat? Ao Shuachin replied. Dragon Master Xiao. Ao Qian hurriedly asked, this is all a misunderstanding. Dragon Master Xiao, please forgive us and take back the Dongtian River's dragon clan first. They have already come out. How can we just turn back? Xiao Hua understood that this was the time to negotiate, so he immediately went with the flow and asked. Chapter 43-23. If you don't hand over the West Sea Dragon Emperor, my dragon clan of the South Sea Dragon Palace will never back down. Ao Tsongha shouted with a guilty conscience. Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and looked at Ao Shuachin thoughtfully. He nodded and said, yes, South Sea Dragon King is right. If you don't satisfy me, I won't back down. Ao Qian was overjoyed. He wasn't afraid of Xiao Hua asking for a price. He was afraid that Xiao Hua wouldn't ask for a price. Ao Qian raised his dragon claw and set up a silent barrier. He said, Dragon Master Xiao, what conditions do you want to return the West Sea Dragon Emperor to my West Sea Dragon Palace? When it came to bargaining, Xiao Hua wasn't inferior to the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. He waved his hand calmly and said, let's not talk about the Dragon Emperor for now. Let's discuss how to let the Heavenly Abode River Dragon clan return. What? Ao Shuachin almost vomited blood when he heard that. He said angrily, you want conditions for your hundreds of thousands of dragons to come out. What about my South Sea Dragon Palace's formation? I didn't ask you to set up the formation. You asked for it. Xiao Hua replied bluntly, and the Heavenly Abode River Dragon clan was forced out by you. It's your fault. Then what conditions do you want? Ao Qian was really helpless. He could only swallow his anger and ask. Simple. Xiao Hua replied casually, metal and wood elemental magnetism. You. Ao Shuachin trembled with anger. The trial formation of the Seven Stars Palace is used by my South Sea Dragon clan to stimulate the dragon bloodline. The metal and wood elemental magnetism is the core of the formation. Without waiting for Ao Shuachin to finish, Xiao Hua retorted, losing the trial formation is better than having the dragon bloodline of the South Sea Dragon Palace disappear. Xiao Hua, you're threatening me. Ao Shuachin was furious. Xiao Hua shrugged and said with a smile, if you think so, then just take it as a threat. I don't care about it. Third brother. Ao Qian hurriedly said, Xiao Longsure wants to use the metal and wood magnets to refine the five-element wishful heaven cudgel. This kind of primordial ominous weapon has not appeared in the world for many years. If third brother takes out the metal and wood magnets, it can be considered as forming a good karma. Furthermore, today's matter was caused by the South Sea Dragon Palace. I think we can agree to this condition. Ao Shuahui felt as if his teeth had been knocked out. He didn't know what to say, but when he heard Ao Qian mention the five elements wishful sky cudgel, he seemed to understand something. He looked at Ao Qian and then at Xiao Hua, gritting his teeth. All right. This king agrees. However, the metal and wood elemental magnetism is right there. If Dragon Master Xiao can't take it away, then don't blame my Southern Sea Dragon Palace for not agreeing to this condition. Haha, you just need to agree. Xiao Hua laughed as he activated the Kunlun mirror and released Reverend Yun. Xiao Hua had been to the space of metal and wood elemental magnetism before, and he had seen that the South Sea Dragon Palace had already refined the metal and wood elemental magnetism. Therefore, it was impossible for him to take it away casually. Therefore, after leaving his blood essence behind, he flew out of the space and waited quietly for his bloodline to permeate the metal and wood elemental magnetism. And now, when he saw how easily Reverend Yun faced the Dragon Emperor, he immediately thought of Reverend Yun. Sure enough, when Reverend Yun appeared, Ao Shuahui's face turned pale again. When Reverend Yun breathed out a dragon aura and sucked the metal and wood elemental magnetism into the space, Ao Shuahui's head drooped down, looking dejected. Xiao Longsure? Ao Qian asked again,
Can we discuss the matter of the Dragon Emperor now?
Of course not.
Xianxia refused without even thinking about it.
Why?
Ao Qian was taken aback. Can't the dragons in Heavenly Abode River go back? What about my fellow Taoists? Xiaohua looked at Feng Wu, Wen Chu, and Heavenly Man and said proudly, "They are Wen stars of Confucianism and great saints of the demon race.
Do you think they can leave so easily?"
Then, Ao Qian looked at Feng Wu with fear and asked in a low voice, "What is your condition, Xiao Longshi?" Xiaohua glanced at Ao Go, who shrunk his neck as a bad feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. The North Sea Dragon Palace should have an innate mother of wood, right? Xiaohua smiled and said, "It is exactly what I need to refine the 5 elements heaven cudgel. Lord of North Sea, please bear the pain and part with it." Ao Go nearly jumped up when he heard that. "Xiaohua, you want an innate mother of wood. How can there be an innate mother of wood in the entire 3 rivers and 4 seas? How can the innate mother of wood in my North Sea Dragon Palace possibly?" Before Ao Go could finish, Xiaohua shrugged, clapped his hands and said, "It doesn't matter. Since the Lord of North Sea is not willing, I won't mention it again. Later, I'll invite fellow Taoist Feng Wu to the North Sea Dragon Palace."
"I won't go,"
Feng Wu replied coldly. "Let fellow Taoist Ao go and give the North Sea Dragon Palace a blow."
Sigh.
Ao Go was helpless. Xiaohua said to let Feng Wu go to the North Sea Dragon Palace. But how could he not know the meaning behind those words?
It was a threat to Ao Go.
Feng Wu would definitely not let Ao Go return to the North Sea Dragon Palace safely. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked, "How about it?"
"Pooh."
Ao Go did not hesitate. He opened his dragon mouth and a ball of flame-like dragon chi flew out. At the center of the dragon chi was a dot of innate mother of wood. Above the dragon chi, the great purity azure light floated there like a wisp of azure smoke.
Haha, great.
Xiaohua had already stored the innate mother of wood into his space. "Xiao Longshi, do you have any other conditions?" This time, Ao Qian learned his lesson and did not directly ask about the West Sea Dragon Emperor. High-level wind escape technique. Xiaohua looked at Ao Qian and rubbed his thumb and index finger together. "This is the price I have to pay for being frightened by the South Sea Dragon Palace."
You.
Facing Xiaohua's exorbitant demand, Ao Go's dragon body kept trembling.
All right.
This time, Ao Qian was very nimble. He opened his mouth and a dragon shell flew out and landed in front of Xiaohua. "This was left behind by a wind attribute great demon that I killed in the past. See if you can use it." Xiaohua was stunned at first. Then he was overjoyed. He did not expect things to go so smoothly. He reached out and took it. He scanned it with his Yuan will and smiled. "Not bad. I will kindly accept this. As long as Xiao Longshi likes it."
Ao Qian smiled.
"I wonder if we can talk about the Dragon Emperor now."
"Not yet."
Xiaohua smiled. "I have one last condition. Of course, this condition is very simple. Others may not know, but the dragon race of the 4 seas definitely knows." Ao Qian's face flashed with anger. Just as he was about to get angry,
Ao.
A low groan was heard. Ao Hong, who had fainted, raised his head. Ao Qian glanced at him and his anger disappeared. He turned and asked Xiaohua, "I wonder what is Xiao Longshi's last condition?" Hearing how Ao Qian emphasized the word last, Xiaohua knew that this was his last chance. He answered without hesitation. "Since the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas is in charge of the 4 Seas ocean shipping, you should know about the origin of water, right? Which Dragon Palace has it? Just give me a little bit of it."
"What?"
Ao Qian was flabbergasted. He was about to fly into a rage. If not for the fact that he was afraid that Xiaohua would snatch the Dragon Emperor of the East Seas away again, he would have jumped up long ago. His breathing was already uneven. He said angrily, "Xiaohua, you are going too far. Dragon King is of the dragon race, not my human race. At best, you are going too far." Xiaohua saw that Ao Qian had lost his mind and answered with a smile. "The 4 seas are so big, and it is the center of the 3 continents' water flow. If the 3 continents have the origin of water, it should be in the 4 seas, right?" Seeing Xiaohua's smile,
Ao Qian's anger subsided. He knew that Xiao Hua was asking for too much. He calmed down for a moment and shook his head.
It is not that I am unwilling, nor is it that my dragon palace of the four seas is unwilling. It is that there is no origin of water in the four seas. If you want to find the origin of water, you should go to the three rivers. They are the foundation of the world's water sources. In that case, the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas does not want the Dragon Emperor of the West Seas.
Xiao Hua threatened.
Ao Hong said weakly, I have never seen the origin of water in the Four Seas.
Where does Dragon Master Xiao want me to find it?
If Dragon Master Xiao insists on using this as a condition, then my Dragon Palace of the West Seas does not want the Dragon Emperor.
How could Xiao Hua not know the value of the origin of water?
Seeing that Ao Hong had spoken, he waved his hand casually and said with a smile, Forget it, forget it. Since there is no such thing, this Xiao will not mention it.
Should we return the Dragon Emperor of the West Seas now? Ao Hong had received Ao Shuaqin's voice transmission and already knew the ins and outs. He gritted his teeth and asked. Of course, of course. Xiao Hua knew that even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Of course, he would not let these dragons jump over the wall like dogs.
He hurriedly replied, This Xiao has already felt the sincerity of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas.
Now, we can talk about the Dragon Emperor of the West Seas with you all.
What?
Dragon King of the West Seas asked curiously. You asked for so many things from my Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. Could it be?
Xiao Hua smiled coldly. Looking at Ao Hong, whose dragon blood had already begun to heal, he nodded and said, That's right.
Previously, it was just some appetizers. Now, it is the real feast. Ao Hong's heart thumped. He looked at Ao Qian. Ao Qian's face was also green. He nodded slightly at Ao Hong. Damn it! Ao Hong had just cursed when dragon chi rushed out of his body again. After a while, it slowly retracted. Xiao Hua did not move and watched quietly. He believed that the current Ao Qian knew his situation better than Ao Qian. There was no way he would not accept his conditions. All of Ao Hong's reactions at this time were just a bluff. And this kind of behavior could only make Xiao Hua feel more confident in his heart. Sure enough, after a while, Ao Hong took a deep breath and asked, Dragon Master Xiao, what conditions do you have? The treasury of the West Seas Dragon Palace. Xiao Hua had heard from Xianxia hundreds of years ago that there were countless treasures in the treasury of the West Seas Dragon Palace. How could he let go of this opportunity? Chapter 43-24. Impossible? Dragon Master Xiao, what are you thinking? Ao Hong rejected without hesitation. How can I give you the treasury of my West Sea Dragon Palace?
No, no.
Xiao Hua stretched out a finger and shook it slightly. This Xiao will not ask for the entire treasury of your West Sea Dragon Palace. This Xiao only wants 50%. 20%. Ao Hong immediately bargained. Just like an auntie buying cabbage in the market of the mortal realm. This Xiao is a man of his word. If I say 50%, then 50%. Xiao Hua said resolutely, if I want to bargain with you, then I won't ask for 50%. 30%. Ao Hong clenched his teeth and said, Dragon Master Xiao, you don't even know what 30% of my West Sea Dragon Palace's treasury means.
Tise.
Xiao Hua snorted disdainfully, proudly pointing at the dragons outside the restriction and said, These dragons and their descendants were all raised by this Xiao. Do you think this old man doesn't know the situation of the West Sea Dragon Palace's treasury? Besides, only with the West Sea Dragon Emperor can you control the West Sea Dragon King. Then the treasury of the West Sea Dragon Palace will be full sooner or later. If you don't have the West Sea Dragon Emperor. At this point, Xiao Hua didn't need to say anything more. Ao Hong knew how to choose. All right. Ao Hong narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, This king agrees to take out 50% of the treasury to exchange for the Dragon Emperor. However, if Dragon Master can tell me the news of the West Sea Fire Dragon Soul, this king is willing to take out another 20%. Xiao Hua smiled, and his eyes narrowed like a fox's. He also transmitted his voice. There's no need for you to take out 20% of the treasure vault as an exchange. After this Xiao obtains 50%, This Xiao will naturally tell you the information this Xiao knows. This news. Just treat it as a gift.
Really? Ao Hong's heart moved, and he asked with some disbelief. Of course, this Xiao has always been a man of his word. Xiao Hua patted his chest and answered proudly.
All right.
Ao Hong nodded solemnly and said, in that case, this king will return to the West Sea Dragon Palace. Don't be in such a hurry.
Xiao Hua smiled and said, this Xiao will go with you.
Now that you are heavily injured, if something were to happen, this Xiao's treasures would disappear.
How could that be possible?
Longsure Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua was about to leave, Ao Qian hurriedly asked, this king's 4 seas pearl. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and said snappily, of course you can return it to the East Sea Dragon Palace, but you have to use 30% of the East Sea Dragon Palace's treasury in exchange.
You. Ao Qian didn't say anything.
Ao Go stretched out his dragon claw, trembling with anger and said, the 4 seas pearl belongs to the 4 seas.
If you take it, so be it. Now, I'll give you face and trade with you. Do you all have the qualifications to trade?
Xiao Hua did not wait for Ao Go to finish speaking and coldly said, Ao Go, ask yourself honestly, how did you deal with this Xiao in the beginning? Don't think that I don't know what you're planning. The reason why I'm standing here talking to you and making some deals with you is also because I'm giving face to Dragon Island, and because I'm a dragon master. I'm also giving face to Great Elder Ao Jia's painstaking efforts. If it weren't for this Xiao wouldn't be bothered to talk to you all.
Isn't it just killing dragons?
It's not like this Xiao hasn't killed dragons before. It's not like you all haven't seen the corpses of dragons that died at my hands. Back then, this Xiao was only a 4th grade essence energy cultivator, and dared to set up a bloodsteel in the bronze pillar state.
Today in the 4 seas. Is there anyone who can stop this Xiao from killing?
Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua's eyes were like lightning as he looked at Ao Qian, Ao Hong, Ao Concrete, and Ao Go. Although the 4 dragon kings didn't fear Xiao Hua's gaze, they didn't dare to look him in the eye for even a moment.
Don't blame this Xiao for speaking so harshly. It's you all who are too disgusting.
Xiao Hua said again, perhaps you all have been sitting on the dragon throne for too long and your schemes are deeper than the South Sea. But you all must remember, the wrath of the Son of Heaven will cause millions of corpses to float and blood to flow for thousands of miles. The wrath of commoners will cause blood to flow for 5 steps and mourn for the world. In this world, there is no throne for a long time, only a long benevolence. After speaking, Xiao Hua opened his mouth and a heart-shaped sword light soared into the sky. It streaked across the sky and easily broke the restriction set up by Ao Qian. Outside the restriction, Jianghu, Lu Yi, and the others controlled the thunderboat. They were on high alert. Although the entire South Sea Dragon Palace had been split in half by Xiao Hua, there were still millions of Sea Clan members. The Dragon Clan led by Jianghu and the Dragon Clan descendants led by Lu Yi were still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. Seeing Xiao Hua appear, Jianghu and the other dragons were overjoyed. Lu Yi transmitted his voice. Master, did the negotiations break down?
Are we going to fight? Fight your head.
Xiao Hua glared at him and scolded. These dragon descendants and sea race members might become your wife's subordinates in the future.
Are you willing to kill them?
Master, what do you mean? Lu Yi was really confused because after the restriction was set up, the 4 dragon kings of the 4 seas appeared safe and sound. Their expressions and majesty were the same as before.
Nothing.
Xiao Hua laughed and said, your copper coin of Treasurefall is quite useful.
I'll borrow it first.
I'll give you the spirit binding shackles refined by your martial uncle Lei Ting.
Yes, master. Lu Yi was overjoyed.
Actually, he had no use for the copper coin of Treasurefall. He had heard Xiao Hua talk about the spirit binding shackles, which were refined from the antennae of the bee he killed on Tongtian Peak that day. When the Thunderclap Immortal was refining this item, Lu Yi had seen it before and had also drooled over the spirit binding shackles. However, he had never thought that Xiao Hua would bestow this item to him. Order all the disciples to leave the South Sea Dragon Palace and have Jianghu take them to Heavenly Abode River. Xiao Hua swept his gaze and ordered, tell your wife that I found a dragon weapon for her.
Don't be so petty in the future. Yes, master. Lu Yi's face turned red.
He understood that Xiao Hua could have said these words directly to Zhang Hong. The reason why Xiao Hua asked him to pass the message was to tell him that Lu Yi should be the one in charge of the Lu family. He couldn't be too soft. After Xiao Hua handed the spirit-binding shackles and 4 Seas pearl to Lu Yi, he watched as Lu Yi issued orders. The Heavenly Abode River's dragon race and Lu family's descendants formed groups and left the South Sea Dragon Palace in batches. When Jiang Hong heard Xiao Hua's orders, her expression became complicated. When Xiao Hua asked her that day, she had clearly said that she had married into the Lu family and was a Fortune Gates disciple. She wouldn't ask about the Heavenly Abode River's dragon race. Then again, Jiang Hong was the Heavenly Abode River's dragon race's little princess. She was protected by the dragon race since she was young. How could she not be worried? When Xiao Hua returned to the 3 mainlands, the first thing he did was to release Fu Jiwen and the others, leaving Jiang Hong and Lu Yi behind. This was definitely a blow to Jiang Hong. Perhaps Xiao Hua's departure from the 3 mainlands was merely 200 years in the Heavenly Abode River's dragon race's eyes, but in Jiang Hong's eyes, it was 10,000 years. How could she not be homesick? Seeing that Xiao Hua had sent her and her descendants out of the Shenhua continent to face the dragon clan of the South Sea Dragon Palace, Jiang Hong's heart burned with passion. She craved power even more than Lu Yi, or perhaps she had grown up in an atmosphere of power since she was young. Her bones were filled with the desire for power. How could she not understand Xiao Hua's intentions? However, Xiao Hua had suddenly ordered her to lead the dragon race to the Heavenly Abode River. She didn't think of anything else. She and Lu Yi were a loving couple. Although she was a little domineering in the family, she wouldn't refute Lu Yi's words. She was surprised that Xiao Hua had suddenly changed his mind. She didn't understand what Xiao Hua was planning. If Xiao Hua wanted to rule the Heavenly Abode River, in Jiang Hong's mind, the Heavenly Abode River wouldn't be able to resist at all. Xiao Hua didn't think as much as Jiang Hong. He looked at Jiang Hong's dazed expression and asked curiously, "Disciple? What are you thinking? Haven't you always wanted to go back and take a look? Now that I've asked you to go back, why are you hesitating?" "Master." Jiang Hong hesitated for a moment before replying softly, "The Heavenly Abode River's dragon race has been weak for a long time. If the Fortune Gates disciples go there, I'm afraid they will collapse very quickly." "Fuck!" Xiao Hua immediately understood. He glared at Jiang Hong and scolded, "What kind of person do you think your master is? Why would your master put the Heavenly Abode River in his eyes? You're thinking too much." "Yes, master." Suddenly, Jiang Hong seemed to have been enlightened. She was really worried about her gains and losses. She had thought too much. Jiang Hong hurriedly wanted to bow down, but Xiao Hua waved his hand to stop her. "Go. Heavenly Abode River is your maiden home, but it is also yours. Lu Yi won't care about the Heavenly Abode River's matters in the future, but he still has to take care of the Heavenly Abode River's matters. Otherwise, you won't be able to answer to the elders in the future." "Disciple understands," Jiang Hong replied carefully. Following Lu Yi's orders, she led a group of dragon race experts out of the South Sea Dragon Palace and headed towards the Heavenly Abode River. Seeing Lu Yi and Jiang Hong leading the Sea Tribe away with great familiarity, giving clear orders, the army orderly, and all the Sea Tribe carrying out their orders with an aura of being experienced on the battlefield, complicated expressions appeared on the faces of the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas. Xiao Hua's strength was outstanding, and he could suppress the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas. Although they were afraid, they weren't afraid because they had the Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas behind them. Xiao Hua could kill the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas, but he couldn't annihilate the Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas. However, Lu Yi and Jiang Hong's troops were different. They represented a force, and they also represented a kind of ability. They represented Xiao Hua's ability to wipe out the Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas. The Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas looked at each other, and there was more meaning in their eyes than before. After Xiao Hua put away the thunderbolt, he turned to look at Ao Hong and asked with a faint smile, "Master of the West Sea, can you bring me to the Dragon Palace of the West Sea now?" "Dragon Master Xiao, please." Ao Hong's heart trembled. Although there was still some arrogance on his face that made the other Sea Tribe members pay attention, his tone was faintly respectful. Chapter 43-25. More than a month later, on the shore of the North Sea, Waves of water came from the depths of the sea. Holding hands, the snow-white water splashed towards the reefs on the shore. When it got close, the water gushed towards the reefs enthusiastically. Unfortunately, the reefs only gave the water a hard and cold feeling. The water splashed onto the reefs and instantly shattered. The passion that only lasted for a few breaths was once again submerged in the sea. As the sea slowly fell, the sound of the water splashing was like waves of weeping. At this moment, the sun was setting again. The orange sunlight scattered across the surface of the water, adding a trace of beauty to the snow-white surface. Boom! A huge wave rose up from the sea, and a huge dragon with a dragon crown on its head flew out. Under the sunlight, the dragon's body was covered in scales that were several feet long, and they shone with a gorgeous color. When this huge dragon rushed out of the sea, its majestic aura instantly roared and surged in all directions. Not to mention the fish and shrimp in the sea, even the passionate water that occasionally hit the reef quietly retreated, not daring to act coquettishly. After the huge dragon, a tall and thin human figure also flew out of the sea. Although this human figure was not very tall, his figure was tall and straight. There was a faint smile between his brows. Those slanted eyebrows and slender phoenix eyes. Wasn't this Xiao Hua, Taoist Master Xiao? Xiao Hua flew out of the sea. His divine sense swept towards the reef. After a moment, he smiled and said, "So you've already reached the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Thank you for sending me off for thousands of miles. This Xiao can't thank you enough." The huge dragon turned its head. Although the ferocious dragon head was full of majesty, the fear in its eyes was mixed with shame and anger. It looked rather complicated. This huge dragon was the West Sea's master, Ao Hong. Ao Hong opened his mouth and replied. His voice was several times louder than Xiao Hua's. "I don't dare. It's this king's honor to be able to send Dragon Master Xiao to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. And, since we've already reached the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, we humans have an old saying, even if you send someone 1,000 miles away, they will still have to part. Let's part here. If fate wills it in the future, this Xiao will go to the West Sea Dragon Palace to visit Taoist." Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. He cupped his hands as if he was bidding farewell to an old friend. The enthusiasm on his face was even more beautiful than the sunset in the sky. Ao Hong forced a smile and said, "Dragon Master Xiao is the master of my dragon race. This king will always wait for Dragon Master's arrival in the Dragon Palace. When the time comes, we'll drink and chat." "All right." After Xiao Hua cupped his hands, he flew up and said, "Since that's the case, we'll part ways here." Cough, cough. When Ao Hong saw that Xiao Hua was really about to leave, he hastily coughed and sent a voice transmission. "Dragon Master Xiao, earlier, didn't you say that you were going to tell this prince that fire dragon's soul?" Ouch! Xiao Hua patted his forehead, his face filled with apology, and said, "Look at me, in the Dragon Palace treasury, my eyes were dazzled, and I actually forgot such an important matter. Actually, I am not the only one who knows about the fire dragon's soul. There is also a member of the Sea Clan in your West Sea Dragon Palace who knows about it. Go ahead and ask him." Who? Ao Hong was taken aback. He forgot to send a voice transmission as he exclaimed, "There are other members of the sea race in my West Sea Dragon Palace that know of this matter?" "That's right." Xiao Hua nods. "You just have to ask Xianxia in your Dragon Palace about this." "Xianxia? West Sea Patrol Chief?" Ao Hong was truly confused. How did he know about the fire dragon's soul? Could it be that Dragon Master Xiao doesn't know where the fire dragon's soul is? "I only promised to tell you about the fire dragon's soul, but I didn't say where the fire dragon's soul is." Xiao Hua smiles. "If I tell you where the fire dragon's soul is, your West Sea Dragon Palace treasury will belong to me." After saying that, Xiao Hua's body flashed with lightning as he turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards the Thousand Demons' sacred realm, disappearing in an instant. Damn it! At this moment, Ao Hong finally realized that he seemed to have been tricked by Xiao Hua. However, if he thought about it carefully, Xiao Hua only promised to tell him about the fire dragon's soul. Since he had already named Xiancheng, as long as he asked Xiancheng, wouldn't he know the whereabouts of the fire dragon's soul? Xiao Hua didn't go back on his word. Damn Xiancheng! Ao Hong didn't dare to vent his anger on Xiao Hua, but he dared to vent his anger on Xiancheng. After cursing angrily,
His dragon body flipped a few times in the air and fell into the sea with a whoosh, disappearing in an instant. Dusk was over, the curtain of night rose, the stars were bright, and the crescent moon was hidden. In the darkness, Xiao Hua activated the wind escape technique and flew slowly. Beside him was Feng Wu, who had transformed into a human form. Feng Wu turned to look at the North Sea that was no longer in sight and covered her mouth with a smile. Fellow Taoist is really sinister, sending Ao Hong away with one sentence. This time, that damn Xianxia will lose a layer of skin even if he doesn't die. How can it be just a layer of skin? Xiao Hua indifferently replied, I dare to bet with you that this time, Xianxia is dead for sure. Why? Feng Wu didn't know if she really didn't know or if she was just chatty, so she asked back. Xiao Hua replied, I believe fellow Taoist already knows the use of the fire dragon's soul. That fire dragon's soul is the inheritance of the Dragon King of the West Sea Dragon Palace. Without the fire dragon's soul, Ao Hong can't perfectly merge with the Dragon Emperor and can't perfectly suppress the West Sea. The biggest weakness of the Four Seas Grand Formation is him. Moreover, from Ao Hong's words and actions, it seems like he didn't leak the news of the fire dragon's soul to Ao Qian and the other Dragon Kings. In other words, he might suspect that the fire dragon's soul was taken away by the other Dragon Kings. Or maybe he didn't dare to let the other Dragon Kings know that the fire dragon's soul was lost. This kind of important news. Xianxia actually didn't report it to him and secretly went to look for it himself. He even colluded with the human and demon race cultivators. Especially because of this, Xianxia even released the Grand Mist Ancestor, causing the fire dragon's soul to be lost again. Do you think Ao Qian will spare Xianxia? The problem is, Xianxia didn't know that that was the West Sea's eye, nor did he know that the fire dragon's soul was at that place. Feng Wu laughed. Wouldn't Xianxia die unjustly? It doesn't matter whether he knows the truth or not. The key is that he didn't report this matter to the West Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Hua waved his hand and replied, just this alone is enough to take his life. As for being unjustly accused, does fellow Taoist feel that he was wronged? If it wasn't for his trap in the stacked Jade Legacy realm that day, how could I have been besieged by the 4 Sea Dragon generals? I originally wanted to kill him with my own hands, but how can I make a move against him now? Borrowing Ao Hong's saber to kill him, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? What best of both worlds? Feng Wu curled his lips again. You took away half of the treasures from the West Sea Dragon Palace's treasury, and even used his saber. You took advantage of him. This is all consensual. Xiao Hua did not refute, and only said with a smile, I took the treasure and returned the Dragon Emperor to Ao Hong. Without the Dragon Emperor, I don't think he would have been able to keep the other half of the treasury. Sigh, the 4 Sea Dragon Kings deserve it. Feng Wu sighed. They could have schemed against anyone, but they had to scheme against fellow Taoist. In this world, I have never seen anyone who could scheme against fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua said proudly, I have a good character. I was originally thinking about how to plunder the South Sea Dragon Palace's treasury, but Ao Hong and the others sent the Dragon Emperor over. I can't not give Ao Hong face ah. That's right, fellow Taoist has already done well, and even returned the West Sea Dragon Emperor to Ao Hong. I thought that the thing in fellow Taoist's hands. How can I take it out again? Feng Wu looked at Xiao Hua with a smile and said. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes at Feng Wu and replied, the West Sea Dragon Emperor was only temporarily lent to Ao Hong. In the future, wouldn't I be the one waiting? Then how can Ao Hong, who doesn't have the fire dragon soul, keep the Dragon Emperor? Feng Wu was startled, and said with some surprise, what does fellow Taoist mean? Could it be that you still want to be the master of the West Sea? I have no interest in that boring thing. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, and previously, I didn't intend to interfere with the matters of the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas. However, since Ao Jia tricked me and wanted me to use the name of the Dragon Master to restrain the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas, then, we might as well do something bigger and stir up the water of the entire 4 Seas. Good boy. Feng Wu understood at once, and almost gave a thumbs up, and praised, why didn't I think of it? Fellow Taoist is still the best. It's not that great. Xiao Hua was modest at this time, and waved his hand and said,
Seeing the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon King, I also had a sudden idea. Since Jianghu's Methrea Buddha fruit can be given to Bodhi, why can't Ao Hong's West Sea Dragon Emperor be given to Little White Dragon? Isn't Little White Dragon obtaining the Fire Dragon Soul the same logic as Bodhi obtaining the Great Derivation Exquisite Pagoda? The opportunity has already been placed in front of us. If we don't take it, we'd be fools. If it's so simple, why did fellow Taoist almost fall into the Devil Dao that day? You even almost killed Buddha Bodhi? Fengwu didn't know that he was exposing the scar in Xiao Hua's heart, and asked without thinking. Xiao Hua was already able to face it calmly at this time, and didn't care about Fengwu's words. Instead, he smiled and said, if I take other people's things, I naturally won't think too much about it, but if I take my own family's things, I always feel like I'm robbing. Robbing is robbing. Fengwu smiled and said, is there still so much to pay attention to? If I had such scruples like fellow Taoist, how could I still devour all living beings? Isn't this just fate? Xiao Hua explained. For example, Little White Dragon obtaining the Fire Dragon Soul can aspire to be the Dragon Emperor of the West Sea Dragon Palace, and fellow Taoist devouring the Holy Bloodline can aspire to be the Dragon Emperor. At this point, Xiao Hua paused, and asked tentatively, by the way, is there anything wrong with the Heavenly Phoenix's consciousness? What's his mission? There's nothing wrong. Fengwu shook his head. I still don't know anything about the Heavenly Phoenix's mission. Alas, let's leave it to fate. Xiao Hua smiled helplessly. The matter of the Heavenly Phoenix and the Holy Bloodline was probably not something he could solve with his current strength. Alas, they're all from the Demon Clan. Why is the Dragon Clan so cunning? Fengwu also sighed like Xiao Hua. There's so much to pay attention to when giving a Dragon Master. At that time, I really thought it was to rope in fellow Taoist Ao. Chapter 43-26. Looking at Fengwu's sighing appearance, Xiao Hua understood that Fengwu had obtained the position of Great Sage, and his spiritual wisdom had already begun to awaken. Now, he had also reached the crucial point of forming a human nature. Xiao Hua had to give him some enlightenment at all times, so he patiently explained, actually, what we think is not unreasonable. It was also one of their thoughts. However, Ao Jia is the great elder of Dragon Palace. He stands at a high position and sees far, so he knows more information than us. When he was trying to rope us in, he would naturally consider other factors, such as the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas disobedience, the betrayal of the Gui clan, the coveting of the second elder, and so on. As for us, we appeared at the right place at the right time, which allowed Ao Jia to make the right choice. By making I the Dragon Teacher, firstly, it would allow us to rope in Reverend Yun and express Dragon Island's attitude. Secondly, it would give Ao Zhan a reason to be at ease, allowing him to join hands with I when he could not get help from Dragon Island. I had thought of these two reasons before, but now, looking at the situation of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas, I have a third reason. I can restrain the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas with the title of Dragon Teacher. Oh, wrong. Reverend Yun can restrain the Dragon Emperors of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. I reckon the 4 Dragon Emperors are not suppressed by the elders of the Dragon Palace, which is the most fundamental reason why the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas refused to submit to Dragon Island. Of course, I reckon there is a 4th or even a 5th reason, but I can't recall it for now. However, I don't like to be someone else's chess piece. Since I don't want to be a chess piece, I have to jump out from the chessboard. What I have gained in the heavenly prison for tens of thousands of years, what my fellow Taoists have gained from the bloody storm in the ruins, what Wen Chu has gained from the sages of literature, what Fengwu has gained from the stars, what Heavenly Tao has gained from the primordial purple qi, and what we have gained from opening the heavens in the primitive continent and saving the world. All these are enough for me to stand at the top of the 3 continents. Of course, it is impossible to digest all these without tens of thousands of years of cultivation or some extreme opportunities. However, what I have gained so far is enough for I to jump out from the chessboard. I have indeed come out, but the chessboard of the Dragon Clan is still there, and the game must continue. Therefore, other than the arrangement of the Dragon Island and the Dragon Palace, I have also made a third arrangement. Ao Zhan was indebted to I, and Ao Zhan was also a man of his word. Between Dragon Island and I, he knew who he would choose. Ao Hong was nearing his end. After the Four Seas Grand Array,
There might be some turmoil in the four seas. The little white dragon had a chance to enter the West Sea Dragon Palace. Although the Dongtian River had been pardoned by the Dragon Island, they might not listen to Ao Zhan's orders. Now, they were in an awkward situation. Jianghu had led the Shenhua continent's dragon race back. She was the little princess of the Dongtian River, and it was natural for her to control the Dongtian River. With this three-step flag, does the Dragon Island elder still want to play chess with I? The Dragon Palace of the Four Seas has been arrogant for too long. We still have Reverend Yun. Feng Wu was happy to hear that as well, and said hastily, with Reverend Yun here, who can compete with him? With the axe of the South Sea Dragon Palace. Which stupid dragon dared to go against Reverend Yun? Reverend Yun doesn't even have to show up in the future. He can just be a title. Xiaohua said with a smile. Besides, the current Reverend Yun does not belong to the three continents anymore. What do you mean, fellow Taoist? Feng Wu did not understand. Fellow Taoist, how did you feel when you became a great saint and looked down at all the stars? Xiaohua asked. All the mountains were small. All the saints were under my feet. Feng Wu answered proudly. That's right. If that's the case, will you still lower yourself to the same level as old demon Jifeng? Feng Wu shouted without hesitation. Of course. If he dares to provoke me, I'll kill him. All right. Let's just pretend I didn't say anything. Xiaohua held his forehead with one hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. You are a great saint now. Why don't you have the awareness of being a great saint? Woo. While the two of them were talking, several streaks of star power appeared in the sky above a few dark mountain ranges not far away and fell into the mountain ranges. Although the stellar energy was invisible to the naked eye, it was difficult to detect with divine sense. However, Feng Wu had already become a great saint and was very sensitive to the energy of the stars and moon. She had already seen them and released her Yuan will to check. It's really the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. After a while, Feng Wu withdrew her Yuan will and said with a smile, there are actually a few demons whose strength is close to that of a great demon who are cultivating the demon race's secret arts. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said with a smile, if that's the case, let's hurry. Hurry? Feng Wu laughed and looked at Xiaohua thoughtfully. Where are you going, fellow Taoist? Cough, cough. Xiaohua coughed twice, his gaze looking at the endless starry sky as he replied. That greater demon died very decisively. Not only did I not know who instigated him to come over, I also don't know where his Immortal's cave is. However, this fellow's patriarch should be very famous. Let's go to the Thousand Demons' sacred realm and look for him. There will definitely be an answer. That day, didn't you ask Samantabhadra Bodhisattva who this so-called patriarch is? Feng Wu asked curiously. Xiaohua rolled his eyes and replied, at that time, I was concerned about Luer's matter. Then, Namo Maitreya Buddha achieved enlightenment. I didn't think of this at all. However, since this patriarch is someone who gave Mahavairakana Buddha a headache, he must be very famous. Won't we know if we ask him? Then let's go. After Feng Wu finished speaking, she raised her head and let out a phoenix cry. That phoenix cry not only shook the surroundings, but also attracted countless starlight to fall. Feng Wu's eyes were filled with desire and pride. She flapped her wings and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the depths of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm. Under the starlight, the Thousand Demons' sacred realm was like a huge monster crawling there. An indescribable wild aura spread out from the depths of the continent. Night passed and dawn arrived. Just as the sun and moon were alternating, Xiaohua and Feng Wu flew to a barren swamp. However, this swamp was somewhat different from the swamps Xiaohua had seen before. There were many small beasts in the swamp. They were either gliding along the surface of the water or darting around wantonly in the red and black mud. Occasionally, some small flying creatures like dragonflies would fly by. The clever little beasts had already jumped up high and stretched out their tongues to swallow them. The mosquitoes and other creatures that were commonly seen in swamps could not be seen at all here. Even the fishy smell was almost indiscernible. What was left was only some rich starlight aura. The morning sun had just risen, and everywhere it shone, the swamp was already covered in sparkling gold. The many little beasts were a little lazy under the sunlight. In the gentle breeze,
the starlight aura gradually faded and was replaced by the extremely hot aura of the sun. The swamp was surrounded by spiritual trees that were several feet long. At this moment, the few dewdrops on the branches and leaves of the spiritual trees had already turned into nothingness. Along with the dewdrops, the little beasts had also disappeared. Above the mud of the swamp, whirlpools could be vaguely seen. Clearly, the little beasts had already hidden inside. Roar, roar. After a short while, hundreds of demonic beasts emerged from the mud in other places. These demonic beasts were dozens of feet in size. Other than the 3 sharp horns on their heads, there were also some small thorns on their bodies. However, these small thorns were covered by a thick layer of mud, and only a few extremely short thorns could be seen. Hell! These demonic beasts had just poked their bodies out, and before they could even roar twice, they immediately let out low howls. Their huge bodies stopped in the swamp, and they didn't dare to move at all. On the heads of the monsters, the eyes behind the mud all flashed with terrifying gazes. Swoosh! Under the gazes of these demonic beasts, Feng Wu and Xiaohua's figures seemed ordinary yet extremely fast as they flashed past in the sky. Only after the two of them had flown far away did these demonic beasts become lively once again. As expected of the 1,000 monsters' sacred realm, Xiaohua quietly withdrew his divine sense from the swamp and said in a low voice, "No matter if it's a high-level monster or a low-level monster, they all have a natural sense for experts. We have yet to release our divine sense or origin thought. As long as we don't conceal our aura, they will be able to detect us early." Yes. Feng Wu did not release her origin thought. Instead, she looked down inside. The 3 continents are the hidden immortal continent, the Western Paradise, and the 1,000 monsters sacred realm. Although there are 4 seas in between, they are still the same realm. However, for some reason, these 3 continents are completely different. The hidden immortal continent is filled with boundless noble qi, and the human clan's luck is endless. The Western Paradise is filled with Buddhist light, and the sound of wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures are endless. Even the beasts seem to carry an extremely heavy benevolence. Looking at the Western Paradise again today, there are endless ravines, endless forests, and countless monsters and monsters. What's special is that the 1,000 monsters sacred realm is somewhat similar to the prehistoric continent. Many of the mountains and spiritual trees are several times taller than other places. If it weren't for the abundant vitality and the strong power of the stars and moon, I would almost think that this is the prehistoric continent. Xiaohua's figure did not change. Following Feng Wu's flapping wings, he also looked at the abnormally tall mountain range in the distant horizon and nodded. Fellow Taoist is right. I also suspect that the 1,000 monsters sacred realm might be a fragment of an ancient prehistoric continent. Moreover, there are mysteries in this fragment that we don't know about. This is why the power of the stars and moon is more favored, causing the monster clan to prosper and also creating countless great monsters, monster kings, and great saints. Yes, Feng Wu said with a smile. Although this is the first time I have come to the 1,000 monsters sacred realm, under the power of the stars and moon and feeling the aura of countless monster clans on the continent, I actually feel like I'm at home. Moreover, I also feel a kind of summoning in that place. It's the aura of the main hall that appeared in the void when I attained the great saint realm that day. As she spoke, Feng Wu raised her eyes to look at the depths of the 1,000 monsters sacred realm. Her eyes revealed an indescribable expression. Chapter 43-27. That's naturally where the Great Sage Hall is located. Xiao Hua's eyes also revealed a strange expression as he replied, "If nothing unexpected happens, every demon that attains the Great Sage Realm will be able to sense the Great Sage Hall's aura within the 1,000 demons sacred realm. However, with our current situation, it doesn't seem appropriate for us to enter the Great Sage Hall so soon." "Isn't it just a Great Sage Hall? I don't even have the patience to go," Feng Wu said proudly. "Besides, who knows what kind of trash the great sages in the 1,000 demons sacred realm are? They've already divided the forces of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. If I suddenly joined, wouldn't the balance be broken? They don't seem troublesome, but I do? Let's find a demon and ask them first." Xiaohua also didn't like troublesome matters, so he nodded and shifted his gaze away from the great sage hall. Up ahead, Feng Wu's origin sense swept out and easily discovered the location of the changes in the power of the stars and moon. There's a great demon there. Feng Wu's figure landed on a mountain range in the distance, and Xiao Hua naturally followed. Boom! Just as they flew close to the mountain range, an untamed aura surged from the depths of the mountain range and directly pressed towards Feng Wu. A cold voice sounded in Feng Wu and Xiao Hua's ears. Where did this demon come from? Boom! Before the demon could finish speaking, Feng Wu sneered. She flapped her wings, and the aura around her surged out like a torrent, instantly dispersing the great demon's aura. The demon's untamed arrogance immediately disappeared, and his cold voice was replaced with apprehension. He cried out in a low voice, "Senior, please spare my life. This lowly one didn't know it was Senior who had graced us with your presence." Feng Wu snorted coldly and rushed into the mountain range. However, in just half a cup of tea's time, Feng Wu and Xiao Hua flew out of the mountain range with deep confusion on their faces. After identifying the direction slightly, they continued to fly towards the north. After flying for half a day, Feng Wu once again rushed into a pool and asked another great demon. After a few times, the sky was already close to dusk. The starry sky of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm seemed to have arrived earlier than the hidden Immortal continent and the pure land of ultimate bliss. Under the twilight starry sky, Xiao Hua and Feng Wu slowed down. Feng Wu was unable to restrain the bewilderment in his heart, and he spoke first. "Fellow Taoist, looks like the matter isn't as simple as we thought." Xiao Hua also replied somewhat self-deprecatingly, "Yes, I have always been somewhat self-righteous. This time, I thought that I already knew that the great demon's backing was the great sage that even the Mahavairocana revered one was afraid of, and that I only needed to find a great demon and ask for the details. But now, I already know who the 6 great sages of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm are, and I have already asked about their residences. However, these great demons just don't know where these 6 places are. Not to mention who the great sage was that even the Mahavairocana revered Buddha feared. These narrow-minded great demons actually thought that every great sage could easily kill the Mahavairocana revered Buddha. It's really too laughable." Feng Wu looked at the gradually darkening sky and said, "That's right. The 6 great sages of the Thousand Demons' sacred realm are ranked according to their rankings. The golden-winged great roc, the profound armored pentaceratops, the flying feather-void beast, the 5-colored sea god shell, the scarlet flame vermilion bird, and the nether demonic dragon spider. If we only look at the great demon's body, it's somewhat similar to the 5-colored sea god shell. However, the 5-colored sea god shell is ranked 4th among the 6 great sages. How could its divine ability make the Mahavairocana revered Buddha fear it? Perhaps this 5-colored sea god shell great sage has a special divine ability? Can it restrain the Buddhist sect's methods?" Xiao Hua frowned and guessed. Feng Wu shrugged and replied, "Perhaps. Of course, what the 6 great sages' true bodies are is just a legend. Perhaps the names of their true bodies are different from their true bodies?" Xiao Hua said again, "Just like these great demons know that the golden-winged great Peng lives in Songyue heaven, but where Songyue heaven is, whether it's in the sky or on the ground, they don't know at all. Yes, the mystic armored pentaceratops lives in the endless sea, the feathered void beast lives in the Xian space forest, the 5-colored sea god shell lives in the star-obscuring lake, the scarlet flame vermilion bird and the nether demonic dragon spider live in the sun vault mountain and the dark abyss respectively. However, these places are legends in the first place. They're a type of symbol. No one knows where these places are located in the Thousand Demons' sacred realm," Feng Wu chimed in rather impatiently. Xiao Hua was somewhat pensive. He looked in a direction and said, "Of course they don't know where the Great Sage Hall is. Could it be that we have to make a trip to the Great Sage Hall? If you want to go, then go," Feng Wu urged. "So what if there are 6 great sages? Can they defeat us fellow Taoists?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment and shook his head. Now that the 6 great sages are in the open and fellow Taoists are in the dark, the situation is to our advantage. Moreover, if we rashly appear in the Great Sage Hall, things will become even more troublesome. Forget it, forget it." Feng Wu shook his head and said, "I won't think too much about it. I'll listen to fellow Taoists' instructions and do whatever fellow Taoist says." Hearing this, Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Let's follow our previous plan and take it step by step."
If there's no news today, perhaps there will be news tomorrow or the day after. Besides, if Little White Dragon is in trouble, he would have been in trouble long ago. He wouldn't care about these few days. All right, we'll listen to fellow Taoist. Feng Wu nodded and looked at the night sky again. He asked, "What about now? Shall we continue forward and find other great demons or even demon kings to ask?" "Haha, there's no need to be so anxious." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, "We still have other things to do." As he spoke, Xiao Hua stopped and invited Wen Chu and Taoist Witch out of the space. He said, "Fellow Taoists, I have always had two questions that I haven't figured out the answer to. Since we have nothing to do tonight, how about we have a casual chat?" Wen Chu and Taoist Witch landed in the sky and understood the current situation in a moment. Wen Chu clapped his hands and said with a smile, "The ancients often say that drinking wine and chatting merrily with the bright moon in the sky is the joy of life. Today, the moon is not round, but the stars are shining brightly. It's a great fortune for us to discuss the Tao with the stars." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "It's not about discussing the Tao. It's just that I have some doubts that are related to fellow Taoists. That's why I said it." "Fellow Taoist, please tell us." Taoist Witch looked at Xiao Hua in confusion. Fellow Taoist Wen Chu cultivates a Confucian cultivation method. That day on the primitive continent, fellow Taoist Feng Wu was recognized by the Big Dipper in the Seven Stars Formation in the South Sea Dragon Palace. Fellow Taoist Feng Wu also obtained the recognition of the Big Dipper. The stars revolved around the moon. It was also extremely thrilling for the 10,000 demons to turn into stars. Xiao Hua said tirelessly, "Whether it's the Confucian saints or the demon race's stars, they were all at a realm that we couldn't imagine before. Now that we've seen them and they've cultivated to such a realm, I can't help but have a question. Where did the saints and 10,000 demons come from? There's no need to talk about the saints. They don't exist in the hidden immortal continent anymore. They probably went to the heavenly court. However, among the saints, other than the ones we're familiar with, there are many that we've never seen before. These unfamiliar saints, are they from the three continents? Or are they from other realms? As for 10,000 demons, according to wise knowledge, there are 6 great saints after the 1,000 demons sacred realm. When the stars revolve around the moon, are those great saints from the 1,000 demons sacred realm? Are there any demon saints from other realms?" Hiss. Wen Chu and Feng Wu looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. They've never thought about this. Xiao Hua's words made them think of many things. Wen Chu spoke first. "In my opinion, the saints aren't all saints from the hidden immortal continent." "Why?" Xiao Hua looked at Wen Chu thoughtfully and asked. "It's very simple. The Great Desolation continent is far away in the torrent of time. How could ordinary saints have the strength to accurately find where we are?" Wen Chu replied, "Since the saints can accurately appear in front of me, it means that those saints have reached a realm that we can't pry into at the moment. How could a saint of this realm be born in the hidden immortal continent?" Even fellow Taoist Wen Chu thinks so. "I don't need to say anything more." Feng Wu said with a smile, "The 1,000 demons sacred realm can produce 6 great saints, but they might not be qualified to appear in the stars revolve around the moon. Even if the 1,000 demons sacred realm produced great saints in the past, how many of them can be ranked in the heavenly stars? Didn't fellow Taoist also say that? Outside the 1,000 demons sacred realm, there's the 10,000 demons realm. That place is probably much bigger than the 3 continents, right? The chances of great saints appearing there are also more." "Yes. In that case, other than the 3 continents and the Dawn Rain continent, there are many realms and many starry skies. The saints point Wen Chu and stars revolve around the moon will also appear in other realms." Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Wen Chu looked at the starry skies and sighed. "When I don't look up, I always feel that I'm the master of the world. I always feel that I can look down on the mortal world and be my own master. Only when I see the starry skies will I understand my true position. Only then will I know that I'm just a speck of dust, an ant under the starry skies." "Haha, fellow Taoist Wen Chu, don't be sad." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Even if we're ants, we're still the biggest ones." "That's reasonable." Taoist Witch clapped his hands and said, "I wonder what fellow Taoist's second question is?" I'll have to ask fellow Taoist to explain the second question.
Xiaohua said with a smile. Of course, I had this question when I saw countless souls at the bottom of the heaven and earth pagoda in the great sky array of the Great Desolation continent. What's the use of souls that made the heavenly demon of the melting paradise try his best to collect the souls of the desolation beasts? When we were in the ruins, didn't the demon emperor also collect the souls of humans? Taoist which didn't think at all and answered, the bodies of humans are comparable to a world, and the souls of humans are even more mysterious.
It's not an exaggeration to say that they contain the heavenly Tao. Even though I have studied soul cultivation techniques and comprehended some of the inheritances of the 13 gods, it's really difficult for me to answer fellow Taoist's question. I don't know how to answer it. P.S. This is a transitional chapter. Everyone, take your time and don't rush. Chapter 43:28. Actually, fellow Taoist, you don't have to think too deeply about it. Feng Wu suggested, the heavenly devil activated the heavenly dome formation to destroy the primitive continent, but what good would it do him if the primitive continent was destroyed? Of course, the benefit would be to obtain more souls of the primitive beasts. Why would the heavenly devil obtain the souls of the primitive beasts? Isn't it to leave the primitive continent? In other words, 1 or 2 souls are useless, but hundreds of millions of souls have secrets that we don't know.
They can save the heavenly devil from the primitive continent.
That's right, that's right.
Xiaohua smiled. That day on the primitive continent, weren't you entangled by the dark sky thundervine?
Didn't a demon race want to seize the Kunlun mirror?
Presumably, that demon race was transformed by the heavenly devil.
He wanted to use the Kunlun mirror to escape from here.
In other words, his soul can have the same ability as the Kunlun mirror.
Not only that,
Taoist which replied, I can vaguely feel that there is a great power in the soul.
This power might be even stronger than the magic power of the Taoist sect.
If we can control this power of the soul, we won't have to be afraid of facing Immortal Emperor Gaochen and Vairocana revered Buddha.
The power of the soul. That's the power of reincarnation. How can an ordinary cultivator comprehend it?
Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh when he thought of Netherworld and Xue Xue.
Haha, fellow Taoist, you have a good character. No one in the entire 3 realms can compare to you. If you can't comprehend it, it's even more impossible for others.
Wen Chu said with a smile.
Now, it's naturally impossible. However, that doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future.
Xiaohua replied proudly. I think that the soul is the core of soul cultivation.
Now the million soul cultivators in Meng Mountains are divided into 13 branches, and each branch cultivates a different soul cultivation. Aren't they also neglecting the essentials?
If fellow Taoist which wants to cultivate Confucian cultivation to the extreme, you still need to carefully comprehend the power of the soul and find the essence of it.
That's right. Taoist which also sighed and replied, fellow Taoist is right. I have also been thinking hard about this recently.
Now, even though we've obtained the inheritance of the soul cultivator, all the cultivation within it seems to utilize the energy of the soul, the energy of the bloodline, the energy of negative karma, and so on.
Even though it seems very mysterious, its might can't compare to the Tao sect's techniques. In fact, it wasn't even as good as the green seal script that I had cultivated earlier.
Just like what fellow Taoists said about the Confucian cultivators, we soul cultivators seem to have lost our way in the long river of time.
The green seal text is definitely the right direction. Xiaohua nodded, because the spirit techniques of the 13 branches can be traced back to the source using the green seal text. However, green seal runes were far too difficult to cultivate. That was why the adepts had no choice but to seek shortcuts. The more shortcuts one took, the more one would forget the real path. But what was the essence of the green seal text? Was it a soul? The power of the soul. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua suddenly laughed involuntarily.
He waved his hand and said, I think too much. With our realms and the 3 continents we are currently in, it is very unlikely that we will be able to obtain the correct answer.
Fellow Taoists should take 1 step at a time, slowly cultivate, and slowly search. Perhaps after a long time, when we suddenly look back, we will find the answer. At that time, when we think about tonight's discussion, we will definitely have some thoughts. That's right. If we didn't go to the Heaven's Prison and experience the ruins and the great desolate continent, how would we know so many secrets?
Since we know that there is such a wonderful place in the outer world, we naturally have to work harder and strive to have the ability to go there as soon as possible. Actually, this little one is somewhat regretful.
Wen Chu said thoughtfully, why didn't we stay in the higher world? Since that is where we will go in the future, why did we return to the 3 continents? Why did we have to cultivate diligently before going to the higher world? Xiaohua smiled and said, not to mention that the Great Desolate Continent is an incomplete Great Desolate Continent with time turbulence outside. That is a place that even the Hua Lu Heavenly Demon doesn't want to stay in. How good could our fate be if we stayed there? Although I don't know why the Dragon God and the previous Maitreya Buddha reincarnated, I feel that it has something to do with them wanting to leave the Great Desolate Continent. Moreover, the ruins. Speaking up to hear, Xiaohua's smile disappeared. Instead, he looked up at the bright stars in the night sky and said bitterly, under the Great Desolate Starstorm, I don't know if the ruins can still exist. Will Yu Mingxin and Wu Tian be able to escape with their lives?
We understand fellow Immortal's heart. After a while, when Chu continued, that place may be suitable for fellow Immortal, but it is not suitable for this little one and the other fellow Immortal. There is another layer of meaning.
Xiaohua nodded.
Just now, I also said that in order to pursue a shortcut, the cultivation system of Confucian cultivators and soul cultivators seems to have deviated from the essence.
Although it is an excellent choice for us to stay in the higher world, isn't this also a shortcut?
If we don't go through the tempering of the lower world, if we don't go through the normal cultivation path, how can we have the realm and strength of the higher world?
Strength can increase, but to enter the higher world, strength is not the only thing that is needed, right? There are many necessary things that we don't know. Without these necessary things, we are trees without roots in the higher world. Therefore, I feel that it is better to return to the 3 continents step by step. Of course, there is also the knot in fellow Immortal's heart. Daoist Witch smiled. Just as he said that, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows again and looked faintly at a place. Since Xiaohua had made a move, the other clones naturally noticed something as well. Fengwu even asked curiously, why is he here? Xiaohua's hand pinched his chin as he thoughtfully looked into the distance. Some extraordinary splendor flashed within his eyes. However, after merely a moment, he was stunned once again. His eyes turned, and once again looked towards another direction. The thoughtful expression on his face became even denser. After a moment, Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and looked at Daoist Witch and Wen Chu. He smiled and said, fellow Immortal, what do you think? Wen Chu shook his head slightly. If I'm not wrong, these people coming from afar to the 1,000 Demons Sacred Realm should be related to that, Xiaohua. But the problem is, since even the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas don't want to easily leak the information to us, how do these Dao sect cultivators know? Daoist Witch blinked his green eyes and said with a smile, if I say that fellow Immortal is too narcissistic, would fellow Immortal be angry? Although some of these Dao sect cultivators are familiar with fellow Immortal, they might have come here to hide from the Immortal Palace's inspector. It might not be related to fellow Immortal. You guys are really troublesome. Fengwu said disdainfully, fellow Immortal, you just have to show up in front of them and ask them. They have already sworn loyalty for 500 or 1,000 years. It has only been 200 years. Are they still not listening to fellow Immortal? Fellow Immortal, you are thinking too simply. Daoist Witch glanced at Xiaohua and said, the human heart is the most unpredictable thing in this world. Do you know what a honey mouth is and a sword in the belly is? Do you know what a knife hidden in a smile is? Back then, these cultivators had no choice but to pledge their allegiance to you. After witnessing your strength, they decided to pledge their allegiance to you wholeheartedly. As for what they are thinking in their hearts, it is impossible for us to know. Soul search. Fengwu replied decisively, fellow Immortal, you just need to point your finger and you will know everything, right? Besides, don't you still have the dream mirage butterfly? Once the illusion is released, their state of mind will be immediately revealed. Xiaohua looked at Fengwu, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He explained, if it is not necessary, it is best not to use the soul search technique.
Although the illusion is useful, don't you think that using the dream mirage butterfly on these Dao sect cultivators whose cultivation is only at the peak of the 4th level and the lower the 5th level of essence energy is degrading?
I don't think so.
Feng Wu did not have the consciousness of a great sage and replied without hesitation. I only think that the most direct way to find the truth is the best way.
There is no need to complicate things. Actually.
Wen Chu looked at Xiao Hua and asked again, Fellow Immortal, you are not only worried about this, right? Because of the appearance of that great demon from the Great Snow Mountain and the obscurity of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas, Fellow Immortal is still worried that there is some other truth behind this seemingly simple matter.
That's right.
Xiao Hua nodded. Although I did not say it clearly, that Dragon King of the West Sea already understood. He even took out the treasury of the West Sea Dragon Palace, but did not want to solve the doubts in Ai's heart.
Don't you think it is strange? Could it be that the mastermind behind this is more powerful than the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas?
Feng Wu seemed to understand something and sneered. Is it that great sage of the Dragon Clan called the Profound Armored Pentaceratops? If so, I would like to see what kind of extraordinary methods this great sage of the Dragon Clan has.
On the surface, in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, the Profound Armored Pentaceratops is the most likely to be interested in the 5-clawed golden dragon. But on a deeper level, since the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas dared to make a move on Ai, some elders of Dragon Island might not dare to.
Xiao Hua said again, Oh, also the death of Ao Qian, the 4th prince of the South Sea Dragon Palace, was too strange. Although Ao Concrete cared about his face and only said that Ao Qian committed suicide, I feel that things are not that simple. How could Ao Qian suddenly have the guts to kill 3 princes in the South Sea Dragon Palace?
Fellow Immortal, you mean?
Feng Wu frowned. Behind all this is most likely an elder of Dragon Island?
That's right.
Xiao Hua sighed. That Ao Jia has caused Ai to be in trouble.
A dragon master with an undeserved reputation. Tesveske, how much trouble has he caused? Fellow Taoist, you've changed the topic and confused fellow Taoist Feng Wu.
Taoist which said with a smile, We're going to find out who's behind this, but it's still too early for that.
Chapter 43-29.
Feng Wu glared at Taoist Wu and said with dissatisfaction, Who says Ai's confused? It's just that these Taoist cultivators are too weak and can't know the truth. You don't want to use your divine ability to get the results from them and want to use other methods. It's not that I don't know, I just feel that if we interrogate great demons during the day and stop at night when we meet Taoist cultivators, it's like we're selling dog meat under false pretenses.
Indeed.
Xiao Hua nodded with satisfaction. However, great demons are different from Taoist cultivators. My fortune gate will definitely become the pillar of support for the rise of Taoist sects in the 3 continents. These Taoist cultivators will also be a great help.
I have to reconsider their loyalty. Don't forget that some things can be tested and some things can't be tested. If you face human nature directly, many people won't be able to withstand this kind of test. In the end, both sides will lose.
Wen Chu suddenly interrupted and reminded him.
Xiao Hua was stunned.
He looked at Wen Chu and said, You actually know this? It's worthy of celebration.
This might be what I think, but... Wen Chu said meaningfully, a lot of it is what you think in your heart. We just inherited it from your memories.
Xiao Hua smiled. He knew that Wen Chu was reminding him that even though he had many clones, they had all inherited his thoughts and thoughts after all. It was best that the tragedy that Buddha Subhuti had suffered that day did not happen again in the future.
Xiao Hua didn't say anything in this regard.
After all, he didn't want this kind of thing to happen. However, there were many temptations in this world, and cultivators had to face many difficulties.
No one knew what would happen in the future.
As long as there was more trust between each other and less suspicion, even if there were some disasters, there would be a time when the rain would pass and the sky would clear up.
Taoist Wu and Taoist Wen Chu, return first. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and instructed.
All right, be careful.
Taoist Wu and Wen Chu cupped their hands and entered the space.
Xiao Hua then said to Feng Wu, How much of your strength can you conceal now?
When Feng Wu heard this, she retracted her aura and turned into a star monstrous race.
Then he proudly said to Xiao Hua, This poor Taoist is now in the devouring space realm. Everything in the world can be devoured by this poor Taoist. Even the power of the stars and moon is no exception. Therefore, this poor Taoist can conceal his strength at will. Xiaohua looked at Feng Wu from head to toe and said with a smile, "Although fellow Taoist has concealed your strength, do you think that your aura can escape the detection of the 1,000 demons, sacred realm demons?" Well, Feng Wu thought of the few great demons and demon beasts he encountered during the day and hesitated. After a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "It's an instinctive perception. I can't guarantee it." "Forget it," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Fellow Taoist, you should go back and rest first. I will go there myself." "Fellow Taoist," Feng Wu asked in an unconvinced manner, "do you really think you can fool them?" "Of course." Xiaohua smiled and transformed into the shape of a python dragon. At the same time, he took out the hallucinatory pearl and placed it in his mouth. In an instant, a python dragon aura appeared in front of Feng Wu. Even with Feng Wu's cultivation, she couldn't detect any flaws. Damn it! Feng Wu was truly in awe. How could I have forgotten about this hallucinatory pearl? Fellow Taoist, you used the 1,000 illusion pearl to transform into a demon from the Enlightenment Star Realm. Such a demon can be found everywhere in the 1,000 demons sacred realm. You don't even need to waste your time scheming. You just need to fabricate a story to confuse these Tao sect cultivators, right? I didn't think too much, Xiaohua said with a smile. This dragon clan's 1,000 illusion pearl still has a bit of dragon chi. I can transform into the shape of a python dragon and cover up this flaw. The crown prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace didn't seem to notice when you transformed into a demon with the 1,000 illusion pearl. Feng Wu said curiously. How could the cultivation of that time be compared to today? Xiaohua explained, when I took out the hallucinatory pearl, I sensed the dragon clan's aura in it. Although it was very faint, it was still there. Forget it. I will also go back to cultivate. If fellow Taoist needs feel free to ask I to come out. Feng Wu knew that Xiaohua was right. She didn't want to ask any more questions. She stretched and said a few words before returning to the Shanhua continent to cultivate. Xiaohua looked into the distance. His body swayed, and the body of the python dragon entered the void, disappearing in a few breaths. In the direction that Xiaohua went, there was a lush forest thousands of miles away. This forest was similar to the forests in other parts of the 1,000 demons sacred realm. The trees were huge, and the branches and leaves were extremely dense. They covered thousands of miles of undulating hills. In this forest, there were many small demon beasts roaring and leaping between the trees under the moonlight. Although these small demon beasts hadn't shed their fur yet, their natural affinity with the power of the moon and stars made them very lively. At this moment, above the demon beasts, there were a dozen or so human cultivators in the canopy of the trees. They used the thick tree trunks to hide their bodies as they silently flew forward. The two people at the front were Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian, whom Xiaohua was familiar with. As for the dozen or so people behind Ao Zhantian, Xiaohua was also familiar with them. They were the nascent soul cultivators that he had saved on the Yaotai mountain. They were also the dozen or so nascent soul cultivators who had pledged their loyalty to Xiaohua. Whoosh! Just as Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the others were flying, a pitch-black bat-like demon beast that was over 200 feet in size flew out from a hill about 10 kilometers in front of them. Although the sound of it tearing through the air was extremely soft, it created ripples in the air like boiling water. These ripples spread out in all directions, and the demon beasts that were celebrating in the forest immediately fled. However, before they had a chance to escape, the ripples had already caught up to them. Wherever the ripples passed, many of the small demon beasts fell to the ground like dumplings. There were even some thick and sturdy trees that were letting out creaking sounds. Thin lines could be seen on the surface of these trees, making for a very strange sight. Kacha! A very soft sound came from the canopy of the forest. The pitch-black bat-like demon beast immediately stopped in mid-air in alarm. Its hideous head that was hidden in the darkness of the night turned slightly. Cough, cough. A sound similar to that of a human coughing sounded from the head as it charged toward the canopy in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. As the sound passed, the branches above the canopy were all reduced to dust. A passageway that was over 300 feet in size was revealed in the canopy of the canopy. However, the passageway stretched for several dozen kilometers,
and the sound gradually faded away. The pitch-black bat-like demon beast also didn't discover anything strange within the canopy of the canopy. Squeak, squeak. The demon beast let out a few low cries as if it was saying something. Then, it spread its wings and charged out of the canopy. Boom, boom. The invisible power of the moon and stars fell from the sky, enveloping the demon beast's body. The demon beast spun a few rounds happily under the power of the moon and stars before flying toward a mountain peak in the distance. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a Tao sect cultivator with half of his Taoist robe torn appeared above the passageway that had been blasted open by the bat-like demon beast. His face was flushed with embarrassment. In the other hand of this cultivator, there was a small demonic beast that had been imprisoned. At this moment, the small demon beast was struggling with all its might under the restraint of the cultivator. Sparks were flying out of its mouth and nose from time to time. However, regardless of whether it was sound or light, not a single sound escaped from the cultivator's restraint. The night sky was still as tranquil as ever. After the human cultivator appeared, Shui Mingzi, Ao Zhantian, and the others also appeared on the treetops several hundred feet away with nervous expressions on their faces. A trace of displeasure flashed through Ao Zhantian's eyes as he scolded, "Fellow Taoist Exan, what's going on here? Why were you so careless?" The embarrassment on fellow Taoist Xian's face hadn't faded away, and when he heard Ao Zhantian's scolding, he became even more embarrassed. He waved his hand and explained, "Senior Ao, it's not that I was careless. This little thing just happened to pass by me. I remember Senior Shui saying that although the 1,000-demon Holy Realm demon beasts aren't very powerful, they are extremely vigilant. If you provoke them, you will definitely attract the attention of other demon beasts. As such, I didn't dare to be too careless, so I used my magic power to restrain this little thing. In fact, the sound just now was also made by this little thing." Fellow Taoist Xian was a nascent soul stage grandmaster, so how could he be so careful with his words? However, in front of Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi, he had no choice but to lower his guard. This was because Ao Zhantian and Shui Mingzi had already broken through the nascent soul stage and reached the out-of-aperture stage. They had truly become Origin Chi grandmasters of the 5th level. In a mere 200 years, 2 late nascent soul stage Taoist sect cultivators had actually broken through the taboo of Confucian cultivation and reached the out-of-aperture stage in one go. This greatly shocked fellow Taoist Xian. This wasn't just a matter of personal strength, but also the strength of the forces behind them. Apart from shock, fellow Taoist Xian could only feel envy. Unfortunately, Ao Zhantian didn't pay any attention to fellow Taoist Xian's explanation. He frowned as he looked at the little beast in fellow Taoist Xian's hand and said impatiently, "You can't even control such a small demon beast? How am I supposed to reprimand you? Are you still a nascent soul stage cultivator? If you screw up the entire plan, don't blame me for being impolite to you." Back when Ao Zhantian was only a late nascent soul cultivator, he was already extremely arrogant. Now that he was an out-of-aperture supreme grandmaster on the hidden immortal continent, he was even more arrogant than before. Cultivator Xian was a nascent soul cultivator, but in his eyes, he was no different from an ordinary disciple. He didn't hold back at all when he scolded him. "Yes, Junior knows his mistake. I will definitely be more careful in the future." Fellow Taoist Xian lowered his head and muttered. Magic power flickered in his hand, and with a schwa, the little demon beast didn't even have time to cry out before it was crushed into meat paste. Chapter 43:30. Damn it! Without waiting for Cultivator Xian to raise his head, Shui Mingzi's expression changed and he angrily cursed. "Didn't this old man say it before? Unless absolutely necessary, don't kill any demon beasts." Cultivator Xian was slightly angered by the fact that he was being scolded by 2 out-of-body martial grandmasters. He almost blurted out, "Senior Shui, even if it's just an ordinary little demon beast, I won't bring about a calamity if I kill it, right?" How could Shui Mingzi be bothered to explain anything to him? Shui Mingzi made a hand seal and hit his nose with the back of his hand. After that, Shui Mingzi sniffled and his expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Go!" His body turned into a rainbow and without concealing himself, he rushed in the direction where the bat demons had flown to earlier. This Ao Zhantian was also a bit confused. However, when he saw Shui Mingzi reveal himself, he hurriedly released his spiritual sense.
Sure enough, the eyes of all the little demon beasts that had fled or fallen to the ground had turned crimson red.
They rushed out from all directions and rushed toward the human cultivators like moths to a flame. Moreover, when these little demonic beasts scurried over, their mouths emitted squeaking sounds.
Although these squeaking sounds were very soft, when there were so many of them, they formed a kind of loud sound that was like the roar of a mountain or a tsunami.
This loud sound spread very far in the night sky. Damn it! Ao Zhantian cursed. What the hell is going on? Why did these little demon beasts suddenly go crazy? Even as he cursed, Ao Zhantian's body also transformed into a streak of light and rushed toward Shui Mingzi. Although he didn't know what was going on, Cultivator Xian knew that he had caused trouble by killing the little demon beast. He hurriedly shook his hand and threw the little demon beast's minced meat onto a huge tree. His body also transformed into a streak of light and chased after Shui Mingzi. But what this cultivator surnamed Xian didn't know was that the little demonic beast's flesh was somewhat strange.
When he killed the demonic beast with a shake of his hand, a few strands of its blood seeped through his magic power and landed on his Taoist robe.
Let's go, let's go. The group of nascent soul cultivators also didn't dare to tarry and flew into the distance. Not long after the human cultivator left, hundreds of small demonic beasts arrived first. They effortlessly discovered the corpses of the small demonic beasts killed by the cultivator surnamed Xian. Squeak, 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 squeak. The small demonic beasts closest to the corpses let out hysterical screeches. Then, their entire bodies glowed with a blood-red color. Puff, puff, puff. A series of light-popping sounds, like beans being cooked, emerged one after another. Around these small demonic beasts, thumb-sized whirlpools emerged.
These whirlpools sprayed out a thin mist of blood, which fused with the aura of the blood on the corpses of the small demonic beasts and spread in all directions.
Woo! As the thin blood mist spread out, the power of the stars and moon descended from the starry sky onto their bodies. These several small demonic beasts suddenly flew up from the giant tree and chased after Shui Mingzi and the other humans. Just as these small demonic beasts left, the dozen or so small demonic beasts that were affected by the blood mist also flew up and chased after them. Behind these dozen or so small demonic beasts, the blood mist that had doubled in size once again spread out in all directions. In the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the blood mist had already covered several dozen kilometers of the mountain forest. The aura of the blood mist had also drifted far away with the night wind.
In the air above the blood mist, several thousand small demonic beasts fearlessly chased after the human nascent soul cultivators who could kill them with a wave of their hand.
What's going on? Although Ao Zhantian had flown far away, his spiritual sense had remained on the giant tree this entire time. He had clearly seen everything that had happened. He couldn't believe that the death of a small demonic beast would cause such a huge change. Sigh. At this point, Shui Mingzi could only sigh. He looked at Cultivator Xian and the others and explained, "Fellow Taoist Ao, these demonic beasts are called moth-gathering beasts. They are demonic beasts that I've only recently learned about. There were many moth-gathering beasts around Chongqing Mountain. Their divine arts weren't strong, but they were united. If one moth-gathering beast was attacked, all the moth-gathering beasts within a few miles or even dozens of miles would receive the news and attack together. What's most inconceivable is that when these moth-gathering beasts smell the blood of their own kind, they will immediately go berserk and their abilities will multiply. What's more, the moth-gathering beasts have the word moth-gathering beast in their name, which means that they're like moths that fly into a flame. Once these moth-gathering beasts go berserk, unless there's a special reason, they'll definitely chase after their prey with no regard for their lives." With that said, Shui Mingzi raised a hand and pointed at the Yu shadows that were flying out from the darkness behind him.
He smiled bitterly and said, "As for the rest,
I don't think I need to explain further, do I?" Looking at the black shadows that were flying out like waves, the cultivator surnamed Xian was also helpless. He could only open his mouth again and say, "This junior really doesn't know. Hee hee." Shui Mingzi smiled faintly and waved his hand. This matter isn't entirely fellow Taoist Xian Ping's fault. It's also this old man's fault. Although this old man said that we can't casually attack them, I didn't mention any specific taboos. These moth-gathering beasts look nothing more than ordinary cattle and sheep on the hidden Immortal continent. Who would have thought that they would have such powerful natures? Yes, yes. The cultivator named Xianxia's expression relaxed slightly.
After a few words of agreement, he hurriedly asked, Senior Shui, what should we do now?
This junior sees that Senior already has a card up his sleeve. Xianxia's words weren't without a hint of flattery, but Shui Mingzi was very pleased.
He glanced at Xianxia and the group of nascent soul cultivators and said with a smile, Since all of you have taken a liking to this old man and fellow Taoist Ao has invited me with all his might, how could this old man not do his homework?
This old man has been in the Thousand Demons sacred realm for over 200 years. Although I don't dare to say that I know the habits of the demon race like the back of my hand, I still have some understanding of them. Just now, all of you saw that although these moth-gathering beasts are arrogant, they are most afraid of the eagle bats. In other words, we just saw the demon race. As long as we get too close to the eagle bats, these moth-gathering beasts will definitely retreat. So that's how it is. Ao Zhantian came to a realization and nodded.
We'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist.
But, after Xianping, another nascent soul mid-stage cultivator was rather puzzled. He asked, This junior still has a question, but I don't know if I should ask it. Su Tingzi.
Ao Zhantian glared at the cultivator and scolded, If you have something to say, then say it.
This is the Thousand Demons sacred realm, and there are many demon beasts and demon races all around us. Our situation is also very dangerous, so what's there to be afraid of? Yes, yes. Su Tingzi hurriedly said, Senior Shui said that these moth-gathering beasts are most afraid of the eagle bats. But, why do these moth-gathering beasts keep moving around the eagle bats? They should be far away from them. Su Tingzi hurriedly smiled at Shui Mingzi and said, Senior Shui, I'm just a little confused. I don't have any other intentions. It's fine. Shui Mingzi was constantly paying attention to the movements behind him as he flew. When he heard Su Tingzi's words, he hurriedly waved his hand and said, Don't Confucian cultivators have a famous saying? What you know is what you know, and what you don't know is what you don't know. It's a pity that I can't give you a very satisfactory answer because I'm not a demon race cultivator, so I can't answer your question. However, don't the pigs, goats, geese, and other animals all fear the humans in the mortal world? Don't they all live beside humans every day? The eagle bats are demon race cultivators, and the moth-gathering beasts are merely demon beasts. That's all there is to it. Senior Shui is right. Su Tingzi was completely convinced. I've overestimated the intelligence of the moth-gathering beasts. Ao Zhantian was getting a little impatient. He didn't dare to release his divine sense too much, and a strange light flashed through his eyes. Fellow Taoist Shui, the eagle bats from before seem to be nearby. Why haven't we seen them yet? Moreover, too many of these moth-gathering beasts have already been alerted. Shui Mingzi was also helpless. He also wanted to escape the pursuit of the moth-gathering beasts as soon as possible. After all, a dozen or so human cultivators were nothing in this dark night, but hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of crazed moth-gathering beasts were a different story. Unfortunately, he had to bring these dozen or so nascent soul cultivators with him, so he couldn't use teleportation. Thus, Shui Mingzi pondered for a moment and said, Fellow Taoists, using the eagle bats is merely a risky tactic. Those moth-gathering beasts are no ordinary demon race cultivators. If I don't control the scale well, I might end up in a predicament where I'm attacked from two directions. Therefore, if there are any changes later, you must remember the other thing that we discussed earlier. Right at this moment, before Shui Mingzi could finish speaking, a pitch-black shadow silently flew out from a hill several kilometers away. As soon as the shadow appeared, a faint fluctuation immediately disappeared into the void from where the shadow was, and the space around the shadow began to warp slightly. Shui Mingzi didn't release his divine sense, so he naturally didn't discover what was happening several kilometers away. However, he was a descendant of the demon race, and his bloodline had an innate instinct. As soon as the black shadow appeared, he immediately became vigilant. His explanation came to an abrupt halt, and he immediately raised his head to look in the direction of the black shadow. Who's there? Not only Shui Mingzi, but even Ao Zhantian also became vigilant. His expression suddenly froze, and he turned to look in the direction of the black shadow.
The shock in his heart forced him to blurt out a warning. As for Xiao Hua, he transformed into an ordinary boa dragon of the demon clan and flew towards Shui Mingzi and the others. However, after flying for about 1,000 kilometers, a powerful origin intent swept over from the peak of a mountain. When the Yuan will landed on Xiao Hua's body, a bloodthirsty aura immediately emerged from the Yuan will. Xiao Hua's brows slightly furrowed as he stopped and cast a sidelong glance at the mountain peak. Under the stars and moon, he saw a bird that was close to 100 feet in size spreading its wings. Pillars of light from the stars and moon continuously landed on its wings. Within the pillars of light, the ferocious bird's eyes were clearly visible.
Chapter 43-31.
Humph. Xiao Hua snorted coldly and scanned the area with his divine sense.
Buzz. Above the mountain peak, a huge divine sense came crashing down like a hammer. Not only did it seal the night sky, but it also scattered the light beam of the moon and stars.
Caw!
The ferocious bird turned pale with fright. It urged its demonic body, seemingly wanting to flee.
Boom!
A loud noise resounded. Dust and smoke suddenly rose from the mountain peak. Not only was the ferocious bird smashed down the cliff by the divine sense, even the summit of the mountain peak had collapsed by several tens of zhang due to Xiao Hua's divine sense. Looking at a few feathers flickering with starlight fluttering in the night sky, Xiao Hua's lips curled into a smile. He was about to move again.
Fellow Taoist.
At that moment, Feng Wu's voice sounded. Xianxia has something to talk to you about.
Xianxia.
Xiao Hua was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. When Xiao Hua had sent the disciples back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range from the pure land of ultimate bliss, he had also asked Xianxia to lead the 3,000 disciples back. However, Xianxia had actually wanted to return to the Shanhua continent first. Xiao Hua had not known what was going on and had hurriedly taken him back to the Shanhua continent, allowing the 3,000 disciples to follow Fu Jiwen and the others back first. After that, because of Lu Yi and Jiang Hong, Xiao Hua was in a bad mood and forgot to send Xianxia out of the Shanhua continent. Since the Thunderbolt Immortal was building the teleportation array in the Western Paradise, no one told Xiao Hua about the matters in the Shanhua continent. Xiao Hua caused a ruckus in the Dragon Palace and rushed to the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm, sending all the disciples out. He only forgot about Xianxia on the Shanhua continent. Xiao Hua looked around and teleported to the peak of the mountain. He took out the Kunlun mirror and released Xianxia from the light beam. Xianxia looked at the dragon-shaped demon in front of him in surprise and then looked at the Kunlun mirror in Xiao Hua's hand.
He bowed and said, "Disciple greets Uncle Master."
Xiao Hua didn't say anything. Under the moonlight, he carefully sized up this disciple in front of him. Xianxia was the first disciple he met after he got lost in the hidden Immortal continent. He was also the one who had the most rough experience, especially Xianxia's heart. He was hurt by his parents when he was young, and then by Jianghu. It could be said that in Xianxia's heart, the human race couldn't compare to the demon race, or even the demon race. Suddenly, Xiao Hua wanted to go to the mystic Jade Dark Forest where Xianxia came from, and see if he could find his true origin.
Martial uncle?
Xiao Hua was somewhat absent-minded. Xianxia didn't dare to get up. He hesitated for a moment before asking in a low voice, "Where is disciple's master?"
"N."
Xiao Hua responded. He put away the Kunlun mirror and the 1,000 illusion pearl and returned to his original appearance. He smiled and said, "Master is right here. Disciple, what do you need?" "Master." Disciple greets master. Seeing Xiao Hua appear, Xianxia wasn't surprised. He bowed once again. His etiquette was very thorough. Although Xianxia's thoughts were pure, he also understood that his master's abilities were vast and he definitely couldn't measure them. It wouldn't be strange for him to transform into anything. However, after bowing, a hesitant expression appeared on Xianxia's face. "Previously, I had forgotten that you were on the Shanhua continent. Your disciples have already followed Fu Jiwen back to the soaring Dragon Mountain range. This place is already in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. You don't have to return." Xiao Hua thought that Xianxia wanted to volunteer to return to the hidden Immortal continent, so he hurriedly helped Xianxia up apologetically. However, the moment Xiao Hua helped Xianxia up, Xiaohua suddenly froze. He looked at Xianxia with wide eyes and said in surprise, "That's not right." "Yeah. When have you been so polite to your master?" "Ha ha ha, so that's how it is." At this point, Xiaohua had already seen the expression on Xianxia's face. At this moment, after Xiaohua exposed him, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Xianxia's face. Thinking about how Xianxia wanted to return to the Shenhua continent after leaving the Shenhua continent, how could Xiaohua not know what Xianxia wanted to say to him? "Master." Xianxia was actually a little bashful and said in a low voice, "So you already know." Disciple knew that I couldn't hide it from master. Yes, yes. Xiaohua's mood was really good. It was as if the stars in the sky were shining brightly. He nodded vigorously and said, "Master didn't know before, but now I know." "Tell me, who is she?" Master doesn't seem to have heard Jiang Hong and Chong Yuan mention it. Yeah, you hit it so well. Not to mention master. Even your uncle Master Lei Ting didn't know. Saying that, Xiaohua took out the Kunlun mirror again and prepared to invite Yuanya's lover out from the Shenhua continent. "Master." Yuanya replied in a low voice. "It's just a recent matter. Junior brother and junior sister. Don't know, disciple. Also don't know. So I want master to make a decision for disciple." Xiaohua smiled and pinched his chin as he looked at Yuanya, whose face was a little red and whose breathing was a little hurried. How could he not know that Yuanya, this 1,000-year-old iron tree, had already bloomed? His heart that was hurt by Jianghu had already healed. Xiaohua sighed. That day, master had said that he would find you a fairy maiden from the Immortal Palace, but who would have thought? You were so quick to act and actually found a soulmate in the Fortune Gate. It seems that master has broken his promise. Master is a fairy. Yuanya was anxious and actually misunderstood Xiaohua's meaning. He hurriedly replied, "Ah?" Xiaohua was dumbfounded and said in shock, You're talking about Yes. Yuanya saw Xiaohua so shocked and didn't know what happened. The embarrassment on his face immediately disappeared and he replied, "It's Dai. She said she's not a cultivator from the Shenhua continent, she's from the 10,000 demon realm. She's a fairy." Looking at Yuanya's anxious appearance, Xiaohua looked at the Kunlun mirror in his hand. As his fingers shook, the Kunlun mirror looked like an ordinary bronze mirror in Xiaohua's hand. The moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the surface of the mirror. Light and shadow flickered from time to time, making Xiaohua a little confused. Seeing Xiaohua frowning and not answering, Yuanya's heart tightened. He didn't dare to say anything, biting his lips and staring at the ground. Xiaohua's heart was really in a mess. The space was his biggest secret. In his space, Xiao Huang was the first to enter, and Dyer was the second. From the moment he saved Dyer from the Sky Patrol City, Xiaohua didn't intend to let Dyer know his secret, and also didn't intend to let Dyer know that he was the one who saved her. Therefore, after Dyer's injuries were healed, Xiaohua placed a restriction in the space near Dyer to prevent Dyer from discovering anything from the space. Xiaohua was waiting for a suitable opportunity to throw Dyer out of the space, just like the rainbow-colored conch. Of course, this suitable place should be the Dawn Rain continent. However, before he could return to the Dawn Rain continent, Dyer actually became acquainted with Yuanya. Thinking of Dyer's intelligence when she was a child, thinking of Dyer going through the yin and yang in his space, and then looking at the simple and honest disciple in front of him, Xiaohua didn't need to think to know what Dyer had learned from Yuanya. He also knew how much Dyer knew about him. The idea of killing Dyer was something that Xiaohua had never thought of, even now, when his secret might be exposed. Xiaohua sighed and prepared to enter the space. He really didn't understand. How could Dyer, who was in the restriction, see Yuanya? However, just as his mind was about to move, he smiled again. Yuanya said it clearly, but he only saw Dyer recently, and no one knew what happened in the space recently. The wind and thunder sources entered the space, causing the space to advance. It must be at this time that a crack appeared in his seal on the space, giving Dyer a chance to escape. AI. Xiaohua sighed, the Kunlun mirror in his hand stopped flipping, looked up at the full moon, and said after a while, "Fate. Wonderful." Xiaohua's thoughts were thousands of times, but at this time, he could only turn it into this sentence. Thinking about it,
One was the monster clan of the 10,000 demon realm, the other was the wolf of the hidden immortal continent. The two were originally unrelated, but because of the existence of Xiaohua, the two were pulled together. If it wasn't fate, how could it be explained? And Xiaohua was really the Moon Lord once again. Master. Seeing Xiaohua sigh, Yuanya tentatively said, Disciple? Hee. A smile appeared on Xiaohua's face, and he sat down cross-legged and asked, Disciple, don't worry, Master will support any choice you make. Tell me, how did you meet Dyer? Seeing Xiaohua's kind tone, Yuanya's heart was relieved. He sat opposite Xiaohua and said, When Master was in the great desolate continent, didn't you want to bestow the demonic spear to Disciple? It was just that Disciple was unable to control the demonic intent in the demonic spear. So Master didn't give the demonic spear to Disciple. After Disciple comprehended the demonic intent in the demonic spear, it was difficult for Disciple to calm down. So Disciple returned to the Shenhua continent and found a place to gain experience. Just when Disciple flew to a barren place, a strange crack suddenly appeared in the air. That crack was very strange, and ordinary magical powers couldn't break it. Disciple used the Big Dipper magical fist to pass through by luck, and there, Disciple saw a lake as quiet as a fairyland, and Dyer, who was as white as snow, was flying by the lake. After Yuanya finished talking about the process of how he met Dyer, Xiaohua secretly nodded. Just as Xiaohua had expected, the spatial anomaly had destroyed the restriction sealing Dyer. However, Dyer didn't escape from the restriction as Xiaohua had expected, and instead, she chose to stay by the lake. Yuanya's intrusion was purely coincidental, and this made Dyer very happy. Yuanya's sincerity and innocence made Dyer have a good impression of him. Dyer tried to ask Yuanya about the Shenhua continent situation, and Yuanya didn't hide anything. He even told her about the Fortune Gate situation, as well as the conflict between the Lu family and the Yu family. Dyer really didn't expect that there was such a wonderful world around her, and it was far from the barren desert she had imagined. Chapter 43-32. Dyer naturally asked about Little Yellow and Little Black, but Yuanya didn't know much about them, so he didn't say much. Then, Yuanya accompanied Dyer to cultivate by the lake. The following days were unforgettable for Yuanya. The lake was beautiful, birds were singing, flowers were fragrant, and beautiful women were accompanying him. Yuanya, who had been lonely for thousands of years, seemed to understand something, and Dyer also saw warmth and love in Yuanya's eyes. Xiaohua, of course, didn't know about this. As soon as he returned to the Western Paradise, he dragged his disciples out of Shenhua continent and didn't care about Yuanya's location at all. Yuanya was erased from Dyer's sight by Xiaohua. Seeing that he was about to leave Dyer for the hidden immortal continent, Yuanya didn't know how long he would be gone. He wanted to go back to Shenhua continent to say goodbye to Dyer. Although Dyer was from the monster race, she was still a woman. When she saw Yuanya suddenly leave, she thought that he had met with an accident and was heartbroken. But later, after careful consideration, she felt that things were not so simple and became suspicious. When Yuanya appeared in front of Dyer in a panic, Dyer naturally asked him why he left. Yuanya was a very sincere person, and he had answered all of Dyer's questions without holding anything back. However, this was only limited to Shenhua continent. He didn't say a word about Xiaohua or the Kunlun mirror. But this time, the disappearance put Yuanya in a difficult position. He didn't want to deceive Dyer, and he didn't want to reveal the secret of the Kunlun wonderland before Xiaohua disagreed. Therefore he answered honestly. He wanted to report to his master first before answering Dyer. Dyer was even more interesting. She had never asked Yuanya about his master's name, and when Yuanya mentioned Xiaohua earlier, he only said master. Only now did Dyer realize something. She only asked Yuanya one question, and didn't ask him about the reason for his disappearance. This question, of course, was Xiaohua's name. Disciple, you mean? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked at Yuanya meaningfully. He asked, Dyer only asked for master's name, and then didn't ask about the fortune gate anymore. She only taught you how to be filial in front of master, right? Yes. Yuanya was never one to hide anything, so he answered honestly. Hee. Xiaohua laughed. In fact, there was no need to ask more. Xiaohua, the
These 2 words were enough for Dai to understand everything. Xiao Hua didn't know what Dai and the Empress had encountered in the Xiaoyu continent. However, Xiao Hua knew that Dai definitely knew about Xiao Huang and him. Since Dai had already seen Xiao Huang on the Shenhua continent and heard his name now, how could Dai not know that he was the one who had rescued her? How could someone as smart as Dai interrogate the honest Xianxia? She just had to wait for him to break it down with her. As for Dai teaching Xianxia to be filial to him, it was definitely because she didn't want Xianxia to be neglected in the sect and thus attract his attention. Of course, Dai and Xianxia had only known each other for a short period of time. It was still too far away to talk about marriage. However, from Dai's narrow-mindedness, Xiao Hua had already seen some shadows of Chong Yuan and Jiang Hong. Dai is from the demon race of the 10,000 demon realm. She is also a servant that the Empress values. There is no need to talk about her origin. Xiao Hua thought to himself, just based on the fact that she had experienced the separation of yin and yang in this Zhao's space, her future advancement is definitely not comparable to ordinary demons. How can such a demon race with an immeasurable future be won over by others? Now that she can hit it off with Xianxia, it is both Xianxia's blessing and this Zhao's opportunity. How can Xiao Hua give it up in vain? This Xiao was previously worried about the leakage of the space's secret. Now that this Xiao has the Kunlun mirror as a cover, why would I still worry about this? Moreover, this Xiao didn't dare to ask about the Empress of the 10,000 demon realm because I was afraid that I didn't have the strength and would cause more trouble. Now that this Xiao has the cultivation of the 9th level of essence power, I have reached the peak of the 3 continents and even the Xiaoyu continent. No matter what the Empress of the 10,000 demon realm encounters in the Xiaoyu continent, this Xiao should be qualified to participate. It seems that the heavens have arranged for me to meet Dai. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua asked again. Yeah, then the purpose of you looking for Master is to let Master explain to Dai, Yes. Xianxia nodded and said, without Master's consent, this disciple doesn't dare to tell Dai, Good. Xiao Hua smiled and said, you did well. Master asks you, do you like Dai very much? This. Xianxia's face was a little hot. He hesitated a little shyly and then nodded. Yes, Master. Does she like you? Xiao Hua asked. If it was someone else, they would have hesitated, but Xianxia answered without hesitation, yes. On the contrary, Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. After a moment he softly probed, this feeling, is it the same as Jianghu? It's somewhat similar, but also somewhat different. Xianxia still didn't hesitate and blurted out. He must have thought for a long time. Xiao Hua wanted to ask again, but his lips moved a few times and he gave up. The so-called men, no matter how old they were, would be abnormally ignorant in front of the woman they liked. His feelings for Xianxia Fairy, Shui, and Princess Xian were all tangled up. What qualifications did he have to teach Xianxia? Some things. It was better not to ask. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, in the future if Dai asks you anything, you don't have to hide it from her. Yes, Master. Xianxia's answer was unchanged, but there was a hint of joy and relief in his tone. As he spoke, the Kunlun mirror in Xiao Hua's hand vibrated, and Dai was invited out from Shenhua continent. Dai was naturally confused, but she already had a premonition. As soon as the shackles on her body were released, she immediately urged her demonic power to be on guard. When she saw Xianxia's concerned gaze and Xiao Hua's unchanging appearance, an indescribable sadness rose from the bottom of her heart. She didn't hesitate and didn't doubt Xiao Hua's strength. She immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed, saying, Spiritual Master Xiao, please go and save my lady. Ah? Xianxia was stunned. He looked at Dai in disbelief and then at his master. It was obvious that the fairy in his heart knew his master, and his master didn't mention this just now. Xiao Hua raised his hand slightly and said, Dai, get up. No, if spiritual master doesn't save my lady, Dai won't get up for the rest of my life. Dai knew that her lady was indebted to Xiao Hua, and she had seen Xiao Hua since she was young. Now that Xianxia was by her side, she simply acted coquettishly. Xiao Hua still helped Dai up. Even if Dai struggled to resist, she still stood up in front of an irresistible force like the power of heaven and earth. Dai!
Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and raised his hand to point around. It's not that I don't want to save her, lady. If I didn't want to save her, I wouldn't have saved you years ago. But look at where we are. When I was in Xiaoyu continent, I didn't have the ability to save her. But now, I have the ability, but I can't return to Xiaoyu continent.
10,000 demon realm? Dai slightly released her Yuan Shen and looked around.
She immediately cried out involuntarily, but a moment later she came to her senses. No, this is not the 10,000 demon realm.
Where is this?
It doesn't matter where this is. The important thing is, I can't find the way back to Xiaoyu continent.
I can't return to Xiaoyu continent.
Xiao Hua replied. So, even if I know that something big has happened to her lady, I'm afraid I can't save her.
Sigh. Dai naturally knows Xiao Hua's difficulties.
She lets out a long sigh and says with tears in her eyes. Pitiful Nyong Nyong. Even if she's really in the Dawn Rain continent right now, in that great array, she won't be able to survive these thousands of years. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and wanted to explain the problem of time, but he hesitated. Instead of giving Dai hope, it was better to let her be at a loss. Xiao Hua understood the principle that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment.
Tell me about her lady.
Xiao Hua was indeed very concerned about what happened to her lady, and couldn't help but ask. Sigh, it's been more than 7,000 years. At this time, Dai's heart was cold and she was unwilling to mention it again. Dai, if you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Yuanya said with some heartache. Master won't force you. Dai smiled and nodded at Yuanya. I know. In fact, Taoist Xiao can save Dai. Dai is already very happy. Now that I have met you, Dai doesn't know how to thank the heavens. Now, Dai only has one wish, and that is to complete her lady's last wish. How could there be secrets in a woman's mouth? Especially when one was a man she had a good impression of, and the other was an elder who had helped her and had the ability to help her. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to say anything more, Dai told him about how she and her lady were plotted against by Dongshan Yi.
So that's how it is.
After listening to the end, Xiao Hua understood. Dai escaped from Dongshan Yi's hands, but after all, she was seriously injured and fell into the hands of the human race. She was brought to Sentry City to be auctioned. If she hadn't met him, she would have died long ago. Now Dai has no one to rely on. Taoist Master is in charge. Dai bowed again and said while crying, if Taoist Master has a chance, please take Dai back to the 10,000 demon realm so that Dai can pass on her lady's message. Dai was very obedient and didn't mention her lady's favor to Xiao Hua, only saying please. How could Xiao Hua not understand? He sighed in his heart at Dai's cleverness and nodded again. Don't worry, I will never forget the grace of her lady. As long as there is a chance, I will definitely fulfill your wish. Speaking of this, Xiao Hua glanced at the surprised Yuanya and said, even if I can't fulfill it, I will let my disciple fulfill it on my behalf.
Chapter 43-33.
Thank you, spiritual master. Dai thanked him shyly. However, after a few breaths, Dai suddenly understood Xiao Hua's meaning. She raised her head in disbelief and shouted, spiritual master means, there is no other meaning. Xiao Hua replied faintly, it's just that from the 3 continents to the 10,000 demon realm, this Xiao doesn't know where the space meridian is. This Xiao doesn't have much time to find it. This junior also doesn't know the space meridian from the Dawn Rain continent to the 10,000 demon realm. Dai suppressed the indescribable excitement in her heart. She called herself a junior and whispered, but the thing that Empress gave this junior must have something related to this.
Good.
Xiao Hua nodded. This matter will be handed over to you and Ya. My disciple is slow-witted and his cultivation is not good. I'm afraid he won't be able to contribute much to Empress. Not at all. Dai was still a little naive and blurted out, Yuan Ya's mind is pure and his cultivation is excellent. After saying these 2 sentences, Dai immediately woke up and lowered her voice a lot. With his help, this junior will be a lot more relieved. That's good. Xiao Hua smiled slightly and stretched out his hand. The Bone Dragon Demon Spear appeared in his hand. As soon as the Demon Spear appeared,
A vision appeared immediately. Not to mention the lingering demon chi, just the bone dragon on the demon spear made Dai turn pale with fright. Disciple. Xiao Hua handed the bone spear to Xianxia and said, "This thing is a demon spear. It contains the remnant soul of an ancient demon dragon. Ordinary demons don't dare to use it. Although Master has promised you before that I will give it to you, why didn't I dare to give it to you? On one hand, your heart force is still unable to control the demon soul. On the other hand, your heart is still unable to control itself. Now that Master has seen Dai, I know that your heart is close to perfection. This demon spear should be given to you. However, Master still says the same thing. The spear is a demon spear, but the person is a righteous person. The demon spear is a murderous weapon in the hands of the demon race, but in the hands of a righteous person, it is a sharp weapon that upholds the righteousness of the world." Xianxia looked at the demonic spear in front of him and solemnly accepted it. Seeing the demonic energy enter his body, Xianxia's body flashed with red light. His eyes were filled with determination as he replied, "Yes, Master, this disciple understands." Xiao Hua looked at Dai's rather worried expression and said with a smile, "Among this Zhao's few disciples, I'm afraid that Horizon's cultivation is the lowest. And this demonic spear is the most powerful magic treasure that I have bestowed upon my disciple. However, he was the most suitable person to use magic artifacts." Don't worry, as long as you can use the devil spear freely, killing Dongshan Yi and avenging the Empress will be a piece of cake. Dai was from the flying feather upper race of the 10,000 demon realm. How could she not see the power of the demonic spear? Her heart was filled with admiration. Not to mention the Dawn Rain continent, even in the 10,000 demon realm, how many people could control the demonic spear? Now that Xianxia could use the devil spear, killing Dongshan Yi would be a piece of cake, and dominating the 10,000 demon realm wouldn't be too difficult, right? But, could Xianxia control such a demonic spear? Would she be able to protect him? For a moment, Dai was a little absent-minded, but after a few breaths, eagerness appeared in her eyes again. She respectfully kowtowed and said, "Thank you, spiritual master. Get up." Dai didn't say much, but Xiao Hua heard a lot of meaning. He helped Dai up and revealed the Kunlun mirror in his hand. "This Xiao won't say anything unnecessary. This is the treasure that I saved you from before. There is a Kunlun wonderland inside, which is the Shanhua continent that Xianxia mentioned. You can accompany Xianxia back and cultivate well. I'll leave the matter of avenging the Empress to you." Kunlun Wonderland? Kunlun Mirror? Dai couldn't help but exclaim, "Spiritual Master actually has such a treasure, no wonder." Xiao Hua's heart moved, and he asked curiously, "Could it be that the Kunlun Mirror is also famous in the 10,000 demon realm?" "Yes." Dai nodded and said, "This junior heard the Empress mention the treasures of several realms, and this Kunlun Mirror is one of them." And Xiao Hua wanted to ask what the treasures the Empress had mentioned were, but he was suddenly shocked and hurriedly released his divine sense. After he saw the situation in the distance clearly, he unconsciously stood up from the mountain peak and asked curiously, "It's only been a short while, how could such a big mess be stirred up?" "What's wrong, spiritual master?" Dai was also stunned and wanted to release her divine sense. Xiao Hua stopped her and said, "This has nothing to do with you. You don't have to get involved. Go back and cultivate first." "Yes, master." Xianxia answered honestly and said to Dai, "Master wants to take us into the Kunlun Wonderland, don't resist." Dai smiled sweetly and replied, "Yes, I know." Xiao Hua shook the Kunlun mirror, and his divine sense swept the two into the Shanhua continent. The Kunlun mirror in his hand shook and was about to be put into the space. After thinking for a while, he pulled the black bear, white lion, and golden eagle out of the space and whispered a few instructions. The three demons didn't dare to delay and hurriedly left. At this time, Xiao Hua put the 1,000 illusion pearl in his mouth again. After the body of the python dragon appeared, clouds and mist appeared around his body and hurriedly flew forward. Shui Mingzi and the others noticed something strange and hurriedly looked up. Pa pa pa. Just like before, a series of small explosions appeared in the void around them. Obviously, in just a few breaths, the fluctuations emitted by the black shadow had swept across a distance of several miles and landed where they were. Cough cough. The sound of old man Rua Tong coughing sounded once again.
From the source of the sound, an eagle bat that was several hundred feet in size flew across the night sky like a ghost and quietly appeared in the vision of Shui Mingzi and the others.
Roar, roar, roar.
In the wake of the eagle bat's roar, fist-sized vortexes appeared out of thin air. Just as these vortexes appeared, countless thumb-sized pillars of starlight and moonlight blasted into them, creating a strange sound like the howling of the wind.
The space around Shui Mingzi and the others was like a huge rock that was filled with holes in the wind.
Quick!
Shui Mingzi was shocked at first, but then he was overjoyed.
He waved his hand and said, "We've already attracted the eagle bat.
Quickly, fly back and lure the eagle bat to force the gathering moth beast to retreat. Then we can escape." Diverting trouble was naturally the human race's specialty. Without waiting for Shui Mingzi to say anything, Ao Zhantian pointed at Xianping and Su Tingzi and said, "According to the previous plan, the two of you will lead 4 cultivators each. Fellow Taoist Shui and I will lead 5 each. We'll lure the eagle bat to fight the gathering moth beast and then take advantage of the chaos to escape."
"Yes."
Xianping and Su Tingzi nodded without hesitation. Their bodies moved, and they turned around to charge at the gathering moth beast that was chasing after them like a flash flood. 8 of the dozen or so cultivators also arrived like the wind. Their bodies flashed with brilliance as they prepared to face the attack.
"Remember."
Seeing the cultivators activate their magic power, Shui Mingzi felt an indescribable shock in his heart. He couldn't help but transmit his voice again. "Don't attack recklessly. We'll prioritize escaping. As long as the gathering moth beast stops chasing us, we'll leave immediately."
"Fuck!"
Ao Zhantian let out a strange cry, and his figure also rushed in another direction. He even said, "This daddy here is also a great master of the 5th level of elemental energy. Why do I feel like a grandson here? Why don't we just fly away? Why do we have to be so cautious?" Hee, as the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Shui Mingzi's figure also flew in another direction. He chuckled and said, "Although fellow Taoist Ao is a descendant of the dragon tribe, it's better to keep a low profile in the territory of the demonic beast tribe. If we just fly away, these gathering moth beasts definitely won't be able to catch us. However, if more and more gathering moth beasts appear, we'll attract the attention of other demonic beasts. We'll encounter even more difficulties in the future." Boom! 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 Shui Mingzi's voice was quickly drowned out by the sounds of explosions. The whirlpool that was several hundred feet wide suddenly expanded, and like a hurricane, it covered an area of several dozen miles. Wherever the ripples passed, not only did the giant trees turn into dust, even the surface of the mountain rocks were shattered. Dust filled the air, and the ripples also landed around the dozen or so cultivators. Ao Zhantian and the others had already activated their abilities.
Wherever the ripples passed, the power of the stars and moon would explode like jade talismans, causing the light around Ao Zhantian and the others to flicker like candles in the wind.
Good heavens! Ao Zhantian naturally didn't care about the attacks of the flying eagles. He let out an exaggerated cry as he activated his magic power. A faint layer of light around his body suddenly expanded like a thin layer of mist. This wasn't even a domain yet, and it completely blocked the ripples several feet away. In the distance, Shui Mingzi looked thoughtfully at the dragon-shaped light around Ao Zhantian's body.
The corners of his lips curled up slightly as he raised his left hand and made a strange hand seal.
A layer of ripples appeared out of thin air. When the ripples landed on the ripples, they only managed to shatter the surface layer of the ripples. As for the other nascent soul cultivators like Su Tingzi and Xianping, even though they didn't dodge as easily as Shui Mingzi and the others, it wasn't too difficult for them to block the ripples. Slap, 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 slap. Following the shattering of the giant tree beneath everyone, the power of the ripples was greatly diminished.
Even so, the sound of moth-gathering beasts falling to the ground could still be heard in the distance.
Shui Mingzi was right. The flying eagles were indeed the nemesis of the moth-gathering beasts. However, there was still some distance between them and the moth-gathering beasts.
These red-eyed, frenzied moth-gathering beasts had no idea that the flying eagles had appeared and that they had fallen into the trap of a dozen or so humans.
Cough, cough, cough.
Seeing that its attack was ineffective and that the dozen or so humans who were emitting strange auras were still fleeing, the eagle bat was very embarrassed and angry.
Its monster body, which was hundreds of feet in size, spread its wings and flew across the night sky. After leaving a beautiful and mournful shadow in the night sky, it let out a sound that was several times louder than before. Puff, 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 puff. This time, the direction of the ripples was even clearer. The ripples fell into the air and spread in the direction that Shui Mingzi and the others were fleeing. Chapter 43-34. Woo! The space within a few kilometers began to rumble as tornadoes appeared. These tornadoes crushed the giant trees into dust, and even the shadows under the moonlight were somewhat distorted. The powerful ripples first rushed toward a nascent soul cultivator behind Su Tingzi. That nascent soul cultivator calmly formed a seal, and the protective light around him produced strands of spiral-like crystal threads. These crystal threads intertwined around the cultivator's body, creating a net that was even denser than normal. The ripples only dimmed the light, but they couldn't shake the net at all. However, it was also at this moment that the ripples swept past the cultivator's head, and 3 to 5 strange demonic characters suddenly appeared in the light. The demonic characters crashed into the cultivator's protective light, and a dong 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 sound rang out like a golden bell. Hiss! The nascent soul cultivator was caught off guard, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. His Naiwan palace shook violently, and he couldn't maintain his balance. He fell rapidly downward. Ouch! Just as the nascent soul cultivator fell, Su Tingzi and the others were also affected, and they all fell. However, it only lasted for a short while before the group of cultivators once again activated their secret techniques to stabilize their bodies. However, when they felt the tremors in their Naiwan palace, their originally confident faces turned serious once again. After all, the hawk bats were good at sound attacks, which was the weakness of normal human cultivators, especially when it came to attacking the Naiwan palace's divine sense. Quick! Su Tingzi felt a slight dizziness in his head, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. He hurriedly urged, "Let's lure the hawk bats to the moth-gathering beast. Fellow Taoist." The nascent soul cultivator who was attacked just now rushed to Su Tingzi's side and transmitted his voice. "This is just a hawk bat." "Oh? Fellow Taoist Pahong, what did you say?" Su Tingzi was slightly taken aback, and he turned his head to ask, "Fellow Taoist, you can't hear I's voice transmission?" The cultivator named Pahong was stunned. He opened his mouth to transmit his voice, but he suddenly thought of something and hurriedly spoke. Su Tingzi's pupils shrank, and he nodded. "That's right. When you were transmitting your voice just now, I only felt an ethereal voice. Damn it, the demons of the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm are really weird." Pahong cursed. No wonder our Taoist cultivators would rather be bullied by Confucian cultivators on the hidden Immortal continent than come to the Thousand Beasts Sacred Realm. This is the path of death for us Tao sect cultivators. Even if it's a dead end, I'm willing to take it for Taoist Master Xiao. A trace of determination flashed through Su Tingzi's eyes, and then he asked, "Oh, what did you want to say to I?" "Hee, it's nothing." Since he couldn't use voice transmissions, Pahong looked at the cultivators in the distance who were also acting strangely. He lowered his voice and said, "I just thought that since there's only one eagle bat behind us, as long as we can put some distance between us and let Senior Ao and Senior Shui lure the eagle bat to the front of the moth-gathering beast." Clap, clap, clap. Just as Pahong finished his sentence, more and more gathering moth beasts were killed by the shockwaves. Hee, Senior Shui's plan is indeed effective. We just need to hold on for a little longer. Su Tingzi naturally couldn't express his opinion on Pahong's words, and he only responded vaguely. However, before Su Tingzi could finish his sentence, several more coughs were heard from behind the crowd. Ah! Pahong was stunned and quickly turned his head to look. He saw that in the night sky, there were a few black figures that were dozens of feet in size. They had already started to attack like the eagle bat earlier. One of them was only a few miles away from them. "Damn it, I really jinxed it," Pahong said in a self-mocking tone. "I just said one eagle bat, and now several of them came. If I said 10, would 100 of them come?" Hee. Su Tingzi laughed and said, "If you had the ability to make prophecies come true, We wouldn't have to run so far away. You just need to stay in the hidden Immortal continent and give some pointers. Unfortunately, Su Tingzi's laughter was still echoing in the night sky. In the night sky several kilometers away, cough, cough, cough. Sounds kept coming. It was as if countless old men couldn't fall asleep at night and were coughing uncontrollably as they tossed and turned in bed. Damn it! Su Tingzi's smile froze on his face, and he hurriedly released his divine sense. However, wherever his divine sense scanned, the entire night sky was like a ravine, and the shockwaves were like mountains. His divine sense couldn't pass through it all, so how could he see the situation in the distance? As Su Tingzi cursed in his heart, he instantly understood Shui Mingzi's painstaking efforts. Although the gathering moth beasts were insignificant, the demons they attracted weren't easy to deal with. Let's go. Su Tingzi didn't have time to check how many eagles were behind him. He waved his hand, and without any hesitation, he charged towards the incoming gathering moth beasts. At the same time, Su Tingzi opened his mouth, and the earthy yellow drumstick flew out again. However, just as this Dharma treasure landed in the sky, Su Tingzi immediately remembered Shui Mingzi's warning. He sucked in his mouth, and the Dharma treasure was put away again. Clap, clap, clap. Actually, Su Tingzi did not even need to do anything. Wherever the eagle bats waved past, no matter how many moth-gathering beasts there were, regardless of whether they had gone mad or not, they all fell from the sky without any resistance. Su Tingzi gradually approached the gathering moth beasts with Pahong and the others. Once there was an opening, they would leave this dangerous place. Su Tingzi and the others naturally had a good plan. After all, the gathering moth beasts in front of them were too weak. No matter how many eagles there were behind them, as long as they charged into the gathering moth beasts, they could easily escape. However, at this moment, Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian's expressions changed. Su Tingzi and the others' divine sense was blocked by the shockwaves from the gathering moth beasts, and they couldn't see everything. Shui Mingzi was able to determine the number of gathering moth beasts just from the shockwaves. Ao Zhantian even used the secret technique of the Dragon Clan's descendants to see the situation behind him clearly. The development of the situation was far beyond Shui Mingzi and the others' expectations. At this moment, dozens of gathering moth beasts had already gathered in the night sky, and there was an endless stream of gathering moth beasts flying out from the hills behind them. Shui Mingzi and the others could only break through the frenzied gathering moth beasts if they wanted to. Fellow Taoist Ao. Shui Mingzi hurriedly transmitted his voice. Although his voice was faint, it could still be heard clearly. We seem to have fallen into a predicament. If we want to break through now, it might be a little troublesome. No worries. Ao Zhantian casually replied. He raised his hand proudly, as if he was about to take out some kind of magic treasure. Shui Mingzi hurriedly called out, Fellow Taoist Ao, please don't kill any more gathering moth beasts. These gathering moth beasts are a little strange today. Ao Zhantian frowned, but he didn't mind. He transmitted his voice. This old man understands. Inform the other cultivators to act according to the situation. Let's leave this place first. All right. Shui Mingzi hurriedly replied. He transmitted his voice to Su Tingzi and Xian Ping respectively. Woo woo. However, at this moment, even more shockwaves surged forth like raging waves. The tranquility of the night sky was completely shattered, and tornadoes began to surge between the mountain peaks several hundred kilometers away. It was as if a storm was brewing. All of you, follow this old man and leave first. Ao Zhantian heard Shui Mingzi's voice transmission, and a brilliant light erupted from his body. A layer of faintly discernible dragon figure emerged from the light, and a powerful aura also emanated from it. Yes, this junior understands. The 5 nascent soul cultivators were naturally no weaklings. The true essence within their bodies flowed rapidly under the urging of their nascent souls. Roar! Ao Zhantian opened his mouth and let out a furious roar. His body flew out like a dragon, and a long streak of light appeared in the night sky. The other 5 nascent soul cultivators also transformed into streaks of light and followed behind him. Fellow Taoist Ao, why are you like this? Shui Mingzi couldn't help but be shocked. Just as he was about to transmit his voice to ask where Ao Zhantian had gone,
He saw that Xianxia had already flown to the center of the gathering moth beasts. Shui Mingzi could only sigh and say to the people behind him, "Let's go, there's no need for you to hide anything anymore." Since there was no need to hide anything, the nascent soul cultivators immediately unleashed their abilities and flew into the sky. At the sight of the dozen or so fourth-grade essence chi human cultivators, the hawk bat that had attacked first immediately let out a cry of surprise. Its body stopped in mid-air, and its meaty wings also stopped flapping. A series of feather-like spikes appeared on the back of its wings, and they trembled slightly. The hawk bat's lifeless eyes flickered, and a grayish-white color flashed from within. It turned around and called out to the dozens of hawks behind it. "Boy, who was the one who discovered the abnormality first?" Reporting to the mountain patrol, it was this lowly one. The hawk bat that had flown out from the left said in a panicked voice, "This lowly one had just returned from patrolling the Di Luo area when I heard some strange movements in the illuminating forest. After investigating, I discovered the aura of humans. This lowly one knew that he was no match for them, so he didn't dare to disturb them." "Damn it!" The mountain patrol cursed angrily. "Hurry and report this to the mountain lord. These human cultivators are not something that we can fight against. If they escape, I'm afraid that they'll affect the mountain lord's plans." But the hawk bat turned to the direction that Shui Mingzi and the others had flown off in. Its mouth and nose twitched for a moment, and it said with some confusion, "These humans have already flown far away. If this was a normal day, we naturally wouldn't be able to catch up to them." The mountain patroller raised his head to look at the sky. His lifeless eyes stared at the moon in the sky. His mouth and nose twitched a few times at the blood that was spreading through the mountain forest. Then, he grinned viciously and said indifferently, "But tonight is the night when the moths gather to mate. The blood of the female moth-gathering beasts is the medicine that stimulates the male moth-gathering beasts. These human cultivators have caused such a great commotion. They must have killed the male and female moth-gathering beasts. Moth-gathering beasts may be weak, but when a male moth-gathering beast goes berserk, even we have to avoid them." "Yes." The hawk bat didn't dare to say anything else. Its body glided and it landed on a distant hill. Chapter 43-35. Boys. The mountain patrol envoy let out a loud roar, and the strange demon language turned into a wave that reverberated within a radius of 10 kilometers. "Hurry up and focus. Once we kill these humans, I'll let you have a taste of fresh human blood. Fuck, after tasting the blood essence of a few humans, I'm dying for it." At this moment, from the distant hills, and even from the nearby forest, there were more than a few hundred eagles and bats flying out. There were probably more than 1,000 of them. When these eagles and bats heard the mountain patrol envoy's command, they all responded in unison. Bursts of explosive sounds resembled the sound of war drums as they charged in the direction where Shui Mingzi and the others had disappeared. The strangest thing was that their bodies were surrounded by waves of energy that blocked the divine sense of the humans. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't see them with their naked eyes, they wouldn't have been able to see them at all. How could Shui Mingzi and the others know that they had encountered a difficult problem? Each of them activated their bodies and calmly looked down at the gathering moth beasts that were frantically trying to attack them. A sense of pride involuntarily rose from the bottom of their hearts. Apart from Shui Mingzi, all the cultivators felt that their previous cautiousness was laughable. Of course, Shui Mingzi didn't place these gathering moth beasts in his eyes. He only released his divine sense and looked forward to avoid attracting even more powerful demons. Roar! Just as Xianxia and the others passed through the center of the gathering moth beasts, a series of hysterical roars rang out from within the gathering moth beasts. The 100 or so gathering moth beasts closest to Xianxia and the others suddenly leaped out from the gathering moth beasts and leaped high into the air. Pang pang pang! A series of explosions rang out at the same time, and the 100 or so gathering moth beasts turned into a bloody mist almost at the same time. Su Tingzi was slightly stunned. He looked down at his feet in disbelief and said in a low voice, "Fuck, what's wrong with these demonic beasts? Didn't fellow Taoist Xian just kill a gathering moth beast? Is there a need to be so aggressive? She actually self-destructed 100 or so gathering moth beasts. Are we going to be blamed for this?" "Oh!" Su Tingzi suddenly realized something and cried out in alarm. "Oh no, could it be that fellow Taoist Xian just killed a beast king? If that's the case,
then we'll be in big trouble. Bang! 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 Before Su Tingzi could finish his sentence, another 100 or so moth-gathering beasts leaped into the air and turned into blood once again. A thick smell of blood filled the air. Boom, boom, boom. The power of hundreds of stars and moons fell from the sky and hit the blood. The blood turned into countless tiny stars and fell everywhere. However, as soon as he activated the mystic technique, his blood essence seemed to be boiling. It began to circulate wildly within his body without Xianxia's control. This is the power of the bloodline? Xianxia was a descendant of the dragon tribe, so he had the true blood of the dragon bloodline in his body. Under the force of the force, his true blood Dharma idol also began to surge, almost surging out of his body. Xianxia hurriedly stabilized his Dharma idol and cried out in shock. How does this lowly little demonic beast know how to use the power of the bloodline? No one could answer Xianxia's shock because the power of the bloodline was still a little weak at the beginning. However, as it enveloped everyone, an unending stream of force gushed out of the blood mist like a torrential flood. Damn it! Su Tingzi was also somewhat unable to control his own bloodline. He cursed angrily and slapped the top of his head. A ray of earthy yellow light surged out, and a small drumstick appeared. Su Tingzi pointed with his finger, and the drumstick transformed into a large hand, protecting his body. However, the calmness on Su Tingzi's face only lasted for a moment. He slapped the top of his head again, and another ray of earthy yellow light shot out. As Su Tingzi formed a hand seal, the hand of a nascent soul fell from the sky and sealed the surroundings. Phew! Su Tingzi let out a long sigh when he sensed that the power of the bloodline had weakened. Then, he activated his magic power again without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Su Tingzi's body indeed flew out after activating his magic power. However, the power of the bloodline had increased by several times. Even a nascent soul cultivator like Su Tingzi's body was covered in blood spots. If he continued to move recklessly, his blood essence would seep out. Su Tingzi was dumbfounded. He hurriedly suppressed his body, not daring to activate too much of his true essence. He looked at the other 4 cultivators besides Su Tingzi. They were also in an awkward position, unable to advance or retreat. Gao Fei. Su Tingzi's thoughts raced, and he couldn't help but look up at the sky. However, this thought was forcefully suppressed by Su Tingzi. Shui Mingzi had said very clearly that in the 1,000-beast sacred realm, very few demon cultivators would fly high in the sky unless they had great abilities. This was because the demon race was cruel and unruly by nature. They would attack anyone who displeased them. Flying high in the sky would easily be seen as a provocation by the demon race. Not to mention, it was currently nighttime, and the power of the moon and stars was the densest. Countless demon cultivators were absorbing the moonlight to cultivate. Flying high in the sky was no different from seeking death. Gao Fei, hurry up and break free from the bloodline's control. At this moment, Xianxia no longer cared about hiding anything. He raised his hand and slapped the top of his head. Boom! A clear sound rang out, and a crimson dragon blood body flew out from his body. The moment the dragon blood body appeared, it immediately raised its head and let out a long roar. The entire dragon body swayed and dispersed the bloodline power of the gathering moth beasts. Su Tingzi and the others didn't dare to fly too high, but after hearing Xianxia's words and witnessing the dragon blood spell body shatter the bloodline power, they didn't hesitate any longer and hurriedly rushed into the starry sky. Fellow Taoists, split up. There's no need to fly too high. Fellow Taoist Ao, this old man will lend you a hand. Seeing that Xianxia had even unleashed his dragon blood body, Shui Mingzi also shouted with all his might. He rubbed his hands together, and strands of crystalline light as thin as hair fell into the void. Then, layers of dual-colored water light flashed in the air within a dozen kilometers. Not only did the water light wash away the blood mist, it also killed many of the gathering moth beasts. In fact, more than half of the several thousand feet long blood shadow was also killed by the water light. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Shui. Xianxia expressed his gratitude, and the dragon blood body proudly pounced toward the blood shadow again. It opened its mouth,
and the remaining blood shadow was actually riddled with holes by the dragon blood body. The gathering moth beasts could no longer hold on. PFFF PFFF PFFF. The blood tentacles between them were forced apart, and the gathering moth beasts fell from the sky. Ha ha! Ao Zhantian laughed loudly. So it's just a paper tiger. You really gave me a fright just now. Shui Mingzi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He and Ao Zhantian were both 5th grade origin power grandmasters, and Ao Zhantian had to unleash his dragon blood body in order to defeat low-grade demonic beasts like the gathering moth beasts. If word of this got out, people would laugh until their teeth fell out. However, what else could Shui Mingzi say? He hurriedly urged, "Fellow Taoist Ao, don't be careless. Although these gathering moth beasts are weak, they know the power of bloodlines. This is too dangerous for us human cultivators. It's better for us to retreat first. After we dodge this wave of small beasts, we'll deal with them." Caw caw. At this moment, a hoarse, owl-like voice came from the sky above Shui Mingzi's head. It was speaking the somewhat obscure language of the hidden immortal continent. "Humans. With just the few of you, you dare to have designs on my Yizhao Ridge? You must be tired of living. Ah! How could this be?" Shui Mingzi was truly shocked. He had already released his divine sense, but who would have thought that there would still be a demonic beast that could avoid his divine sense and attack him? When he looked up and understood what was going on, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. In the night sky, an eagle bat that was a few hundred feet in size spread its wings, blocking the starlight and the night sky nearby. Except for the lack of blood-red light around it, this eagle bat looked no different from the eagle bat formed by the gathering moth beast. Chapter 43-36. Fellow Taoists, hurry up and leave. Shui Mingzi's heart trembled when he saw such a huge flying eagle appear. Even though the flying eagle hadn't attacked yet, he immediately transmitted his voice without hesitation. However, Ao Zhantian and the other nascent soul cultivators didn't react to Shui Mingzi's words at all. However, Ao Zhantian and the other nascent soul cultivators all stopped in their tracks and circulated their magic power. Lights of different colors shone from their bodies, and they were clearly prepared to face the incoming attack. Hurry up and leave. At this point, Shui Mingzi could no longer maintain his calm. He couldn't even care less about his status as a 5th grade origin energy great grandmaster. Ao Zhantian's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Shui Mingzi's warning. He replied coldly, "Fellow Taoist Shui, it's just a small star demon. Why are you making such a big fuss over nothing? Since we can no longer hide our tracks, why don't we give it a shot?" Shui Mingzi was a little embarrassed and angry. He understood Ao Zhantian's personality quite well. He had already made it clear when he snuck into the Thousand Beast Sacred Realm that he shouldn't flaunt his superiority and shouldn't take his status as a 5th grade origin energy great grandmaster too seriously. The Thousand Beast Sacred Realm was a sacred realm for the demonic beasts. It was a realm of death for the human race. However, Ao Zhantian was still as arrogant as ever. He completely ignored Shui Mingzi's warning. Ao Zhantian didn't even put him in his eyes. Shui Mingzi's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. His gaze swept past Ao Zhantian and the group of nascent soul cultivators to look in the direction of the gathering moth's beasts. After the gathering moth's beasts were destroyed by Ao Zhantian's dragon blood dharma body, they couldn't regroup for the time being. This was an excellent place to escape. If Shui Mingzi was determined to escape, he should have a chance. However, when he looked at the chance of survival that was within his grasp, he clenched his teeth and suppressed his anger. He swallowed his pride and said, "Fellow Taoist Ao, it's not that I'm trying to suppress the demon clan's arrogance, nor is it that I'm trying to suppress the morale of the human clan. This is the Thousand Beast Sacred Realm, not the Western Paradise or the hidden Immortal continent. The humans of the demonic beasts are worse than dogs. What's the use of saying so much?" Without waiting for Shui Mingzi to finish his sentence, Ao Zhantian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of true qi. A dark golden scythe flew out of his mouth. As soon as the scythe landed in the air, a bone-chilling cold light shone from it. Even the stars nearby were attracted to it. Shui Mingzi was shocked. His pupils shrank slightly, and an imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then cried out, "So that's how it is."
Fellow Taoist AO, it looks like you've gained quite a lot from your training on Dragon Island. You must have relied on this dragon artifact to reach the out-of-body realm, right? Hee hee. A smug smile appeared on Ao Zhantian's face as he replied, "I'm not as lucky as fellow Taoist Water to be able to reach the out-of-body stage as soon as I arrive in the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm. I only managed to get a sliver of a chance when I was on the Dragon Island." All right. Shui Mingzi didn't care about the arrogance in Ao Zhantian's voice. He waved his hand and took out his horsetail whisk. "Since that's the case, let's join forces and fight this demon from the Thousand Demons Sacred Realm." As he spoke, Shui Mingzi turned to Xianping, Su Tingzi, and the others. "You don't have to stay here for long.
Hurry up and find a suitable direction to break out of this encirclement." As he spoke, the moth-gathering beasts had already gathered again.
More blood mist began to condense. At the same time, thousands of eagles and bats swarmed over from all directions, trying to surround the human cultivators. Xianping and the other nascent soul cultivators felt the same way as Ao Zhantian. They were all extremely sullen. Now that they heard Shui Mingzi's instructions, they all activated their magic treasures and charged in different directions.
Wherever the light went, not only was the night sky illuminated, even the stench of blood was washed away.
Woo! The human cultivators moved, and the moth-gathering beasts also began to attack. At a low altitude, a blood mist that was several times larger than before began to boil. It chased after Su Tingzi and the others like a bloody sea. This blood mist was very strange. It appeared out of thin air and rose high into the sky. It chased after Su Tingzi and the others closely. Its speed wasn't any slower than the flying speed of these nascent soul cultivators. It was as if these nascent soul cultivators had a suction force that could surpass the distance between them. Hiss! Su Tingzi was the first to notice this strange phenomenon.
He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air.
He hurriedly sensed the bloodline in his body.
Sure enough, although the bloodline in his body wasn't gushing out, there was still a strange vibration that was faintly discernible.
Following this vibration, the moth-gathering beast's blood mist also rapidly chased after them. Holy shit! Su Tingzi immediately understood. He almost groaned. I understand now. The moth-gathering beasts are moths that fly into the fire. This fire is the bloodline of the human race. Fire can kill moths, but if there are too many moths, the one that will be killed is the fire. Fellow Taoists, these moth-gathering beasts are too strange. We don't need to hold back. Su Tingzi looked around. The nascent soul cultivators closest to him seemed to have also noticed this. He quickly sent a voice transmission. Fortunately, they were already far away from the moth-gathering beasts. Su Tingzi's voice transmission could be heard by the other cultivators. Pahong also anxiously said, "Fellow Taoist Su Tingzi, there's no need to say any more. Let's use our spells and escape as far as possible." As he spoke, the blood mist had already arrived. Some moth-gathering beasts had hidden in the blood mist. These moth-gathering beasts were clearly much more powerful than the ones from before. They activated the blood mist and formed hundreds of strange tentacles that grabbed at Su Tingzi and the others. Damn it! When the tentacles appeared, the blood in Su Tingzi and the others' bodies immediately showed signs of boiling. Su Tingzi cursed angrily and raised his hand to slap. Wang! An earthy yellow pillar of light shot out from the top of his head and condensed into a nascent soul hand that slapped at the tentacles. Su Tingzi activated his spells. Xianping and the others didn't dare to be careless and used their nascent soul hands. Wherever the nascent soul hands landed, the space within 100 feet was sealed. The speed of the blood tentacles also decreased. Boom! Boom! Dozens of explosions rang out as the nascent soul's hand collided with the blood-colored tentacle. Strangely enough, even though the blood-colored tentacle was slowed down and a large part of it was crushed by the nascent soul's hand, the remaining blood mist still managed to break through the nascent soul's restraint and grabbed at Su Tingzi and the others. What surprised Su Tingzi the most was that the remaining blood tentacles were even more powerful. Su Tingzi could already feel his blood seeping out of his body. No wonder Senior Shui Mingzi repeatedly warned me. Su Tingzi felt a hint of regret. The Thousand Demons Sacred Realm is not a place where human cultivators can come. Pooh! Su Tingzi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence should have landed on the magic treasure, but due to the blood mist's attraction, a small portion of the blood essence floated in the air. Wang! After the small drumstick received the blood essence, it immediately emitted an intense earthy yellow light. The blood within the earthy yellow was also very eye-catching. Quick! Su Tingzi formed a hand seal and chanted a mantra. A 3-inch nascent soul wearing spirit armor appeared above his head. The moment the nascent soul appeared, it rubbed its small hands. A small drumstick flew out of its hands and turned into a bolt of lightning that landed on the small drumstick. Wang! The small drumstick let out a rumbling sound again and expanded to several feet in size, protecting Su Tingzi and his nascent soul. Kill! The nascent soul opened its mouth and let out a soft roar. A yellow crystal light landed on the drumstick, and the nascent soul waved its 2 small hands in the air. Whoa! The drumstick that was several feet in size swept through the air and let out a deafening rumble. Under the drumstick, an area of several kilometers was swept clean by the earthy yellow light. Su Tingzi felt his body relax, as if the large hand that had attracted him had suddenly disappeared. Su Tingzi was overjoyed and turned into a rainbow as he charged toward the end of the light. Since Su Tingzi could use a divine ability to escape from the gathering moth beast's attack, Xianping and the other nascent soul cultivators could naturally do the same. Xianping's natal magic treasure was a 3-colored fan. At this moment, the nascent soul fanned the magic treasure, and the 3-colored light turned into 3 pillars of light that barely broke through the blood mist and carried Xianping's body away. Just like Su Tingzi, Xianping was in a good mood. His nascent soul couldn't help but sneak a glance in another direction. At this moment, Shui Mingzi and Ao Zhantian were already fighting with the Eagle Bat Mountain Lord in the distance. There were more than 100 eagle bats surrounding them, and the other eagle bats couldn't catch up to them in time. Su Tingzi and the other cultivators were fleeing in a different direction from Xianping. The blood mist below them had already thinned. Even if the blood mist condensed again, the gathering moth beast definitely wouldn't be able to catch up to them. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be out of danger. Damn it! Xianping's nascent soul withdrew his gaze. He circulated his true essence while thinking to himself, after escaping from here, I'll use this as an excuse to leave this place and quickly return to the hidden immortal continent. Although Shui Mingzi's plan is good, my life is more important. However, just as Xianping relaxed his mind, the blood mist below everyone's feet changed again. Woo-woo! The blood mist that had been broken through by the crowd suddenly boiled again. At the bottom of the blood mist, a dozen gathering moth beasts that were several times larger than the normal gathering moth beasts flew out of nowhere. These gathering moth beasts landed in the blood mist and opened their mouths to roar. The gathering moth beasts within a few kilometers also let out wails of anguish. Pang pang pang. Just as the wails of anguish faded, several hundred gathering moth beasts exploded, and a thick blood mist surged out again. Unlike before, when the blood mist appeared, the dozen or so gathering moth beasts immediately emitted a blood-red demonic aura. When this demonic aura entered the blood mist, the entire blood mist instantly transformed into a tentacle that was over 1,000 feet long. What made Xianping pale with fright was that the dozen or so gathering moth beasts didn't care about the other cultivators that were escaping. They only glanced coldly at him, and the tentacle streaked across the sky, chasing closely after him. You're tuning in to the Wisdom Diary YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.